why I was mostly concerned was because the person who brought it to me, he had so many inconsistencies, so much inconsistencies in the stories. It was like 3-4 different stories. That was my issue. If this is fake, we're all in trouble because it looks so good. There's first edition packs in there. We're golden. The case value of this is gonna double, triple.
It would legitimately be verifiably 100% the only sealed case in the world that is 100% real.
Oh my
Yes!
god! Oh my god!
Yes!
Oh my god!
Motherfucker!
Wait, hold on.
Okay, that's a good sign. What?
Why are they so puffy? Why are they so puffy though?
Why doesn't this one say first edition on it?
Oh no!
Yeah. No,
That's
not like
gonna
this.
be
Not like this. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. G.I. Joe? G.I. Joe? G.I. Joe. It could have been anything else.
1980s references for the win.
Gotta love it.
Cobra Commander would be proud. Yeah. So that was Cobra Commander approved and Carlos Sr. approved.
Oh, even better.
Oh yeah. Well, as soon as I told him, I was like, I interjected the Cobra song, and as soon as I said that, he goes, and then he watched it, and he just started laughing because he goes, "Yeah, I remember that one. I remember that one."
Good old.
It was just so it was just so good how passionate Logan was about it. Now on the downside, I did lose my New Year's resolution of being more mature and in the new year with the live stream. It's like, nah, that didn't last very long. What little hope I had has faded and gone.
I don't think that's immature. I think it's just apropos for the time period.
Interjecting a little Cobra Commander into the proceedings.
It's
Yep.
Pokemon. What do you want? You're actually taking a step up.
I have elevated it. All right, so Josh here. Good evening. Absolutely. Welcome to the day after. No doubt. Yep. So good evening, Justin. Good evening, Jeff. Ozzy Cardad. Yep. Bless some breaks. Absolutely. Good evening. And Shane Robert. Absolutely. Good evening. So had a little fun there at the top. That right there is probably, I'm going to include that in my highlights of 2022, my little clip. I had a good time with it.
You won't have to look at the timeline. It is the intro.
Yep. Anybody who grew up in the 80s will probably enjoy that little in there. I had to get in on my little meme game. Now that one I'll upload to the Instagram. Gotta have it. It was beautiful.
I think they had G.I. Joe in the 70s as well.
The actual dolls would go back further, but I'm just talking about the cartoon.
60. Yeah, I remember them. Actually, I had them.
Yeah. So good evening, Paul. Good evening, Name. Yeah, spent the morning digging out G.I. Joe cards for eBay. Beautiful. They've been selling out some of those. Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? That's how stupid that is.
Well, like I said, as soon as I saw the whole thing, to me, the fact that he was so mad about G.I. Joe, I was like, Cobra Commander is exactly what we need at this moment in time. Like I said, we just need Cobra Commander.
There it is.
They're all mine, Mr. Paul. They're all mine. It was beautiful. I enjoyed it. Like I said, the memes, guys. The memes have been wonderful. I've been having a good time. Not gonna lie.
Driving force of what's going on.
And now that will actually bring up a little bit interesting discussion that we'll have in a little bit. So we will definitely talk about the Logan Paul thing. And those of you that catch on later, I'm not replaying that until maybe later in the live stream. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I will. But otherwise, it's gonna wait. Yeah, that's like you got it. It was earlier, previously in the hobby. It's like we lived that moment yesterday. That's why I don't have to be in black and white. we live the fun memories of 24 hours ago.
That is the way it is now, isn't it?
Yep.
I remember what was it? Yesterday at 6 o'clock. It was.
Well, I will have you know, we've had a couple of different impromptu live streams, and I've been always very happy with them. I've been having a good time with them. But I would say in 24 hours, that is the most successful impromptu live stream I've ever had on the channel.
There you go.
Yeah. So it actually has almost as many views as last week's live stream after 24 hours and last week's live stream in a week.
And that's at dinner time, our time.
Yep.
And across the way, it's 3 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock. I mean, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. That's interesting.
Yep. Yeah, and the feedback's been good. Comments have been good. I do appreciate anybody who checked it out and left a comment or left a thumbs up. I do appreciate it. So we'll definitely talk about that a little bit. We're not going to harp on it too much. I had to get in my, my Cobra Commander, tribute in there, and of course the memes. We'll touch on it a little bit, but I'll also touch on a couple of other things. We've also got the Breaking Bros, which we're gonna have a little fun with that for sure. That's gonna be a thing, and then we'll kind of touch on some other topics along the way as well. So good evening also to Polly White. And those of you who are joined in, I appreciate you as always. If you could hit the like button, I'll say it near the beginning this time around, and I'll repeat it again at the end. But if you could hit the like button, that would be appreciated. And I think the channel also crossed 3,800 subscribers today. So that was a nice little tip of the cap today.
How much was that? Sorry.
3,800.
Hear that, everyone? 3,800.
Yep. Slowly working our way up. We're slowly working our way up. We're nowhere near hobby goat status, but we'll do what we can.
Oh, you're a hobby goat like 2,000 ago.
By the low standard, by the low standards.
The bar is quite low.
Yeah, can we authenticate G.I. Joe packs by BBC, signed by the Three Stooges, and slapped by HJ? Ooh,
Wow.
I like the combo.
That's a triple.
That right there is a questionable turducken.
That's a yeah.
Not
Stand
sure.
up triple.
Yeah, not sure if you caught the backyard. Yep, we're gonna get on to that. Like I said, the content gods have been kind. Good evening, Eric. Absolutely. Okay, let me throw the link in the chat for those who want to join in. The regulars, of course, bouncer in effect. You know how this game works. So let me do that, and then I'll hit on one or two more things about the Logan Paul thing, and then we'll move on for now, unless somebody else has something they want to touch on. So
Well, that'll take 2 or 3 hours.
Well, I don't think. I think we can circle back around to it. I do want to touch on the backyard breaker guys because they did something very stupid. And at least it's fresher, so it's at least a little bit of a change up.
It's only 6-8 hours old, right?
Yeah. But here's the thing. Like I said, we got plenty of material and memes for Logan Paul. We'll be covered on that. We'll be able to come back to it. It won't be too much of an issue. So Rick here, good evening. How many people are taking a second look at BBC seal case boxes? Yep, absolutely. We'll touch on, and I'll actually share. I'll share a tweet from Darren Ravel that also alludes to that very same idea. Yep, absolutely. We're gonna get to that. Thank you very much, Jeff. Appreciate it. Good evening, Mike. Absolutely. Okay, so real quick. So Darren Ravel kind of had the same thought that Rick was talking about, and the thing is, like, for the moment being, we're gonna see because I'm still skeptical that it has staying power. Even though obviously it was a very high-profile fail for Steve Hart. But here, so Darren Ravel says, there'll be some fallout for the Logan Paul Pokemon case fraud. Customers of BBC might be suspect through authenticated boxes. In my opinion, the 86-figure basketball case, which BBC authenticated and sold for $1.78 million, now has to be opened. And you're going to get questions like that. Like, especially on big dollars. You're going to get people to ask. And not surprising. So we'll see. The one thing that I think, and it was a fair point that was made, the one thing that I think helps is that honestly the memes keep it alive. Whereas normally like in the past, there have been other moments where stuff that BBC did was found to be screwed up and people talked about it for like a minute and then they moved on. But the more Steve Hart, the problem is that I think tactically the biggest mistake Steve Hart made was being in the video. He opened himself up to all the meme, the look of confusion. Like there's so many things you can have there that are like perfect.
But think on the other side. If it was good, the greatest American hero.
Yeah. But it's one of those things like it became very interesting little change up because of that. And it's like, well, now you're sitting there and at the very least, keep a stern facial expression or something. Just looking perplexed is probably not the look you want to go. It's like, but the tape was so good. And I was like, no, this is not what you want to be. This is not instilling confidence in the populace. Yeah, I want to touch one. You've tossed in a volcano to appease the content gods. Yep. Yep. The content gods have been kind. Good evening, Baz. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I would hope BBC authentication is stronger for sports cars. Supposedly that's where the experience lies. The problem is for cases, it's the exact same process. They check the seals. They don't open the cases. That policy was not invented for Pokemon. That's why in their statement they said we're reviewing our case process. That's in general.
Yeah, and it is quite different from the Pokemon case. So we don't get into too many moderns, and they don't do too many modern anyways. This stuff from '99, no, they don't grade that. Most of the stuff that Steve does is vintage. Clearly majority would be prior to 1999.
Yeah,
prior to 1990 probably.
Yeah, I would say so. Honestly, that's why I say like the stuff that I bought from them that I had no issue with is predominantly junk wax era stuff from the 80s, stuff from the early 90s, really early 90s. But stuff that for the most part previously, what's the incentive to mess with it? At that point, you don't need BBCE. It was cheap enough, like they had it available in inventory, but yeah, it was like, but you have to understand that. I think the prevailing point was that we'll see if the memes can actually keep it in the public eye long enough to make people at least think twice, not give it unquestioned. Like, oh yeah, just because they put it in the wrap. It's like, nope. And there is some other fallout as well. So the Darren Ravel thing is just questioning that piece of it. There is another component, though, that I want to introduce, and I'll bring that to your attention as well.
Sure.
Yep, absolutely. That kind of money is insane. 3.5 million, no doubt. That is plenty of incentive, though, to make people do some crazy things.
And I've been into wax since 97, 98, 97.
Yep.
I wrote a book on hockey wax. So I've been around. I know what's been happening. Oh, here we go. Yes.
All right. So you got to remember, here's the thing. It's never one thing. We talked about this yesterday. That's why I say there's more pieces there's more layers that are going to come out. Well, one of the consequences of being involved, if I had been, Jamil from Millie Pops, when I found out that they were going to open it, if I can't be there, at the least I would be like, hey, can you guys FaceTime me? Can I be, virtually in the room, so to speak, so I can respond? Because for me, as a businessman, I want to have an eye on what's going on. I want to see. And then as soon as there's an issue, then like, hey, reach out to me. We'll take care. We'll make it good. Just because the moment that, and I think it was Shine. I think Bless and Breaks corrected me on the pronunciation, Shine. But regardless, as soon as the person who goes and refunds Logan Paul, then turns his attention to Mealy Pops and to Card Kahuna, then anything short of absolutely let me get your money, even if you need a moment to make arrangements or whatever, communication is key. You must be on the communication immediately, because the moment he posts that, oh, I've been having to reach out through his lawyer and whatever, guess what? Bad look. And it invites anybody else who ever had an experience with you to share. Because now it is time for
it's time.
It's Festivus. It's Festivus. It's the airing of grievances.
It is.
So this is the story. I'll quickly go over it for you guys. So this is from AMG_sports_cards. We're always giving credit, and it's right on the screen. You can see it as well. So I was at the 2019 National Chicago, attended one of the trade nights, set up at a table, and people were walking up through the night to try to work out deals. One kid, maybe 16, 18 years old, comes up with a 2016 Bowman Chrome Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Purple Auto. Not a bad card at this point in time, especially. And asks if I'm interested. I take a look at it, turn it around, notice there's a crease going through the whole back of the card. The card is destroyed. I ask the kid where he got the card. And he points to the table where Mealy Pops are at. I tell him to go back and ask for a refund because the card is fucked. He goes there, comes back, and tells me that instead of them refunding the money, they want him to sell the damaged card himself. And then once the card is sold, they will refund him the difference in price. Oh, they have to approve the sale first. So I said that's complete. Yeah. So I said that's complete bullshit and told the kid to tell him to pay $200. Tell them that he'll pay $200 for the card. I wanted to see how they would react. We both walk over to the Mealy Pops table and tells them that I offered. $200. They say, I think we can get more than that. I get pissed and told them to just refund the kid money. He shouldn't have had to sell a damaged card. They tell me how do we know he didn't bend the card himself? They tried to act tough. I walked away once everything was off my chest. About 5 minutes later, they come to my tail and tell me they'll take $200 for the card. I bought it so they couldn't scam anybody else, and so the kid could get his refund. Ended up grading it for shits and giggles, and it came back a PSA 3. Here. And after talking to some friends, I found out they were shopping the damaged Vladdy for a bit and knew about the crease. I refused to go to their table shows for the last 2.5 years now due to the shady business. I've held this for a while and wasn't going to make it public, but now the hobby knows they are a piece of shit. I felt it was the right time to tell the world. Mealy Pops. Everything and anything you've ever done will be then shared with everybody. The moment you created your own profile, you had 2 videos on this very topic. The internet never forgets. They can throw this all back in your face. And then anybody who remotely doesn't like you is now emboldened to tell things about you. And by the way, you can claim that didn't happen, and that's fine. But you're not going to get the benefit of the doubt because now everything you've done up until this point has reduced the likelihood you're going to get any credit.
Yeah, and Pandora's having a box sale.
Yep. That's exactly right.
Get in line.
So real quick here, Mark says, is Steve working on certifying each of the G.I. Joe packs? We can only hope so. Carlos, can you BBC authenticated Pro Set to be trusted as Joe cards? All Pro Set cards are fake, even the real ones, especially the real ones. Think about it. Bought a case of junk wax packs, 89 Fleer Baseball many moons ago. I knew it had been opened, and after I opened, sorry, let me read that again.
Ordered.
89 after I ordered it, and Steve sent me a new case, sent him proof. Yeah, like I said, nobody's infallible. And it's always like the reality is it's an inexact science. It's the reason why I focused on that key piece of the attempt. In between the mockery and Cobra Commander jokes, we still managed to point out like it is an inexact science. It is very difficult on a good day. Even if you're trying to do your diligence, it's still very difficult. I would never be 100% positive. I don't care who says it's good.
It is such an avant-garde part of the industry, you know, having to know wax. You know, very few people do. They just take the trust of anybody else, you know, around them. They're buying or selling. And then Steve came along and kind of settled that down a lot. And there was a lot of crap that came through the hobby over the years. So being a wax guy, you've got to know your wax. And I always said that it's not for the faint of heart to collect wax. And you know what happens is just like I would say PSA or any other large company. Once they're the rule of the roost, they keep going, and there's no stopping them. There's, you know, no opinions can really hurt them. And I think going forward, you know, Steve's fine. I think he will be perfectly fine. You know, I just don't know what's going to happen with all these people. People are bickering in the unopened forums. I'm watching and I'm looking and I'm going, oh my gosh, they're just going at each other. It's just crazy.
Oh yeah. There's always going to be that. That's why I say, like, I stand by my original thought process. I still believe history tells me that the hobby has a short memory and a short attention span. The reality is that there are a lot of people, and Steve has been very fortunate to this point. There are a lot of people who don't have the greatest experience with Steve Hart over the years. Just reality. And for the most part, they've been kind of quieted because a lot of people give him implicit trust. And this is the most high profile example that's being seen by more people every single day. They got traction in the regular news outlets. It's not a good look, however you want to present it. It's like he kind of has to scurry away. And like I said, he can now be infamous in hobby lore and memes, if nothing else. I love Name's comment here. The money spent on that Pokemon case is greater than or equal to the amount of money I spent on my collection. A bold statement by you, sir. A bold statement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mean with the Joe or with the not Joe?
Well, that's the beauty of it. Is
Probably the Joe. Then
Yeah.
it's equal. Yes, you're
Yeah.
fine. Name.
Yeah.
Otherwise, no.
Well, he says greater than or equal to, so you know it can work both ways. So, Mealy Pops, can my lawyers be there to be honest? I would have sent lawyers. Why not? Send somebody. Send a representative of some kind. So AMG, you're thinking AMG
No.
Collectibles? I know it's the same.
I knew
initials.
it was going to get mixed up.
Yeah. So just to be clear,
Brad's
AMG
good.
Collectibles is Brad. This is AMG _sports_ cards, which is a different account. But I know it's the same initials, and I can see it's confusing.
Yeah.
They're both on Instagram, but two different handles. Yeah. So as far as the case here, said he bought it from Japan or while in Japan, they conned him, and if it's indeed the case, are you sure they conned him? Are you sure they didn't con all of us? I left that out of my clip. I thought about adding it because I figured, but you know what? I wanted to keep it under a minute. I thought under a minute was good. I thought like it was good solid amount of time, just long enough. Maybe if I redo the supercut, who knows? There was a sale of the glued together CGC 8.5 Blastoise Magic Card, 200,000 at the time CGC just launched. That was basically 100 to 230,000 in the glue open session. Interesting. Okay. Glued together Magic Card that was in a CGC. Okay, so I'm guessing it's just I'm getting from a CGC holder. Okay, I'm with you.
Oh, there was that one.
Okay.
Now, this isn't rolling out with a lot of things. There is some certain examples, and if you look at the percentage, now you know on Steve Hart's side, which I have to say this state of fact, all the openers have been opening packs. There's really not been any pack that's been suspect that has been opened online. There may have been one, I think, maybe but out of all the packs and all those openers opening vintage, at this point, that's pretty good odds.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to support him or discredit him. I'm just saying fact. That's all I'm stating.
And the thing now what has changed the game, and I think what's fair about it, what has changed the game is that now with the world of social media, if somebody opens a pack, we can all see it, you know, presumably. And there's an opportunity for that. Whereas in the old days, if somebody opened and said that it was no good, unless somebody saw it or recorded it, it's like, well, it's your word against mine, et cetera, and that always made it more difficult, especially at that time. Today, it's like, well, there it is. And the guy was in the room. So it's like, you opened the case, sir. So it's kind of hard to say you didn't know. So yeah, my only comment is knowing is half the battle. Like I said, the jokes will stick around. So Steve is good, but I imagine the fakeries account for 10 to 30% of unopened sales. Probably there. I go with the higher end of that number. There's a lot of stuff that's questionable, especially as the money goes out there.
I think 100% you'll never know.
That is fair. But the more expensive it is, the great irony is the more expensive it is, the less likely it gets open.
So, this is all what it's all about because there's never anything that's really going to confirm it for the lion's share of the hobby of unopened. Who's going to open it now?
That's the beauty of it. Some of the bad stuff will not be open, so you won't know it's bad. It's like we can all imagine together.
How many autographs are like that out there?
Oh yeah, for that.
What were they saying? 70% of the autographs were fake because that guy who was doing that got caught back what, 10, 20 years ago?
Project Bullpen.
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah, yeah. There was that big
Baseball.
one, that big sting. Yep.
And
Yep.
how many has went out there just from him alone that people have in their collection today that is bought by an auction house because the guy died and then it's repurposed and everybody thinks it's good and the circle never stops.
Yep, that's fair.
That's why knickknacks work.
So Pokemon Catcher also, thank you for popping in as well. Appreciate you. So Steve Hart's old main buyer now works for David Adams. That's a full circle moment. If you guys know the history, Steve Hart started David Adams. So let me touch on this one because we did discuss it a little bit here. What are the odds the entire thing is a hoax? Even the opening of the case, it looks so staged to me. Not a real shock of what took place. We'll throw out the reason why I will say no. Steve Hart literally gains nothing.
Oh no!
Let's put it this way: if Logan Paul did it, I could see Logan Paul pulling a stunt because for him it's publicity. Like at the end of the day, he cares about that the most. Steve Hart would not willingly participate in that because he gains nothing. It can only possibly hurt him. His best bet is that people forget about it and then he slinks away for a while. That's his best case scenario. From a business perspective, his entire reputation is based on his expertise. If the emperor has no clothes, there's a lot of things wrapped in that are worth a lot of money. You don't want to be touching anything that's a forgery. You don't even want the joke. You could come out and say, oh yeah, Steve was in on it. Too late. Way too late. That hurts you infinitely more. It wouldn't be worth it. No motorcycle is worth that, my friends.
No,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. You got years of business. You build a reputation over decades and a lot of business. And it's like, it's not even worth it from your perspective.
The only part of that I did think was, if it was staged, was when Logan Paul said, G.I. Joe? G.I. Joe. It was almost like it was a perfect kind of line, and then anything but G.I. Joe. And I wondered why he said it that way, or has he got something with G.I. Joe? I don't know. And that's the only part that looked kind of acted out. And the other guys, it looked good, and that didn't, and it was very dramatically done.
Yeah. The only way I'll entertain the scenario is if everybody in the room knew except Steve Hart.
Steve.
Which would be like at that point, if that was ever found out, Steve Hart would sue them. Because he's like, you set me up and made me look like an idiot on this thing that you published to a bunch of people. It's like, it doesn't help me. Like I said, it doesn't help me in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, we got duped. Pluralistically speaking.
That was the best line though. That was the most. It was like, wow.
Oh, the other one was. The other guy says, I forget his name. He says, this is the largest.
Oh, the largest scam in the history of Pokemon.
Yeah, but it's just like, yeah, you started it.
Mm. Yep.
Really?
You were involved.
Well, no, if it didn't go to him, where do you stop here?
Yeah.
You brought it forward. Without you, there's no problem. There's no issue.
Yep. So what was there a hobby authenticator before BBC was the be all and end all? So Mark Murphy was around for a while, prior to. Was he like the first pack guy that was generally used for that kind of purpose?
Mark Murphy actually he started the wax trend by issuing his book. I know my friend bought a 1954 1954 Topps pack hockey, and he had it closed for so many years. He just opened it about 4 years ago. And do you think what happened? What do you think? Was it good or no good?
Sorry, repeat that. So it was a 1954 pack.
54 pack. He went to get it graded. What do you think happened?
Probably no good. Yeah.
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 That's Mark Murphy. And Mark Murphy said, I would refund you. He says in perpetuity.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
Where is he now?
Exactly. Yeah. The thing is, like I said, there's been, it's always been like a very murky history, and Mark Murphy had a book, and, and I joke with Bobby, and he was explaining to me the second edition was basically a reprint of the first one because he was involved with GAI.
His GAI advertising inside.
Yeah.
No other changes.
Yep.
Just the insert page. It's just like, and I bought it. I sucker for $45 or whatever it was.
$45. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So your bad says many boxes have been searched and between vending boxes, sellers. Yep. Hard to say they haven't many times. Yeah. I don't know for sure. Like I said, that's why, but that was the overarching point that I made wasn't, no, I'm not saying don't buy on open material. I'm just saying ease off on the premium. What's the point? Because there's a lot of that that's like, you never going to know unless you open it. If you in fact open it, then if you see kind of what you expect to come out of it, then you're probably all right. But if you see a weird configuration, odd collation that doesn't make any sense, like I said, there's some of those issues have a certain collation order that you can find. And if you see that sequencing, then you're like, okay, so within reason, the likelihood is this is good because this is what we expect historically based on when people have opened these.
And here's the point of all of this is that Steve is probably one of the most experienced guys out there. You don't have anybody else. You have lots of other guys, but who are not going to go in business. And so what do you do in the wax community? Do you not just have wax? Like, you have to trust somebody. If you're going to trust somebody, you're going to trust the guy with the most amount of experience. We can get into the virus and who we trust there and all these different other things. It's come and go. So you trust the most experienced person. And that's where we're at right now. If you want to collect wax, it's not for the faint of heart. If you enjoy it and you want to collect it, go for it. Make sure you know your wax. And actually, that's in the my first book, I wrote 2 or 3 pages about getting to know your wax. That was actually one of the highlight things, and I showed some pictures and what have you. And I really wanted people to know, like, if you want to get into wax, here's what you need to know. These are the basics. Buy some stuff, open it up, cheap stuff, feel it, touch it, get used to it, because even still, I'm not perfect. I don't know. I think every pack that I had was good, but who knows? In the end of the day, you open it up and you got some bad packs. We bought some packs because we do pack wars every show. So we bought the 71 Tops packs. So about 4 of them. It looked like they were somebody had them in a drawer for 40 years and opened the drawer and the corners were worn and everything. Mm-hmm. I said, "Why'd you buy these? These don't look good at all." And he goes, well, I bought them from this guy. The kid came in and I said, "Oh, okay, whatever." And we paid $100 each, I think. And okay, we opened them. So we got Dryden's, we got everything, and they were good. Yep. And it looked bad. It's so funny the way things happen, because I said, no way there's good, because they had way too much wear, way too much, way beyond. There you go. Enough said.
Weird stuff happens. So let me get caught up on a couple of these comments here. So curious about if cases are ever weighted to help certify. You can't. So I won't speak to their process because I don't know it. But I know that some folks do try to use that. The key is, though, you can still have some variations and stuff. Like it's not
gum
that
size
precise.
Can vary.
Yeah, it's not that precise for a lot of this stuff. And by the way, if that was considered to be a de facto perfect, good system, well, then the con guys would learn to put just enough stuff to hit the weight. Boom, there you go. We've cracked the code. Thank you for giving me another way to make this authentic.
Well, that's how they do with the new cards. They put that thick filler in there. It's like, That's got to be a patch card. I know it. Yeah. Sucker.
Yeah, you just adjust to make it work. Yeah. So searching for star cards and the correlated odds of cards following each other. Pack insertion by machines was not random in the 80s. Yep, that's right. I think the number of faked autos is way higher as a percentage of sales. Yes.
Well, Peachy's a different story on that last previous comment.
Yeah, about the order. Yeah.
There's no correlation, no proper. There's nothing to follow. It's only on certain years, on certain rack packs. They can always tell, and certain other things.
In baseball, they did it a lot more commonly. It was very common in a lot of the baseball series.
Well, if you saw my video, you see them reaching in this box full of cards that they could have grabbed at any random time and put in whatever. You don't know. So there's never any proper correlation with the OPG.
Maybe we can all make videos of opening our BBC stuff that we have purchased through the years. Yeah, I don't have any more. It'd be
People are doing it all the time. Just watch the vintage rates.
Yeah. So maybe the 2.7 buyer asked him to help raise awareness to recoup his own money. I don't think it's going to help him too much. It's one of those, like I said, the hoax, because I've seen some videos where they try to make the pitch. The hoax theory will always be out there. We love our conspiracy theories, so we'll always have some fun with it. But like I said, the one individual who loses the most is the one who opened the box in that video. The one who opened the box in that video is the one who gets to look the dumbest, and like he wins nothing. So I don't think he'd be a willing participant. Everybody else in the room could be quote unquote in on it. Mealy Pops isn't gaining much from it right now. Like, it's not working out for him. So there are certain folks who really stand to lose quite a bit. Now
the stories will come out.
Yeah,
but that is not all the stories, because we all have stories. Remember, I've been around a long time.
Yeah, that isn't to say that it's not possible that some people had this idea and maybe did something. It's anything's possible. But I know there's at least a couple of folks involved in this who didn't get the memo.
Yes.
Yeah, the G.I. Joe part agrees. Seems strange. Yep. Thinking the same. That caught my eye too when he said the G.I. Joe line. Yep. And news about Card Kahuna? Not too much yet. Although I did get a good reminder, and I have it here. And let me touch on this in 2 seconds. But thank you for bringing it up. Yep, Mark Murphy. Yep. Jay, good evening. Were there any comps out there to substantiate the Pokemon case sales price? They kind of made it up. because it was purchased originally from the shady character, the Canadian seller at the beginning, and then it kind of changed hands. Then it was a $2.7 million sale to Shine, and then he basically bumped it up 800,000 for his buddy Logan Paul. So take that for what you will. Yeah, Jab's family has a video opening 70 Tops baseball wax box. Yep, it's been repacked and bought. Yep, Steve is very experienced and he's imperfect. He is experienced, but very imperfect. I just want to say very imperfect. I'll leave it at that.
One of the most experienced, but not in a perfect hobby of.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What goes on? So.
Yep. Hashtag know your wax. Yep, that should be on a T-shirt. Know your wax. Yep. Baseball gender follow the same coalition. Yeah, especially. So Georgetown, yep, no hoax, too much verified by Battle Pokemon. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I would be dubious. I'll entertain the question because I understand people ask it. Like, you weren't the first one to ask. And some folks, obviously, they'll look to pick apart certain components of it. But one almost has to remember something. Logan Paul, at this point, has been doing so many videos where they do a bunch of wacky things that he's almost a stage actor in kind of a lot of the stuff that he does, to the point that he understands that when something happens, react. Just react. And if you react, then it'll make for a good video because he knows it's being recorded and his guys are going to edit it together. So he's going to respond in whatever is the most interesting or entertaining way, right? So like instinctively he'll switch to that mode. That doesn't necessarily mean he's acting, but his inclination is going to be to react in whatever will be the best for the video. But like I said, the theory will always be out there. I guarantee no matter what happened.
Yeah.
If it would have said it was a hoax if it was all real, it was a hoax if it's all fake, it was a hoax if it's in the middle. Like there was no scenario in which someone would not have claimed hoax. Guaranteed. That part I'm 100% sure about.
And that will stay out there for sure. So from this book, so I actually wrote 4 pages on getting to know your wax. So the corner folds, the back. So 4 pages dedicated to write-ups to. Can you read all that?
Yeah, I can make it. If you wanted, if you had a picture or something.
No, it's too much. It's 4 pages of written. No, it's not. It's just that's how much you can write about wax. Just on corner folds and back landing strips of the roller seal.
Yep.
Just the way it is.
So let me quickly touch on the Card Kahuna thing, and then I'll get to the latest comment here. Yeah. So real quick. So Bless and Breaks, so who I think was around a little bit earlier as well. So, and thank you for that. Left a good comment. And it was a good point because it reminded me of something good. So Jacob, aka Card Kahuna, is a notorious greaseball. So I'll just read it verbatim, and then we'll discuss the piece. He is well known in the sports card community. He's headed a well-known breaking group called Ready to Rip, so I was not too familiar with that, but fair enough. That has a large Discord community. He's been paying off vendors for years to retail box at Walmart, etc. I'll say allegedly. I'll always throw in the allegedly. I'll put it in for you, don't worry. I believe Ready to Rip guys have now tried to distance themselves from Card Kahuna, but people forget that he was the one who traded the Charizard Hollow First Edition to Sasha T. So that was good. I did forget about that. That is true. Yeah. That is true. Yeah. So he was the infamous Charizard Sasha T one. So that's a good point. And in the vlog, Sasha was debating doing the trade. Guess who advised him to go through with it, even though he was overpaying? Mealy Pops.
Mealy Pops. Mealy Pops. Okay.
Yes. So that's a good callback. It's a very good callback. It's those two guys again. Jamil and Jacob have been working on scams quite some time now. Allegedly. I'll throw it in. Allegedly. Hashtag allegedly. But yes, no, I'm happy to bring it up. It's an excellent point, and thank you for giving us a collective reminder. Mr. Eric, good evening. How are you?
Good. Hey guys.
What's up, Eric?
Been a busy week, huh?
Yeah.
Busy couple days.
The content gods have been really good to us. Paul thinks I'm sacrificing people, and I say allegedly. I got expendable people around here, allegedly. So James here just asked the question here. Said whole thing seems shady. I'll quickly touch on it again. You can accuse Logan Paul and a bunch of different people. Some of the people that get hurt the most are the ones that have the least to gain. So whatever Logan Paul did, if he did it without the knowledge, because like I said, Steve Hart gains nothing, and right now Mealy Pops is not having a good day. So both those guys would not have agreed to that deal because they gained nothing from it.
But didn't Logan Paul's new drink make it to the shelves about that time?
Yeah, the one we did with his old buddy Cy that he was feuding with previously.
Yes.
Like I said, he is not above such things. That's what I'm saying. I'm not throwing it out of hand. I'm not throwing it out. But I'm just saying, not everybody was in on it. That's the way
Oh,
I'll
no.
put it. Yeah, no matter what, not everybody was in on it.
Carlos,
If that's
Some faces you can't fake, right?
Yeah.
My 17-year-old daughter, who knows nothing about this, as soon as she heard that he was involved and I gave her a brief synopsis, she said, "Don't trust that guy.
Yeah.
He's probably faking it."
Yeah. No, and the
Oh,
thing,
Logan Paul?
Yeah.
yeah, his reputation is such. But again, I'll go back to what I said earlier. If that's ever found out, then Mealy Pops and Steve Hart could literally be like, okay, so lawyer up, my friend, because it's like you're hurting my business with this because you played some kind of weird con game, and it's like, what the heck?
There's only one guy who wins no matter what. Everyone else is a loser in this. So
Yeah.
Anyone who thinks that these other people and companies were in on it don't understand business.
Yeah. Yeah. There's certain deals that is like, not all publicity is good publicity for everybody. Not
Right.
for everybody. Some people don't need that. Steve Hart was quite content being borderline anonymous other than to specific folks in the sport career. Like, you hear the name, but like I said, I didn't know what Steve Hart looked like. I wasn't 100% sure that was Steve Hart because I hadn't seen him. Bobby was able to confirm it was him because he is familiar with his work from the past, and they have at least conversed in the past as well. So it's like, but I wouldn't have been able to pick him out of a lineup.
So you're saying Bobby's in on it?
Oh, he's part of the hoax.
Okay.
Hashtag conspiracy.
All right.
I think Steve read my book,
The conspiracy goes deep, Eric. It goes deep.
2003.
I'm
All the way to the
waiting
top.
to read your book.
All the way to the top.
Oh, it hasn't come yet?
I've been checking my my mailbox. Not yet.
Oh, damn.
There you go. So real quick, I'll read this one. So yeah, this is the video here. Pokemon's Most Historic Sale, Part 1. YouTube, 22 minutes, show the process of the case from April 2021. Thank you, Baz. Yep, we're going to get on the Backyard Breaks one. We're going to have some fun with that in a minute. No problem. Thank you for sharing reminding us. The Sasha T video on the Charizard trade. Yep, perfect. And there's a timestamp for folks. So awesome. Thank you. He might be after the BBC company as a deal to tie up together with PSA. No. PSA gains nothing from it, and BBC gains less than nothing from it, other than being part of memes. Unless he dreamed of being part of memes and my video at the beginning of the live stream. That's lofty goals. I understand, but like, you probably wouldn't want to be in on that without a really big check.
Any press is good press?
Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah, it hurts his reputation too much. No good for that. Okay, David G received his book.
oh, great,
Awesome.
Dave. Okay,
Good stuff.
perfect.
Well, I'm glad someone did.
Damn, now you just made Eric feel bad. Because I waited to mail his out to the last. No, I mean, sorry. It's right here. I can go through it page by page if you'd like.
Oh, there you go. There you go. So did you send it? You know what? Maybe the problem was, I think Bobby sent it inside of a originally sealed 1999 Pokemon case. So Steve Hart is going to have to authenticate it first. Logan Paul will give us a video, and then we'll find out all it was just page after page of script from G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
I know. And the worst part about that, you're going to have to contact JSA to see if my signature is authentic.
True. That's fair.
It's very inconsistent.
Oh, here we go. Yeah. Like I said, the Logan Paul conspiracies will never die, and I'm here for it. Like I said, hashtag content. I'm here for all of it. Okay, who wants to talk about some douchey breaker guys? Douchey breaker guys? Yes. Like I said, I'm happy to bring up the Logan Paul thing again. We've got plenty of material. If y'all are good boys and girls, I may play the video again at some point.
I got drinks. I'm good.
Beautiful. Love it. Yeah. Alleged. Thank you, Bass. Alleged.
Well, if we're gonna talk about them, hold on a second. I start taking my shirt off.
Yeah, exactly.
I-
You got to wear like a half shirt. All right, so let's have a little fun here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn down the volume first because God help us, these idiots are loud as hell. So a lot of people recorded the footage of these specific things. So let's do the same thing we did with the Logan Paul one. The mockery will begin, ladies and gentlemen. This is the live stream where we do the mockery. This is where we do the mockery. However, there is a decorum. There is an order. First, we lay out what happened. Then we give our actual analysis and useful information. Okay. And then we commence with the mockery. After we have done the opening ceremonies, we will get to the mockery. I promise. Okay. So first order of business. Two douchey breakers, really loud, annoying guys. They were doing a thing where presumably, according to them, and I'll show you the clip so we'll all get to see it together. Assumedly, what was supposed to happen is they were supposed to give away the contents of this pack. Now, First order of business. They did the dumbest thing they could have. They should have put themselves in a position where they don't have to think about it. They should have just said, you win this box. I am now going to open this box and the contents of this box are yours and we're done. So you're already committed. Pre-commit yourself so that you don't leave yourself a choice. But you said, we're going to give it away to someone, and then you open it and then you realize you don't want to give it away. And then you start backpedaling. But it's kind of fun watching the process as they yell like morons and then start backpedaling. It's kind of fun watching it. Okay, so I'll play it for you guys. Give me 2 seconds. Yep, absolutely. No doubt. Need Amish Dave for this. Well, Amish Dave is going to wish he was here for the last piece. If I can get the last segment, we'll have some fun with that. Yep, the backyard folks. Yep, no doubt. Yep, backyard creeps. Absolutely. Now saying the box aside after saying they didn't. Yep, absolutely. Okay, so here we go. So I'm going to play the clip for you guys. Credit. I always, by the way, you do one of these live streams, give credit to the people that captured the footage or whatever happens that you're taking it. Always give credit. So in this case, credit, it goes to YouTuber Tommy Films with a Z, who captured the specific piece from the live stream. So I'm going to pull it up for us, and then we'll do it. Okay. Too many screens. Let's do this. All right. Audio on against my better judgment. All right. And I've turned it down, so hopefully it won't be too earth-shattering here. Let me make sure. Just turn it down a little more, and I'll turn it up if I need to. All right, here we go. So I do have it sped up a little bit. I can slow it down if we need to, but I don't want to spend the whole time staring at it. All right, here we go.
Wait, is the follower up? Right now, hold on. Well, let's just see this. Let's see this. What? That's fine. Roll it. GPL 10. GPL 10. What was he following from? It says it.
Following since January 13th.
Holy
That's
shit.
today. GPL 10.
3 minutes ago.
Where you at, GPL?
Look at this. Justin Fields out of 250. Don't look.
I need that.
Don't look. LeVar Arrington, don't look. This is for free. Out of 49, we have a gold kaboom. We have a gold kaboom
This
for
is the
free.
minimum 2,000.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
That's why I turned down the volume.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Holy shit!
Oh my god!
Holy shit!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Holy shit!
No way!
Oh my god! Trevor Gold out of 10, kaboom!
No way!
Oh my god, that's a house and that's a baby. We just paid that
That's a
little
Tesla.
baby.
That is a Tesla.
Oh my god.
Get Elon
No, it's
on the
not.
horn.
Oh my god.
Get Elon on the horn.
Oh my god. It's only fair to give this to the person that loses biggest in the break, even though it's a monster card. That's harder. It's only fair.
Holy shit.
It's only fair. It's only fair.
That's not even fair, honestly.
That's not even fair.
That's a $15,000 card, bro.
I don't know what we should do.
That's a 15, 20. I'm not kidding,
That's
bro.
a 10 to 15K card.
I'm not kidding, bro.
Ain't much
That's
of a Tesla.
$20,000 card, Grant.
Oh my! Should we give that away?
I don't know, Grant.
I don't
That's
know.
an executive decision that I'm not going to make. Last time I made a decision, it was the wrong one. It was the wrong one.
Oh my god! I cannot believe that. I'm looking it up right now. They don't even have it on eBay.
Just
It's about
type
to
in
get
gold
good.
Kaboom at that.
I did.
No, Trevor. Just type in gold. Gold rookie kaboom. You can get a feel for like Trey Lance, man. Bro, Lance is doing like 8.
It's the process.
Oh
It's
my
how we
God.
get to our
Bro,
conclusion.
the Brady went for 3,300.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The Mac went for 27,000. Kyler 21.
It's going over 10.
Bro, no, it's
Dude,
15.
This is 15. This is 20, bro. Burrow's second year is doing 14. This is a
Second year.
$20,000 card, Grant. 20,000. 20,000.
Yeah, it is.
I don't know, Grant. That's
It is. It is.
Grant.
It's listed for 30, 25K on eBay.
Grant, you want? Here, I'll do it for you. You want me to say it for you?
Yeah.
I got you. Just
Yeah.
so I'll
Say
be the
it,
bad
say it
guy.
to me.
I'll be the bad guy. Guys, I'm sorry. We can't give that one away.
All right, this is what we're gonna do.
We can't give that one away, but we will give something else.
No,
away.
this is what we're gonna do.
Grant, remember this
Yeah.
because the people.
And then the justifications begin. So, conceptually, it's simple enough. Like, this is not complicated. This is not rocket science. You committed basically to give this away. You opened up the thing. You suddenly realized that you didn't have to give away shit. You could have just been opening some stuff and go, you could have said, we're going to open up some boxes now. We're going to pick out a couple of cards and give something away. Yeah. You had the ability to couch this in a bunch of ways to protect yourself.
Going forward.
Yeah,
maybe.
you pull the crazy card. You could be like, guys, this one is not going to be in the giveaway, but what we'll do is we'll sell it, and then we'll give away a bunch of stuff over the next couple of streams because you didn't commit it to anybody. If you don't commit it, you do one of two things. You either pre-commit so that you have no choice and we're done. Just send the damn card off, enjoy. Or number two, don't commit anything, and whatever people get, that's a bonus. They got to watch the card get pulled. Great. You got some entertainment from watching them see yell, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. The only God I worship is the content gods, and my God has been providing endlessly.
Wow, that was amazing.
Yeah. But it was a
goes to show
process.
ya.
If you notice, the one guy was trying to was actually like, well, we probably should give it away. And the other guy's like, it's like, well, I'm not going to make an executive decision. He's like, I'll be the bad guy. No. So just to be clear, okay. So that's number one. And I can see some of your comments, so I'll read them in 2 seconds, but I want to pull something up before I do. So let's do one more thing here.
It just hurts their business, though.
Oh, it does. It does. Okay. So this is, I think, the individual who would have gotten said card. So thought about this card overnight and changed my mind. If accurate breaks don't give me fair compensation of the card or the gold Lawrence itself within 24 hours, I will push forward with a lawsuit.
Yeah. There's no legal binding.
It's very borderline. It's very borderline. I will say, like, the other one would have been interesting to talk to Paul Lesko about, but I know for a fact that Paul Lesko has very strong opinions. I did check on his Twitter feed. He has very strong opinions about breaks because he does believe that that a lot of them are kind of like illegal gambling. And would fall under, yeah. So, but he's got a very specific edge case, and apparently if you check out his Twitter, he actually linked to an interview where he talked with another lawyer about that very subject and broached the specific reasons why they believe so. They're not saying across the board, but they're saying there's a lot of conditions that would meet the criteria. So if you want to get educated on it, it's actually a really good follow. I would recommend that you at least consider it. And for that, I would love to have that conversation now, especially with something like that, in general. Because I'd love to get his take on, number one, why he thinks it, but also number two, what he'd think about a case like this, especially. Because obviously it's hyperbole.
What would you do?
About what?
About that? You being the guy who should have got. Oh,
the guy. As far as I'm concerned, they went far enough that they committed to it. Because it's one of those things. You shouldn't have said, I gave you 2 ways that you could have had the same outcome, and no one really has a leg to stand on. If you don't commit it to anybody ahead of time, you open the thing, you pull an amazing card, you can do with it as you wish. As far as the world is concerned, you own it. Or you pre-commit it, in which case just complete the transaction. Just finish it. What hurt these guys especially is then they kind of backtracked and then they said, we'll give money to charity, which is kind of a tax write-off. And then they tried to pull a stunt where they gave it away on a subsequent live stream, except the guy wasn't on Twitch. And they said it was only given for Twitch people, and then people think they're just giving it to their friend. So they're like stacking more problems on top of their problems.
They're going to be out of business soon.
Yeah, they basically hurt themselves about as much as they could possibly. It's like you did almost everything wrong. I was joking with I think Andy or somebody that I was chatting with, and I was just saying, like, at this point, there should be like a hobby specific lawyer and PR firm. Like literally, he's just hired as like, you screwed up, we'll spin this for you, but this is literally what we do.
Yeah, they'll be the new ambulance chasers.
It'll be the law offices of Gray and Lesko.
Yeah.
Now,
certainly.
Obviously, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm.
And you don't play one on TV?
No, I think I am right now.
Oh,
let me
do your thing.
That's Ironside calling.
Yeah. So real quick, I'll read a couple of these here. Yep. Okay, here we go. Now saying they put the box aside, saying they didn't pick a specific winner. Yeah, like I said, the video betrays you because they did go far enough that I feel like they legitimately, basically committed it to it. And I think again,
that's verbal and it's very loosely done.
I understand, but they did it to themselves. They did almost everything in their like at that point, just complete the transaction and be done with it.
I think so too. I think financially going forward, they would look better if they just did it.
Yeah.
Legally, do they have to? I don't think they really could go legal on it.
I just don't know if they would be interested in having the legal fight. Because if the other guy decides to do it, because at that point it's like, okay, so now we're going to drag you into court. Let's have some fun.
So there goes your 10 grand, 20 grand card.
Yeah,
Whatever.
you've completely evaporated. Like it would be just easier to send in the damn card.
As soon as you say lawyer, there's the card gone. You might as well give the card to the lawyer and say, here.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, to me, the amount of extra effort and problems you're causing yourself is not worth trying to pocket one card. That's just me.
But they stood up like they won the lottery.
Yep. These dudes are dirtbags. They make a name for themselves in TikTok clips and Facebook clips. Yep. Dumb and Dumber, who buys this crush from these guys? People do. And they even did right after this, too. Yep. I think he made another bad executive decision. No doubt. Has he ever made the right decision? I don't think that shirt was a good decision. I don't think that haircut was a good decision. Another big problem was that some of the people in the chat were defending. Yeah, that's why. Thank you for the hashtag. I appreciate the hashtag. Thank you, Oscar Dad. Hobby is smarter. Hashtag. The thing is that, yeah, there are always going to be people that will defend everything. Like, honestly, everything. So,
Yeah, there's people on that side. I know people were saying, one of the groups, they were saying, I sent Steve a message, we're here to support you. Everybody else should send him a support. And other people are going, what? Support for what? Well, what if you screwed up your job? And it's like, no, 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 no. It doesn't work that way, I don't assume malevolence when, stupidity is right there when you take on a job that you shouldn't do. And, I don't know why he would take that on. That's the big question here. Why would you do a box that you know nothing really about? And if you think you're sort of at that point, at that level, you're never at that level with the wax community. Sorry, it just doesn't go that far.
yeah, no, for sure. It's one of those things where, like, a lot of people get really they think very highly of themselves when the money is there, which I understand, but it's one of those things. Maybe this is the problem to me. Like I've joked many times, it's like I will sell out without shame, but it's got to be worth it. No, you need a big enough bag. Like bring the real one, not like 20, 30 grand. 20, 30 grand isn't going to change my life. That's not going to fix anything for me. You bring me a couple $1,000,000. All right, all right. Like, here you go. But make it worth my while. Like, at the very least, make it worth my while.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they actually said specifically who's getting the pack card. They did allude to it. They did allude to it.
But was that after they pulled it? They said
before they pulled it, they already made some suggestions. They came up with a couple of different conditions.
Yeah, so that's where the law
the problem. To be honest, they should have said nothing. They should have said we're going to open this up, and then we'll see if we can give away a couple of these cards. Leave it completely open-ended. Don't name anybody.
It was a $20 card in their head when they were opening it up and figuring out what they were going to give away, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you either give away the whole thing beforehand, pre-commit to it, or you say, hey, we're going to open up a couple of these, and we're going to give away a couple of these cards, and then you get to pick and choose which ones. Isn't that great? That's how you do it. Yeah, based on the bot's reaction, they clearly realized they messed up. Yep, that's right. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about what's binding in court or not. For their business, just being on video is their.
That's enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. They will keep believing it. That's right. Yeah. So at the moment, Trevor Lawrence still holds value. So that's the reason they're excited. Because if you were to sell that card today, it would still do well. It would still do very well, especially the gold. It's the gold kaboom, which I think is the out of 10. So you can still do pretty well on that one. Yep. Steve should never got involved. That's right.
It's not like he needs the money. Like,
no,
really, Steve's been doing very well for himself at 8% per box that he's sealing, let alone the PSA business, let alone, whatever else he's doing on top of that. Mm-hmm. He didn't need the money. Prestige, I don't know. You sometimes have to catch yourself. I've been writing books, and there comes a little bit of notoriety with doing that, and people respect you. But you never push the envelope that you know more than you think you know.
Yeah.
You don't try to get cocky with it. And it's there to do that. It's opened a lot of doors for me to get to different venues and different other things, which is nice, and you appreciate that and take that as it is. But you never want to push yourself into that sense of fame that you have that you really don't. It's just a very small community, as you mentioned many times, Carlos. So just be yourself. If anything's out of my purview, I'll look into it. I'll get back to you.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said, like, people don't understand the power of not committing. People don't understand, like, look, if you don't know, just say, look, I'll look at it. I'll tell you my opinion. This is not a judgment call. I'm not putting my name on this. He can look at it and be like, I'll tell you what I think is because he can talk about the tape all he wants if he wants. But he goes, oh, would you put it in the wrapping? No. Mm-hmm. I'll even look at it for free, but I'm not putting my name on it. I'm not putting the wrapping on it. Because if it turns out to be wrong, I'm the one who loses in this because I entered into a pool I couldn't swim in. Like, why would I do that to myself? And if they had never opened it, how would we know?
I know. I was working on very similar story. I'm working on the 1948 tops. They did a little card. What are they? Self-developing cards in 1948. It's actually the very first tops hockey card. actually was in
Wasn't
that
it
set.
Magic something? Like there was a name
Yeah.
like Magic something.
Hocus Focus Magic
Yeah.
Photo.
That's right.
And it was also released in 56. So what I'm trying to do is figure out the year. It was 48, 49. So we have an ad for 48. We have an ad for 49, 5-cent packs, 1-cent gum packs. There are different variations to them. So I spent the last day and a half working on that, and I think I figured it out. And then I found some other timelines. So I'm ready to go to press and just send that off and go, okay, Andy, because Andy said you hadn't sent me that, and I said I needed time to work on it. That's why I really didn't send it to you at the beginning. And I'm just sitting there reading it, and I go, I got it. And then a couple things came in. The ads go into the next year, halfway through the next year, and then there's another variation now that doesn't have the information on the back, and I just went, okay, I'm going to keep this basic. The day and a half I lost, okay, good enough. I'm not going to push it forward. And I was communicating with somebody else about that, and he says, well, you can push it forward. It's not like anybody else knows knows really. You're kind of putting it. I said, no, I got to be exact. I got to be 100% for sure before I put that information out there, because otherwise it's a lot of conjecture, and I don't really want to be known for conjecture. I don't want to be wrong.
Yeah, I agree.
And I want to be right for the people. I don't want to be wrong for myself too, on top of that. So anyway, so sometimes you just have to say, that's enough, good enough. I'll back off on, and it's fun for me because I'm solving a puzzle, right? And it's research, it's documenting things for the hobby going forward. Nobody else has done it. Nobody else is going to do it. And I figured it was up to me. And the most of the set is non-sports and sports. So, and then one hockey card. And that's why I said to my friend, I said, there's only one damn hockey card in this thing. Why am I going so far? But it's actually the first Topps product. Sports cards, actually, the first baseball cards, the first football cards, basketball.
Yeah.
So anyways, I couldn't do it. So I had almost a 2-page write-up on it. Now I'm going to get it down to 3 paragraphs.
All right.
Wasting your time, but end result, at the end of the day, I just have to say, no, I can't do it.
No,
So,
that's fair enough.
there you go.
So Georgetown here asks a good question, and I know that, they touched on it in the other live stream. I know. I'm shocked. There's another live stream on Fridays too. I didn't know. So real here. So the question was, which is worse, the Logan Paul scam or the backyard breakers? Now this is kind of a broad question because the backyard breakers are indicative of a certain type of breaker. It's not just one. Now that is still a business built on trust too, to a certain degree, because we're playing games. That's the reason why you have multiple camera angles and all that, because you have to create the illusion of trust. People have to feel like they can trust that you'll open up the product, and if you commit to sending, because it'd be really easy for a lot of breakers to pull certain cards and the good card disappears. That has happened before. This one is just the latest, but it's still an egregious example. And it's an egregious example. If we all saw the card get pulled, you probably should have sent it off to somebody. Again, you committed yourself, or at least left the door open for interpretation. You did it, not anybody else.
Two guys were holding each other. It's like, oh my god, it's a car, it's a house, it's a Tesla.
But you don't understand how excited the one guy was. He goes, I could buy a full shirt.
Maybe.
Like, I was excited for him. It was like, let this man go to Walmart and get a shirt.
Yeah. At least.
With that amount of money, he could even shop at Target.
Maybe.
Bros, Target.
That's big time.
Shopping spree.
Yes.
Shopping spree. So this is an opinion piece. You could make arguments for both of these. Which one do you think would be worse to you? So the Logan Paul scam, in the sense that it brings into question the one authenticator we have in the unopened space.
Yeah, but it's tiered 3 ways.
Agreed.
You have Logan Paul at the front end. You have the other guys bringing in and omitting the stories that they didn't tell about how the box was acquired.
Yep.
So they knew what the stories were. They said they didn't know what the stories were. And then the emails and then the texting came out. It's like, okay, here we go. So they did know, and they hid them. So we have deceit here on the other side. What do you have? Kind of going back, we kind of sort of said we were going to kind of, it's money both ways. Big money over here.
No, I'm with you.
Little money over here. Morality, none.
I don't think in the long run, it's going to have a huge impact, in the sense of, I don't think any one specific event with any breakers are going to get them under any regulation. But it's one of those things where if you rack up enough, if enough dollars are lost and the wrong person is willing to push enough, that's why I say, let's go. It makes the argument that it's a gambling thing, and that can cause you a lot of problems. So if one event is high profile enough and gets circulated out enough to push somebody to actually take a look at it, that could be more impactful, because we could probably forget about Steve Hart will go back to doing his thing in a couple of weeks, or in no time. He may do Pokemon down the road. As far as, like I said, I'm more cynical. I'll take the glass half empty view. He'll just keep chugging along. He'll get quiet. He'll go hide in a cave for a while and eventually come back out.
On the next box, we know what to look for.
Yeah,
It's a great education piece.
that's right. So, but the breaker world is a very tenuous one, because there's already a lot of dangers to it. It's very difficult for the one specific guys. I don't care about them. What happens to them is of no consequence. But if they make it bad for other breakers, it can mess up an entire ecosystem that is right now causing the product to get opened. So a lot of that product, the current product that's getting open, is getting opened through those channels.
Yeah, that's where the hobby comes into mixing that up. Is it gambling because you're just really wanting a card?
Yeah.
So, but a card does have a value, so you have that little distance in between there that kind of bridges the gap.
Yeah.
Whereas one is, you're not gambling, you're sort of kind of gambling.
Go ahead, Eric.
But you are gambling in our eye. We see that.
That's why I wanted to present both sides of the possibility.
Yeah.
You can make an argument for both. Go ahead, Eric.
Be tough.
So, in my opinion, the difference is the Logan Paul situation. Somebody somewhere, this was thought out, planned, and put into effect.
Mm-hmm.
The Canadian mastermind.
Yes. The other one,
Those Canadians are devious.
yeah, I've heard about them.
Western Canadian, sorry, the other way.
The other one was done live.
Mm-hmm.
This was about excitement and panic and what do we do? And there was no malice. There was no forethought. This was complete panic of how do we handle this situation. This kid thought he had a Tesla on his hands. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Which testament that he doesn't know how much a Tesla is.
Yeah.
That shit's expensive.
No, exactly. But one is a mistake that was then tried to be cleaned up poorly.
Mm-hmm.
The other one was straight out fraud that was thought out and perpetrated. And then if you want to look at financials, one is 3.5 million and the other one is a possible 20,000.
Yeah.
Now I don't have either. But if I had to have someone steal money from me, I'd rather have them steal 20,000 from me. So
I think that's fair.
I think the Logan Paul thing needs to be investigated by real authorities. When you're dealing with 3.5 million in fraud, that can't just be ignored and thrown away. I think the Backyard Breakers did not do any justice for themselves or their business. But I think they were just in a complete panic and are not able to dig themselves out of that hole.
Yeah, I always say that, you're not grown up until you can make that call right away. When you know that something is right, you do it, and because you know it's right, and they know it's right to give it away.
The kid said that.
When you second guess then you know. And I always said that to Stephen.
Yeah.
It's like, you're a man when you start doing the things that you know that you should do, and the
Right.
other things you shouldn't. It's a slippery slope, but
you watched it live. They weren't trying to hide it. It was complete panic.
Well, they couldn't hide it. They were
No.
screaming, "Oh
Yeah.
my god! Oh my god!"
oh my god, I'm holding
So,
each other. It was so funny.
It was
Love
complete panic. The
Yep.
other one was done in a dark garage somewhere and thought about, and GI Joe cards were purchased and stuffed in Pokemon boxes and taped up. One was, quote, well thought out, and the other one happened naturally. And those are two very different things.
Yeah, I think having ability is part of responsibility. Once you have the ability to do something, you have the responsibility, the innate responsibility to do it, I think, at that point. And that was the call they should have made in a half a second. There should have been no thought. You want to backtrack later, but you got an audience in front of you.
And they could have fixed it they could have slept on it and fixed it all the next day and said, listen, man, we panicked. I mean, there was a huge hit.
Yeah, and everything would have been square, right?
Our brains shut off. We're very, very sorry. We're going to make this right on every level.
No, I think I agree with that. The response, there are ways that you could have. It's not the end of the world. You could have like to Bobby's point from earlier, because he was making a solid point. While it was implied, it wasn't ironclad. It's a situation where you can say, "Look, we messed up. Here's what we're gonna do to resolve it, and just make good." Because there's a lot of ways you can make good that wouldn't have given you too much trouble. And I think it's a fair point. I think Eric's making some solid points. See, we can be nice to him too sometimes.
I'm shocked. Now,
Take it.
I appreciate it. Another point I wanted to make before I had to take that important phone call was I was going to say that obviously I'm not a lawyer, but the breaks, people are paying into them.
Mm-hmm.
That is a contract.
Yeah.
And so if you said, "Hey, Eric, I'm going to open up this box of cards in front of me, and you can have whatever's in this pack," and you pull a $20,000 card, you'd be like, "Yeah, dude, you're out of luck." I don't have a leg to stand on.
It was kind of an additional card, but I get where you're going, Eric.
We don't have any kind of contract. You just talking out of your ass, and I have nothing to stand on. If I am sending you even $1, and we are in a business contract, and you say, "I am now going to give this to you," and then you renege, you have now broken a contract. And I think some legalities can happen there.
So, Carlos, was that card, was that a free extra card, or was there not enough breakers in there?
So it was supposed to. So my understanding is that the context was that they normally do some giveaways on their stream, and they promote it as part of a thing that they do, and I've seen different variations of this where sometimes you give away product on the stream just in general. Sometimes you give away product on the stream to somebody who maybe had a bad break, because sometimes maybe somebody gets unlucky, but what you do is you preset it ahead of time. Yeah, no, but I'm saying you could have a situation where you have a team, for example, and you don't pull any hits, like of any level, even minor hits. Like you are completely, it's just getting skunked. Like you get nothing. In which case, then they can have a couple of cards on reserve and say, "Hey, if you really completely lucked out, we opened a case or we opened a bunch of boxes and really didn't pull anything for you comparatively to everybody else, at least got something. Mm-hmm. Here's a little make good, something that we can throw in there for you." It's like, hey, it's a consolation prize. Because it was luck of the draw. We were opening the boxes and packs. It was randomized in a lot of cases, so you just got super unlucky. You got the wrong team for this case. Another case would have worked out better for you. So here's something. But usually you preset that. You say ahead of time, we got some cards set aside for you. If you get completely skunked, we're going to reach in this pile, we're going to grab some cards, and we'll send you that. So at least
they opened a pack in lieu of that?
So in this case, it seemed like it was fairly early at the beginning of a break. Because when I was watching the beginning clip of it, that's where I say, you're right, the context does matter to it. This is where like I said, I think for this one, I will reach out to Lefko because I would like to get his take on it, because he obviously saw the footage. So I'd be kind of curious to see his interpretation of the circumstances that led up to it and where he puts that one and where he ranks it in. I think that'd be an interesting conversation.
Yeah, actually, I've seen him on a few different shows. He's very good, and he plays in the middle. He's a devil advocate. He's very good at that. He's not, for or against anything. He's very, he loves the hobby stuff. So he loves getting.
But he's a lawyer, and he's a lawyer. He could argue both sides of the case. So a good lawyer should be able to argue both sides of the case.
Yeah,
and that's how you do it. So I'll get caught up on a couple of these comments here. Some good comments. Thank you, everybody. Just think of the G.I. Joe cards the backyard boomers could have by that Kadoob card. Yes. Who came up with the name backyard breakers anyway? Lord knows. If you were at your LCS and there was a kid selling their parents' collection who passed away, and the folks from the store trying to take advantage of 2 to 5 value, what would you do? What would you do?
That's been going on since the 80s?
The 70s? Dawn of time?
Well, with sports cards, I mean. But
yeah. No, here's the thing. Now, I guess it depends also on your relationship with the LCS, because if you're dealing with an LCS where the dealer is a bit of a shy. Look, if you really don't care about being at the LCS anymore, then you just lay it out flat. That's not what it's worth. It's worth more than that, period, end of story. Now,
I kind of do this at the post office when somebody goes to mail something. I said, no, you can get that through regular post. You don't have to go through, it's going to be there in 3 days. It's in Toronto to Toronto. Yeah. You don't have to get express post. It's Friday. It doesn't matter. It's going to sit there for 2 days. It'll be there Monday. Don't worry. And then they look at me at the post office. It's Shoppers Drug Mart. It's just Shoppers.
I was going to say, they don't get commission. They don't
but they're pushed in their areas to upsell. And
I get you.
They don't like me there. They do now, but I mean, I don't.
You sure it's the postal thing? That's the reason they don't like you? Maybe. Is this an Eric situation where, are you sure that's why?
Well, they love me there, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. But
I'm not loved
that's
anywhere.
what that's
No,
you
I was
are.
gonna say. I was gonna say.
You are. It's secretly done. Don't worry about it. Eric.
Oh, very, double secret probation style. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some probation stuff, of course. So, but at a sports card store, if somebody's doing that, you got to say something.
Yeah, I don't really patronize. There are LCSs that I go into transactionally. Where literally I'm in there, I grab a couple of boxes or packs or whatever, and then I'm out the door. I'm not really hanging out. If I'm hanging out, then theoretically maybe you've got at least a little bit more of a relationship with it. If you know that's the way they do their business, you have to understand that you're kind of just acquiescing to this. You're kind of allowing it. Realistically, there are a lot of folks that are going to pull the stunt. At this stage, though, to be honest with you, I understand the scenario. The likelihood is they would think it's worth 10 times what it's actually worth. Nowadays, a lot of people have seen the internet, so they think their 1991 Pro set is worth millions of dollars. It's like, it usually tends to be like the 2 to 5% is actually probably closer to market rate. 2 to 5% of what you're asking for.
And
But I understand the question.
And people also don't understand sometimes that the LCS can't give you book value. That's what they're selling it for.
That's right.
So you
They
are
never
going
give you
to
book value.
No, and they should know. Like if they're doing business, even if they're doing business honestly, where's the margin? You have to build in margin into your offer one way or the other. Otherwise, close the door. Like shut the whole thing down. Turn the lights off.
Yeah, and you're not Superman. You're not here to save the day.
Yeah.
But if somebody's ripping somebody off,
well,
some
especially
innocent
in that scenario, a kid.
Yeah.
old man or kid, sure.
Yeah.
Anybody else? You, me? No. But
No, I'd step in if I thought a kid or maybe an elderly person was being taken advantage of. That's just not tolerable.
It's certainly at what point. If you really know what's going on, then you should really say something.
That's fair. I think
Most people won't.
No, most people will not. No. Most people will defend it.
You got what you exactly.
Breakers, the breakers. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
People will defend it. Real quick here, a couple good comments here. As soon as the Pokemon card started, we knew it was a fake that Trevor was stealing. I'm with you. I get it.
Yeah.
Are you guys saying that I should be concerned about the Babe Ruth auto, the Sun and Blue Sharpie? Possibly. Possibly.
Maybe.
So this is the difference between first and second degree hobby douchebaggery. Yes.
Oh, that's a good
Yeah.
one.
Not smart enough to start digging the hole. Yep. As a legit breaker, you shouldn't be in a panic. Your responsibility is to keep the damn cards that you're supposed to go to your customers. I got you. I'm with you. Listen, the man can't afford a full shirt. He's starving out there. He's starving out there.
Yeah.
He dreams of nothing more than a shopping spree at Target. It's a noble dream. Single tier.
Yeah, it's the old I gotta feed my family thing.
At this point, he's got to feed himself. Like, he's got to do something. One's manslaughter, one's murder. One. Yeah, that's fair. If I was breaking for people, I knew before it started that I'm going to see big cards. Yeah. That you do have to accept if you're going to enter into that genre, you will pull some cards that would be big money.
That's the
and
goal.
that's what you're agreeing to. Yeah.
Yeah, really.
That's what keeps you in business. If you're pulling big cards, it's like the convenience store that somebody won the jackpot in, and they put the big banner on the outside that say, jackpot won here.
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, this must be the lucky convenience store, the lucky 7-Eleven. It's like,
I'm gonna go to the other one because the odds are
could be, but
Like-
but some people get drawn in just because they're like, oh, well, if the jackpot was won at this one, and over at Union Station over in Toronto, because they do so much volume, they've had a lot of big prizes in there, but they put the little banners on the side for all the big prizes that have been won there, and
everybody.
thousands of people have been by there. A bunch of people by. The law of
Daily.
averages says they're going to get some winners and some big
Yeah.
ones, but they still promote it. They still advertise it.
Yeah.
They're not immune. They're part of it too. So the problem is not a paid break. The issue is whether the backyard breaks was a lottery. It's potentially worse from a legal standpoint. Totally with you. Thank you, Jay.
Yeah. It's
Yep.
really there.
That's why I say, I think it's an interesting question. I'm open and I'm interested in the conversation because I'll accept the take. I would love to get some input into the thoughts on it. Most content creators do giveaways is common nowadays. Yep. Lane does a hit list break every month for those that didn't hit cards in the breaks. Exactly. So it'd be that kind of. And by the way, that's a good way of keeping return business. Hey, you know what? You didn't win this time around. Here's a little consolation prize.
Yeah,
Enjoy.
but Leighton's a veteran. He's been around I've known him 18 years, and he's had his own business. I don't know. I guess probably 15 years now.
It's been a while,
Breaks. Well, Vintage Break, but before that, he was something else. Oh, I forget. He actually advertised, I think, in this.
One of your books.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's a funny advertisement. I should find it.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
I said,
Josh?
"Is this your advertisement? Are you sure?"
There you go. So Josh says, hit the like button for a great conversation. I agree. And it's free. We still not charging.
Free?
No promises in 2023, but
Come on.
at the moment,
I thought
we're
you
not
said-
charging for the likes.
I thought you said.
No. I'm giving them this year off. We can accept that legally binding verbal contract. 2023, though, I make no promises.
Okay.
No promises for 2023. BBC rap Magna Carta. I dig it. And inside, so do we find the lyrics to the G.I. Joe theme? Because I'd appreciate it. It's written on the back. Sweet. BBC rap Dead Sea Scrolls. Yes.
Oh, even better.
Love it. Is the tape good, Steve? Is the tape good? I think it's good. Am I wrong to think these breakers will benefit long-term due to all the publicity with the amount of people apologizing for them? Maybe. Now you're thinking cynically. I think it's time for us to be more positive. All right, so hold on. You got this is your ad, the advertisement for Layton's? Okay.
Yeah,
there you go.
2006. He puts this ad, and I went, "Is your ad?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "All right."
The Just Collect?
It's Just Collect. Yeah, that's what
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
So he did 2 people fighting. I said, "This is your ad." Oh, all right. It says, "One collections, drop your gloves and fight for your items."
I'll take it. Why not? Works out.
Actually, a lot of people talked about that ad.
Yeah. So long term here, DR, I would say I could see it being like if you subscribe to the all publicity is good publicity, maybe. We never know.
The other thing that really has left a bad taste in some people's mouths regarding this is he said something along the lines that we've donated, $20,000 to the Boys and Girls Club,
Yes.
but we are not going to show you proof of that because I believe in, peace and love and trust, and I'm not gonna show you the proof that we did that.
Okay.
I like that logic. We're not going to show you proof.
Yeah.
So in that spirit, I would like to make an announcement. On behalf of myself, Eric, and Bobby, we have donated $3.51 million to Boys and Girls Club. I will not show you receipts or any evidence to the contrary, but I assure you that we in fact donated that. To be fair, most of it is Bobby's money, but it's like 1/10 of his personal fortune.
He
Just
won't even
1/10,
notice.
1%.
Hashtag donate.
Correct.
But I mean, so you're trying to do damage control, and the first thing you say is, "We're going to donate money to the Boys and Girls Club, but we're not going to prove it."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yep. No, people are already doubting you and of who you are as a person, and the first thing out of your mouth is, "I'm not going to show you that I actually donated this money. You have to just believe me."
What you got to understand though is the back.
through their mind at that time.
What you got to understand is the backyard breakers subscribe to the theory that hashtag the hobby is smarter.
Oh,
They believe it.
I don't know. Well, you're sitting there going, "Hey, why don't we just do a donation and we'll just tell everybody?" And it's just like, do you think people are that smart? Maybe not.
oh, it's just they just continue to shoot themselves in the foot. I think Yannick said something earlier in the comments about they just don't know when to stop digging.
Yes, they're digging the hole. That's right. Yep.
Ridiculous.
Yep. At a certain point, you kind of have to just accept it as a sunk cost and just eat it and be done with it. Just move on. Just move on.
They're going to keep digging until they find Joe.
Pretty much.
Joe? Joe?
If only he was still alive. What are you going to do? Yep. Be down to dress up as Island Boys when mimicking the backyard snake breakers. Nice. Well played. Buy a fat suit to mimic. Jacob Shine. Yep. Nice. That guy donated 3/4 of a shirt. I like this comment, Adam. I like where you went with it.
We should start having a contest, comment of the night.
I think that's a good idea. I'll be honest.
What are we going to give away for prizes? McNabbs.
I was thinking about a Trevor Lawrence Kaboom Gold. You notice I didn't name anybody. It's like, hey, Eric has coming of the night.
Yes.
Next week, Bobby has coming of the night.
How does it work that
Wait a minute, not hashtag rigged.
way? Everybody's a winner, except you.
Well, right now, Adam's winning, so
There you go. Yeah, that was a good comment. I like it.
we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, even if you donate,
Been in
that's
some
one hell of
good
a tax
comments
write-off.
tonight.
Yeah, if I
Funny
can
ones.
afford to donate to charity, then don't keep the damn card. That's right. Absolutely. Who was that break?
And I said that also to someone. If you have 20 grand to just hand over to the Boys and Girls Club, why are you so excited about this damn piece of cardboard? You just give it to the other guy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
I
that-
understand how the tax write-off things work. I understand it's actually them giving themselves 20 grand. I understand how it all works, but if you have 20,000 sitting around that you're just going to hand off, why are you not doing the right thing? It's crazy.
I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember those. Remember those bubble gum things that were called Ford gum? They had the square pieces of gum. It was in a round bubble. Eric might remember.
Okay.
And it had that metal. You'd put your
I
penny in.
remember that. I remember
Kenny,
the
you
bubbles.
guys wouldn't know.
I remember all that. I don't
No,
remember
this is a
square
small
gum.
little one. This is a little metal base. Anyways,
Okay.
it had this little flip top ad on the top, and it said a portion of this of the gum sales go to a donation. I forget what it was, some Kiwanis or something like that. It said, what percentage? Now looking back as a kid, you're kind of thinking, oh, okay, you read it because you used to push it because it was on a swivel there, so you could push it up and down, and that's why you got to know it. And you're going, morally, you didn't care as a kid, you just cared about the gum. But looking back on it, it's like, what portion of that 0.00% of what? It's like gum sales. What are you kidding? We gave a nickel. We're good.
Hey, this whole hobby was built on gum sales.
True enough.
Yeah, that's true. That's a fact.
That's a good one, Eric.
Don't tell anybody I said that.
Look at you.
I don't want people thinking I'm smart.
Don't worry about that.
Thank you. Whew. That was close.
Good save. Good save.
That was close.
Who is the breaker who wore rubber gloves when he broke an $81 card? Now that's breaker integrity. Or grounds to put him in a padded room. But yes. 3 stars comment of the night. That's right. I'll donate my cricket cards for the giveaway. Bold. Don Bradman, curator, would be very proud of you right now. Thank you, Aussie Card Dad. Thank you.
Sorry, not a winner.
Yeah. I was actually trying to find, like I said, I think a lot of these things will live on in memes. But now I kind of want, and I wish I had a picture of it because I remember, but the family used to order a lot of Mandarin at the house, and you get the fortune cookies with it. But there was one time that I pulled like the greatest fortune cookie ever. I wish I had taken a picture of it and framed it, and it literally said on it, "That other cookie cannot be trusted." And I was like,
"What?
How do you know there are more fortune cookies?"
Yes.
What kind of a cynical bastard are you? And I love everything about it. I showed it to my dad and he just started laughing. I was like, this is the greatest fortune cookie that has ever existed. I go, that other cookie cannot be trusted. Aha! Hashtag conspiracy.
See, when you order from them, even if you're ordering a single meal, they grab a handful and they just kind of throw them in there with all
but regardless, that was the
sauce
best comment in a fortune cookie I have ever seen.
I'm surprised it's even. I think that was
genius.
A fix.
It was genius.
I was like, the factory. I'm going to get somebody. Yeah.
And I approve.
I've never seen that.
They win comment of the night. Every night.
Every night.
That's a long time ago, right?
It was been a while, yeah.
Yeah, because the more recent ones, here's your lucky numbers. Says kind of the same thing 50 times different. Yeah.
It was amazing. Have something to make me laugh.
I kind of secretly hope that at some point, like, someone took a picture of one that had that same measure, because I would love to put it on a meme of some kind when the hobby does something crazy, where it just says, that other cookie cannot be trusted. It was just so random, and when I saw it, I just stared at it. I was like, what just happened? It was amazing.
We used to do, because we used to go to friends, and we'd go out to Mandarin. So what we would do with the fortune cookie, after you open it, after you read it, you have to say in bed. So if you kind of get into whatever you say in bed, it's kind of funny.
Yeah,
so get a few lines there. I can't pull up one that out of my head,
Yeah, no, that's fair.
So remember, next time, if you can go outdoors and go to a place to eat or get some in the mail or get some delivered to you,
fair enough.
Stay in bed.
So you see, this message right here is the one that you would do if you were getting fired the next day and you don't care.
See, that's some young kid working there for sure. Or some young guy for sure.
But like I said, what I liked about the particular one that I told you about is that it just breathes of an air of suspicion. It's not like cursing anybody out or anything. It's like, that other cookie cannot be trusted. Do not trust that other cookie.
See, that would be the excitement of cookies if they did that, because otherwise it's rather generic. Nobody cares. I actually like how they taste, to be honest.
They're not bad, actually. They're not bad. I would agree with that.
But if they did more of those, it'd be more exciting what you're going to get in there.
I think it would be fun if once in a while they threw in a more interesting statement.
Well,
Like,
that was the
just-
most interesting I've ever heard.
Yeah, when I saw it, it was so random and it was straight out of the box, and I was like, okay then. I was like, I'll take it.
I'd write, that wasn't chicken.
That's what I mean. I like the message that casts suspicion. I like the message that like plays into a hashtag conspiracy.
Yeah.
I was like, excellent. I like it. All right. So what we'll do here is, folks in the chat, two things. Josh mentioned earlier. I'll just remind you because I see a decent amount of you. Like button, guys. Come on, hook people up. Like button.
So wait until all the controversy goes by, and then it can.
I know we've given you
drive the back
hashtag.
end.
We've given you hashtag conspiracy cookie stories, and we made fun of the Breaker Bros. We did it.
Yeah.
We talked about Tarjay. Come on, work with me, man. Work with me.
Now we can talk about all the other fun stuff.
Yes, I do have one that's kind of open ended that we'll have a little fun with it. Dave and Steve completely whiffed on this. They disappoint me. They disappoint me greatly, and I'll say it right now. They disappointed me because this is right up Dave's alley. He's like an expert on the subject, but I want to have some fun and take it. So the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame is back.
Oh, really?
It's back. Back, bros. So, Mike Baseball Collector has decided to hand off the baton to formerly, I think, Ticket Leprechaun, who is now going by a different YouTube handle. I'll find it. I don't remember the name of it. But he's going to be taking the baton and doing it in his style, whatever he decides. The concept itself is simple enough. For those of you unfamiliar, I'll quickly explain. And by the way, if you've got any comments or questions on either the Logan Paul or Breaker Bros, put it in there. We can still, like I said, we can still talk about it, but I want to bring up this other
It's
topic.
not over.
Yeah, like it's not over, but I just want to broach this topic while we're here. This is a more open-ended conversation anyway. So the whole idea, the way Mike positions it, is it's supposed to be to encourage community. The idea being that you make a video talking about some YouTube channels that you like. You can explain a lot or you can just name them off. Your choice, how you want to present it. The concept being to motivate people to shout out certain channels. They're being like, hey, I like these channels. I think it should be in this Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame's not really a real thing. They've got a little patch that he hands out and has custom made, whatever, fine. But the idea is it's supposed to be a community building exercise where we encourage and share our favorite channels.
Can you vote for yourself?
No. The idea is that you don't vote for yourself.
But can you, though? I asked the question.
I guess, as far as I know, there's no rule against it. I suppose you could. I don't think anybody's done it, but I suppose you could. This would explain Bob Lewis.
Maybe. How
Interesting.
does that work? Huh.
Interesting. But the idea here, the question, is not directly pertaining to this specifically because it is what it is. People may not have heard of it. They may not care. My question, though, is that when you do something like that, you can very easily get into favoritism. You can very easily get into, I'm going to vote for my
That
friends.
goes, yeah, of course.
No, but like immediately.
You
like,
vote for me. I
it's
vote
the
for
easy,
you.
exactly. You can reciprocate votes and all that. Like it becomes less about what are my favorite channels, more like, hey, these are my buddies, here you go. Again, it doesn't really mean anything, but the idea here is supposed to be like, let's expose people to maybe channels they haven't seen that we think are good for reason XYZ. So my question would be, number one, does this concept, is there no way to avoid it becoming the popularity contest that it ends up being usually? Or number two, if you did want to try to build a community and expand it, how would you want to approach it? How would you want to encourage people to shout out in a thing that people are kind of participating in? So it's an open-ended question. It's two sides. You can kind of touch on either piece of it. I do like a couple of these comments, though. I want to touch on them real important. Yep, why not package cards and fortune cookies? Dapsman gets my vote. I voted for Jeff Sports Card Investor. Dapsman. Nothing explains Bob Lewis. Facts. BBC E-Rap fortune cookies. You see? The memes work. It works in so many ways, in so many categories. I like everything that relates to this. Facts. Facts. Wayne's World quote. Yeah, exactly. Yannick's there with the quotes. Love it. With the first 2 weeks of 2022 in the books, do you think you'll acquire more cards in 2022 versus 2021? Probably. If I'm being honest, probably.
I can't. I gotta stop.
That is a statement that could have been uttered in 2021, 2020, 2019, 2018, and yet, here we are.
I gotta take a break. You know how they have dry January for people who drink?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta come up with but I'll do it February. That's the short month. No, don't buy any cards in February.
Good luck with that.
Yeah,
Yeah, good luck with that. Look, I had one mail package this week. One. Which sounds like, oh, okay, that's not, that's fine. That's okay. The pickup video tomorrow morning is 26 minutes long.
Oh, good Lord.
because it was to ship my cards package, you see.
Yes, I knew that. Yes.
The stack of cards is like, I got football, I got baseball, I got hockey, I got some wrestling, I got a golf card.
Oh wow.
There's
All right.
there's a variety. Like there's actually if you fit almost every category other than basketball, I got you. I got you. Alas, no cricket. So sorry. Apologies.
Oh,
Yeah, apologies to that. 500 episode club. If you get in there, you're a lock for the Hall of Fame. You see, I like that. I like that. Can't wait to open mine and get a fake cookie. Yes. New Grading Company, ACS, Ancient Chinese Secret. Yeah, there you go. Well played. 500 episode, 500 hours. 500 hours, I got this on lock. The second one especially, I got it on lock.
I think
500 hours. Child's play.
I think you did that maybe in your third episode.
Oh, it was a lot. It was a lot. Lord knows it was a lot. What was funny is it's like I said, the content gods hammered us already the first 2 weeks. Like this is episode video number 11, and we're on the 14th day of January. We've had 2 live streams. Well, the impromptu ones, so 3. But okay then.
Yeah, not everybody gets a heads up on those unpromptu ones. They just, I don't know what happens.
Look, get your people on it.
I
Find
know,
a person, and
gotta
then
get
get
a
them to be. By the
gotta get a person.
way, you can get the heads up if you're subscribed. You got to hit the bell, man. Hit the bell and you get the notification. YouTube doesn't always do it, but oftentimes
Yeah,
it does.
I'm guessing that's probably already set up from back when I first started following the show back early last year.
The other one is that I did put a post on Instagram about it ahead of time. Because I decided not to just go live immediately. I gave a little window to be like, okay, let's see what we can do, because it was actually a decent time. Like it was I think 6 o'clock Eastern, which was a good time for me. Bobby was around. He was just getting in, so he was able to join in, and Yannick was around. So
It's not you, it's me.
oh no, it's always you.
Yes.
But I tried to give you an out here. I was trying to give you an out. Yeah, 500 episodes or 3,000 hours. Fair. Yeah, Carlos a day, mail day potpourri. Yeah. I like the variety mail days, though. That's fun because a lot of times it can be very monotonous. It's kind of fun when you can grab like a stack of cards. A couple of them actually have a little bit of a story. That's fun. And some of them can have a little explanation. It's opposed to just going card by card by card. But it gets kind of boring if that's all you're doing. If you got at least an explanation for some of them, it's kind of nice. Yep, Pete Rose of Hours. I appreciate that. High quality TV guide for the hobby. Yep. Can't wait to open mine. It says knowing is half the battle. Yes, for the fortune cookie. Love it. Like I said, the memes are going to be good this year. They're going to be good. They're already off to a good start. We're off to a good start. But yeah. So any thoughts or any comments? We did get some votes, like I said, for Dapsman. I always appreciate a good vote for Dapsman. That's always good. But the general idea here was that I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to build a community. I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to encourage people to check out, expand beyond like your normal, myopic view, because some people subscribe to certain channels and they just leave it alone. And then that's it. That's fine. But that doesn't mean there aren't other channels there that might be interesting to you. It's nice getting some recommendations here and there. If it gives people ideas, that's good. That's a good thing. I still think the Hobby Palooza one probably worked better for that, only because at least it gave people a chance to actually see and interact with the person a little bit and be like, okay, I like the way this person does their thing. I'll check out the rest of the channel. Sure. I thought that was a good way of approaching it because at least it gave you a reason to check it out. And then you got to interact a little bit. And if you like their style, well, then maybe it'll carry over to the videos. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I can just go back to when I was, trying to find things that I was interested in. I wanted to find things that had to do with hockey cards mostly, and but with people that also could keep me updated on hobby news and the goings on, so I wouldn't be left behind. And some don't do those things. So it's like, I watched them maybe once, twice, and said, okay, that's enough for me. And then I found the ones that did discuss those things, and I have a list of maybe 5 or 6 that I get pinged on when when they have their shows, and if I have the time, I'll sit back and enjoy them. But not every show is going to be someone's cup of tea.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But I think it is good to check out more stuff, because if you found a show that you like, and I found a handful, there's a good chance that there's some others out there too.
Yep. I think that's fair. Like I said, conceptually, I thought it wasn't a bad idea. I always thought the execution was the problem. It wasn't the idea. It was the execution. Because as soon as you get into a popularity contest, you know what's going to happen. And then it defeats the point. Then it becomes the same channels over and over again, just circling around. It's like
Logan Paul. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Listen, at this point, we should all vote for Logan Paul. He gave us entertainment.
Oh,
I vote for Logan Paul. Best hobby content creator 2022. Huge. Amazing. But yeah, no, I get it. And Ozzy Cardet here says it'd be good if some of the big hobby channels shout out some of the smaller collector-based channels, and that's fair. And they do need a little bit of help here. So I assume Bob here is referring to the goat of goats, Ziggy Palfy. The mail day does have a Ziggy Palfy in it. It does, in fact, have a Ziggy Palfy in it. Wow. And what I'll do actually is I've got it at the top of the pile. There is a reason why there's a Ziggy Palfy in it, and I'll actually give you guys a story. So it's in the video as well, but I'll give you the short version. I got it right here.
All right. Entertainment value never stops.
I know, right?
Vote for Carlos.
I know, right?
Vote
Okay,
for Carlos.
so I bought a 5-card lot on eBay. So I was looking around, puttering around, looking at some random stuff. And I came across this lot by accident because I wasn't searching specifically for any of these. These are all 2001 SP Authentic Signs of the Times autograph cards. Okay?
I like those.
Nice cards. Yeah, they're nice cards. This was the 5-card lot, though. It was a buy it now best offer. But as soon as I saw it, I hit the buy it now. I didn't even wait.
Yeah, not good.
Because I took a look at it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in a certain order, but it'll become clear what we're doing here in a second. So first one, not a crazy card. This is probably the least interesting one of the bunch, but still, whatever. So we got Jeff O'Neill. He was a pretty good goal scorer in his day. I think he had a couple of 40-goal seasons. Not a bad player, but nothing too exciting.
He was
a solid player.
Solid player.
Exactly. Now, second one, Rob Blake. So we got a Hall of Famer there. Not a big deal, but a Hall of Famer. That's not bad. On-card autographs, all of these. That's cool.
Anytime you can get a Hall of Famer in any sport, it's a good pull.
Yep. Next one here, Go to Goats, Ziggy Palfy, which of course was hilarious, obviously. I just thought I got a kick out of that, so that's always good.
He was a good player.
He was a very good scorer in his day.
Yeah.
So nothing wrong with that.
Very good player.
Fourth card of 5. Mike Medano.
Oh.
So I already got the Medano, but at the same time, already this lot is not half bad. Like, pretty decent little lot. But the reason I bought it, the Medano would be an extra for me. I already have one of those. And the Goat of Goats, that was funny, but that in itself would not motivate me to buy. But there were 5 cards.
Drum roll, please.
Card number 5. Steve Eiserman.
Oh,
CGY. Wow.
very nice.
5-card lot, $50.
$10 a card. How can you go wrong?
The Eiserman is worth more than that.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And I get a bonus Medano, and I get a Goat of Goats, and I get another Hall of Famer tossed in. And Jeff O'Neill was a solid player in his day. Like,
sure was.
You can't lose. Like, this is a win-win.
And
That's
this
easy.
is how you make your collection free.
Yeah. Like, I was like, I accept your tribute.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for your offering.
Yeah.
I guess.
If you got the Eiserman for 50,
That's my point.
That would have been a good deal.
As soon as I see the Eiserman, I'm like, we're already good. And my toss-in is Medano. My toss-in is another Hall of Famer. My toss-in is the Goat of Goats. And Jeff O'Neill is another toss-in.
I have
Ziggy, you
jersey
can play up
cards
on
of
the show?
his.
Yeah.
But I don't have
Occasionally
his
you run
autograph.
into some. It's still possible occasionally to run. I guess the guy just didn't want to list them separately. Like, honestly, a couple of those would go very well on comp, so you could put them on for a reasonable price, and you do all right.
This goes on all the time, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got to look for him.
Yeah, and I came across it by accident, but as soon as I saw it, I did not hesitate. I hit that button, and we were done. So that's part of my mail day. So there you go. That's a piece of my mail day.
Search midday. Some guys are home, well, especially with COVID.
Yeah.
Just search. And, I picked up some great stuff because it's usually nothing. 99% it's nothing. At 1% of the time will pay off big time.
Agreed. So you got to kind of keep your eyes and ears open. Like, keep your eyes and ears open. Sometimes you'll get lucky. You never know. Like I said, I wasn't looking for it, but once I saw it, I didn't hesitate, and we were good. So there, a Ziggy card added to the collection. Why not? So I'm going to keep that one. The Jeff O'Neill, I'll figure it out. It would probably be a good candidate for Compsy, honestly. It'd be a really easy one to put in there and maybe put it for like $5 or $6 or whatever, and take that.
Like,
The
it's gotta be
Eiserman,
$20, right?
yeah, basically I would look for whatever the price is, maybe the going rate, and I'd undercut somebody slightly just to
Yeah.
sell it
Yeah.
because the cost basis on it is so low, and the Eiserman is already a win just on the lot. So it's like we're good. We're already in good shape. So Baz, here's what shipped my cards. So I did a video on it, Baz, but I'll quickly iterate. It's basically like a third party. Think of it almost like a PO box, but it's actually people that will receive it for you. And they've got two locations. One's in Oregon if you want to try to save on taxes, and then they'll forward it over to the main one, so a tax-free state, and then they'll forward it over to the main office. The main office is in Arizona, so you can use them as like your PO box, so to speak. So in Canada, I'll use them to save because the shipping differential a lot of times is huge. It's huge. It's monstrous. I can save $20 or $30 a card sometimes on shipping. So the fee they charge is relatively nominal because for a card or two, it's $2. If it's a lot, it's $5. If it's a box, it's $5. So for that handling fee, they'll let it sit there as long as you want. You can accumulate a stack, and when you're ready, go, please ship it to me. And they go put it together in one shipment. I ask for FedEx because I want it quicker. I want it basically overnighted. You don't have to do that. You can choose a different option. And I get it within a day. The FedEx people already know me. They knock on the door. They drop it in front. They hand it over, and we're good to go.
Plus, you save on the international shipping fee.
Huge. So
That's
with the sheer
paying for
number
your
of
thing
cards,
on the
like
card.
in this group of cards here, I probably saved $150 in shipping, conservatively.
That's
At
incredible.
least. And that's with paying ship my cards their fee.
Yeah.
Like, and paying FedEx to ship it, and paying duty. With all that combined, I still save $150 easy. And some places won't ship to Canada. So if they won't ship to Canada at all, then it's not even an option at any price. They won't let you. So it gives me the ability to do that. So it helps.
Yeah.
If you had to legitimately guess what percentage of BBC box are potentially fake, under 1%, I'd say over 5%. Through sheer volume, you're gonna have over 5. That's just my opinion. You can stay out of that one, Bobby, if you want. Or if you want to opine it, you can. Or you can be like, I'm eating. Sorry. The fortune cookie told me not to trust it. I need to chew slowly.
I had a nap, and my wife made me a sandwich, and I forgot about it, and I went, I'm kind of hungry.
Nice.
So I just went and grabbed it.
Yeah, maybe the hobby at large can vote for favorite small channels, but add some variety. The hobby at large would be kind of tricky. That'd be real tough. That'd be tough. Yep, so that's pertaining to the lot here. Yep, geez, some get lost in the algorithms. Absolutely. Sign of the times are nice. I'll call on card. Yep, absolutely. That was the other thing. It's on card, which is always very nice.
Right.
Yep. One that works well for me is eBay search spelling the name wrong. Absolutely. That's still a good one. Shipping Canada is a rip-off single item. No doubt. No question. Ship My Cards is for us international buyers who want to save in shipping. Thank you, Aussie Card Dad, 100%. And I know they do a lot of business with folks in Australia as well for the same reason. It's just tough for them to, but at least if they get it in one bulk lot, it's easier for them a lot of times. Yep, a lot of us sellers say free shipping versus 35 US to ship across the border. Yeah, we get murdered on that international shipping. It's like, guys, it's not cross continent, across an ocean. It shouldn't be like $30 to ship a couple of cards.
No,
Well,
it's
that's
crazy.
because, it all goes to Chicago. So the seller has $3. He ships to Chicago, and he doesn't have to worry about all this extra paperwork that they say could come into Canada. It isn't. It's just you put the name on a slip. It's the same difference as putting it on their envelope. What is the difference? There isn't. So eBay puts the duty, puts the tax, puts everything on, and then ships it up to you. So it's got to actually go there, and then it's got to come up here. Just go to Ship My Cards. It's a great option.
Yeah,
I have a
as I said-
personal friend that does it, but I mean,
Well, I included that in the video. I made it right off the top. I said, look, if you have somebody there who will receive it for you and is okay with hanging on to it for a while and then shipping it to you, you can make arrangements. That's better, obviously.
Yeah.
But in lieu of, if you don't have anybody you want to necessarily burden with that, and you want to be able to just control when and where you ship it, then it's nice having a third party who will handle it for you. And that's what they're there for. That's what they do. And I do know the U.S. has steadily caught up as far as, for years, it was our problem. Like when we shipped down to the States, it'd be like, actually, it costs us a fortune to ship some of this stuff.
Yeah, it is.
It was like, I could charge you my cost, and you would still be very unhappy because that's what the post office is charging me. I'm not making it up.
Cards
Yeah,
Especially if I've tried it.
I know we've talked about it in the past, but I'll just say it again that even today it happened again. Saw something on eBay, $5 to $8, was ready to go to buy it now. Double checked because I've learned the hard way. Saw the shipping cost from Canada was $14 and something cents, and I canceled it and said, nope, I'm good. I don't need it that bad. I'm not spending $14 to ship a $5 item.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I don't know why it's like that. That
and
shouldn't
it's
be.
too bad. It's because the I miss out, the seller misses out.
Was it a card?
Yeah.
Just a card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll cost them $2.
But that's the thing is that it used to be, look, it used to be normal. I'll just say this goes back to the late 90s on eBay. It used to be normal to try to get a couple extra bucks on shipping on eBay. But that's when the shipping was like, if it cost me $3.50, I might charge you $6 shipping. So I get $2.50. So it's not like this huge monstrous markup. You don't charge $15 or something crazy. But it was so common that a lot of buyers just factored that in. They'd adjust their bid accordingly and be like, okay, this is what I'm comfortable paying total. Do a little math, here you go. The way I test it, every single time I've got a buyer who will actually ship to Canada, I do the same trick. I go into I make the bid or whatever. I do the shopping cart. I go in and I go, okay, Canadian address, $18.75. Ship my cards. Free shipping. I see.
Thank you.
Click. You can literally flip because I've got both addresses in the system. I can flip between back and forth. And literally I can see an $18 difference. And I'm like, okay, then. I guess I know what I'm doing.
Well, there was a time when you're talking about early eBay in 2000s, early 2000s. See, they wouldn't charge you any fees or tax on the shipping charges.
Yeah.
So a lot of the dealers were selling cards at $1 that were $5, and they charge you $6 shipping. So they weren't getting hit on the $6 fee, and they were only having to pay fees on the dollar. eBay got wise to it. I think it took them about 2 years, but they did get wise to it.
Yep.
And then it turned around. It's like, oh.
Yeah. You'll always have folks that try to gouge on shipping. Now, one important thing, and Paul kind of states it here, just to be clear, Bob, if I put something in a bubble envelope to you, and I send it to the United States, $14 is not that far off. That's pretty close to what it'll cost the second you put it in a bubble envelope.
No, not really. It depends on the size.
But that's the point. It depends on the size.
So to ship Eric's this book in a bubble envelope to Eric, with a backing, some 3/8 of the inch styroboard, it was $11.
Did you put it in a paper envelope? But with the backing?
Bubble.
It was a bubble?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was $11. See, it's all about the thickness, really. More
Did you
than
put tracking on it?
Hell no.
That I'm talking about with tracking.
Well, yeah, okay. With
Tracking.
tracking,
They track.
$15
Yeah,
Don't
they
you
track. They
care?
track a lot of.
Don't
They,
you don't have to track a $8 card, Eric. for
no,
you.
but the thing is, whenever I do eBay, all the cards that I do now that I'm putting on eBay are $150 plus.
Oh, you
So
have to,
you're putting tracking on it. But that's what I mean. Like you're starting. It's very close to this range, like on the low end, because as soon as you tack on the tracking, you're double digits automatically.
Yeah, that's the theme of the show. There's a lot of scam artists out there. So
Oh yeah, you can't even play anymore. Like you can't chance it. It's not worth it. You want that tracking number on there
yeah.
because eBay will side with the buyer. So it's like you better make sure you at least have some kind of evidence that it got on the other end. Yeah, 99% of the stuff I buy, otherwise it's not worth it. Otherwise, yep, absolutely. But no, I agree. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to fix too much of that as far as shipping is concerned. That's why I think a lot of these services are going to have a place still, because it lets somebody consolidate it. That's really what helps it is that, yep, you save on shipping on the individual items, and then you can stack them all together and be like, send it to me in one package. And as a consolidated shipment, it's not so bad.
Oh, for sure. It's actually
So
great.
you can say, if you're willing to be a little bit patient, you can build up a nice little box worth of stuff and get it for a much more comparatively reasonable rate.
Yeah. I just got a bunch of stuff shipped up for the last month and a half, I think, or I haven't had a shipment from him in a lot. It was $72 US.
Yeah.
Which is kind of like, but there were some bigger pieces in there and a few other things. So it still saved me a ton of money. I still think I saved another $100 on top of that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always going to depend. It's going to depend on the item. Like, for example, if Bobby wanted to get rid of his haunted Hogan, he paid thousands of dollars just to get rid of him. It's like, don't return, brother. No matter what it says, don't return. Do not return to sender.
It's going to keep looping and coming back to me. You know that, eh?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, at that point, you got to put a return address of like, Eric.
Carlos, Mississauga.
It's like, I'm sorry. It's like we've already blessed it. The content gods have blessed my front door. They will deflect it right back.
Yeah, you better not send that scary thing with the book.
So
I don't know what's so scary
I didn't
about
want to
it.
surprise you. I didn't want to say it like this, much like Logan Paul. Not like this. I didn't want to find out like this.
Yeah, I'll never get that. Well, maybe we will one day. Well, I know somebody wanted to buy it on the group last time, so send me.
There you go. That's right.
Send me
Yeah.
a message through Facebook if you want to buy it.
Well, while we were chatting, I uploaded the intro video from the episode today onto Instagram.
It has to be reiterated, sure.
Yeah. Well, Tim already saw it.
Oh.
I saw in the corner of the comment. It's like his response was a bunch of emojis. He very much enjoyed it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, a couple of the crying, laughing emojis in there. It actually came out pretty good because it crops it into like a square, but you still get like the message and everything, and,
Yeah,
and everything
because
goes.
it's with the iPhone and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it works out pretty good. Yeah, watch out, might run wild on you. That's exactly right. Exactly right. Okay, so kind of open topic here. I got a couple here that I can probably think through a little bit, but anything you guys want to chat about in particular? We've already made fun of the Logan Paul thing already a little bit. We got the proper fortune cookie story in there. That's important. So we had some fun with that. I'm open to whatever you guys want to chat about for the most part. It's again chill Friday evening. I'll refill my cold beer shortly. But yeah, it's kind of whatever you guys want to talk about. We can always complain about shipping rates if you want, but we can move on from that if you wish.
Well, I don't have my own YouTube channel like you, so I don't have a mail day thing that anybody cares about. But I thought I'd show you some of the things I picked up today. That people might be interested in.
That sounds good. Okay, so before you show it, I like John's question. It's like, have you discussed the Logan Paul Pokemon scandal, the 25 card break scandal?
What?
scandal?
Yeah,
Who's
exactly.
Logan Paul?
So John, scroll back to 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Hit 2 times speed. We got
see
you.
you in a few minutes.
But if there's something specific that you want to address about it, feel free to throw it in the chat by all means. Help yourself. But yes, we've touched on it a little bit. We had a little fun with it. By the way, do check out the first little bit if any of you came on later. I had a lot of fun with that one. Eric's going to show us his Marky Mark collection. Yes.
Oh no! It's,
All right, Eric,
not
it's your
Marky
show.
Mark.
Make it happen.
First of all, it's Marky Mark.
Yeah, in Boston, yes.
Yes.
Right.
I don't know who this Marky Mark is. I've never heard of him.
Look at you enunciating.
You had a hard job move on that one, Mark. Like, is that way we talk?
Hey, look, he put in the effort. I appreciate the enunciation.
Hurt my
All right.
jaw.
All right, Eric, your show. Make it
All
happen.
right. So I picked this one up today. It's in really nice shape.
Bobby Hall, nice.
1970 Bobby Hull O-Pee-Chee sticker.
All right.
Is
Very
it Tops
well
or
scented.
Peachy?
It doesn't say.
What does it say there?
Oh, wait a minute. It does say Tops.
yeah.
Yeah.
They were both
TCG.
in both 1970. Yeah.
Yep. It says TCG at the bottom, printed in USA.
Yeah.
But I found this. It wasn't super expensive. Very happy with the way it looks, the centering and everything. For a sticker from 1970 of a superstar player, it's fantastic. That didn't end up on a kid's locker or book or something. So
That's
I always love
surprisingly,
finding
one
that
of the
stuff.
one of the very few things that Tops and Peachy shared was the 70 the sticker stamps, and the only other thing I think was the 69. They did the stamps, those
yes. Yep.
those little stamps that you put on the back of the cards.
Yes.
Well, you guys put it on your back of your cards, but not on the back of Peachy. It was just stamps for some reason.
No. Oh, Peachy had the
Did they have the spacing too?
yes.
Okay,
Nice.
I'm gonna have to look that one up. It's been a while since I looked at a 69 Peachy.
I got a whole box of it sitting behind me.
All right.
So
Nice.
pick this up.
All right. He's got a thing here. Oh, Gary Cheevers. All right. Cleveland Crusaders. Very nice.
That's a 73 O-Pee-Chee poster. Yeah. So
Tops or Peachy?
this one O-Pee-Chee printed in Canada.
Sorry, yes.
And also same year.
All right.
Oh, Gordie Howe.
Nice. Yep. You got it. Yep. The Houston Aeros, Gordy. Yep.
No,
Oh, there
now
you go.
this is the other one. I just have in the same. They're just in the same sleeve.
Yeah.
It's not the back.
It's not the back, no. Yeah.
Right.
Now, was that the same picture they use on the card?
I believe
I think
so.
it is.
Yeah, because I think they used the. I feel like almost everybody used the same picture of the three of them over and over again at the time, just to be like, "Hey, this is the picture of the three of them. So here you go. Here's the three house."
Is that card number one?
Yeah, I think in the WHA set, yeah, I think it was the first card. I could be wrong, but I believe that's right.
It's one of those classic great cards. Actually, it's a really nice card.
Yeah, it
Was it-
stands out. It's different.
Out of the WHA, you know.
Oh, so they did do individuals. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It is a group shot though. Kind of.
Cool. Okay, gotcha.
Nice.
That's cool. Was it card number one?
It is number one.
Perfect. All right, cool.
So I have never seen these available before, and they're in pristine condition. And I was really excited to see them. They all came from the same dealer, and again, was not asking a lot of money for them. So I was really excited. So next time Jerry Cheevers is in town, I'll get him to autograph this one.
Yeah, I would say something like that is really good for an autograph. It's because it's a nice big picture, and it's very frameable.
Oh,
for sure.
absolutely.
100%.
I have a lot of his stuff signed and framed around here.
No doubt, no doubt. Josh here's just glad the sticker isn't upside down in the one touch. There you go. People are particular about their one touches.
It came that way in the mail, but that's not how we do things here in my house.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah.
let me fix that.
Yeah, David loves the How Family Arrows photo. Yep, absolutely.
See, now I'm happy.
See, Josh, you jinxed it, buddy. You can't play into it, man. You can't do it.
No.
As soon as you do that, you're asking for it. You're asking for it. It
No,
happens.
That's not how we do things around here.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
It seems like 69, 70, and 71 because then they did the booklets. Topsel Peachy, same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And there was one other thing they kept doing, and then they kind of separated it into their own stuff.
But the decal was just 70 Peachy. It wasn't in tops.
No, the decal, yes.
That
Yeah.
was
Well, they
just-
had 3 series that the 2 and 3 series, and Tops only had 1 series, so they couldn't really do, all those different inserts. So that's why, yeah.
Yeah.
Factually speaking.
Nice, nice.
Mm.
So let me pose this question to the group here. That'll include the chat.
Bob isn't far off. I'm not going to argue with him.
There you go. So my question will be this. We were joking. I was joking about it with Eric a couple minutes ago, but I'm pretty consistent with my buying. I had fun. This mail day was really fun because, like I said, it's got a nice variety. The next one is going to have a lot less variety because I went ham on that AEW product. I told Billy that I was going to go after those singles, and I did. So when I get around to that mail day, it'll be very heavy in that direction. I'll probably just kind of quickly zip through a lot of it because a lot of it doesn't require much explanation. I'll just be like, here's the stack. I did end up actually buying the set of the golds. I was putting together the set and I was getting through it, but then somebody had the whole thing for like a pretty reasonable price and threw in a couple of the insert sets in it. I was like, well, then I might, rather than pay an even bigger amount to buy it individually, it's like, well, then I'll buy the set. May as well. So that's good. It means I can just focus on a handful more singles, and then I'm pretty satisfied. I got pretty much what I wanted out of it. It's going to be fun to put it into Z folios, so that'll be kind of fun. A couple of those cards I'll probably honestly resell because the prices have been very generous. I did get a really good deal on a couple of them. I could probably turn a couple for 10 times what I paid for them.
Wow.
Like it's the gamble you play when you buy stuff early.
It's gambling.
Before comps have been. It's 100% gambling.
Paul.
Yeah, call him. Tell him eBay's up to a racket. When there's no comps, you're guessing because a lot of the sellers will throw stuff out there, and some of them will throw it out as a buy it now that's way too low. Now some of them go way too high. They'll lose their mind, and it'll just sit there and rot.
It's
and
usually
nothing
mostly
happens.
too high,
Yeah.
but yeah.
But occasionally you'll run into somebody who just doesn't think it's anything, and it's like the product just came out, and they're like, "Oh, this isn't a big deal." Actually, it's like if you look at the odds and the sell sheet, actually that's a very difficult card to pull. I will take that, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like those things.
But you gotta know, again, it's back to education. You gotta know what you're looking at, look what you're looking for. If you had taken that little bit of extra effort to look in advance, and I plan on doing a video just talking about that concept. I'll use the example, but it's the concept is like, look, if you're gonna play in this game and you're gonna buy stuff before comps have been established, I can't guarantee you that you'll do well, but here's a couple of things to keep in mind. And part of it is the research piece. You put in that little extra work that most people won't do, because some people will way overpay in the first week or two, automatically every time. They'll just go for top dollar, and then afterwards they're like, you could have gotten it for a quarter of that if you had just waited.
Yeah.
Other people, it's like, oh, if you happen to be one of the lucky few to grab a couple of these, it's like, actually, you did extremely well. As soon as the comps get established, turns out you bought it at a bargain. Congratulations.
Yeah. Everyone says you must be lucky. And I said, well, the harder I work, the luckier I get. So I just search more than some other people.
I agree with that.
I picked up a nice. This is really interesting. This is it's a Barry Arena, but you have who's playing there. This is 1968, 69.
Okay.
You have the Oakland Seals and the Kings playing at the Barry Arena. They played 3 games there, and that was the preseason games.
Yep.
And this is the little program that they have. There's nothing to it. There's one page. This is the insert, and that's it. Just 4 pages.
Nice.
So really interesting. These are very difficult to find because most preseason games. Barry Arena. How big is Barry Arena? I don't even know. Like Barry's just it's a small city north of Toronto, but an hour north, and surprising that they're there playing. But interesting. I'd never seen them there before. I've never seen that. You don't see many preseason. I guess because of the arenas are so small, the survival rate is far less. But it's kind of cool. The early Kings and Oakland Seals. So
Well, a lot of that stuff is meant to be
that's cool.
disposable. It was like you pick it up and then maybe you look at it during the game, and then eventually it just kind of gets thrown in a drawer somewhere, and then eventually gets thrown out.
I
With the stack
think
stuff.
a lot of times
Glossy.
it ends up on the floor, in the beer and the popcorn.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
look, it's glossy and kind of nice quality. I'm sitting there going, wow, why haven't I seen this?
I'll show you because you grabbed that. I'll show you something I picked up at a show a week or so ago. Hold on.
Go, Eric.
Go for
I
it.
should do show and tell. I picked
Well,
up a lot of stuff.
I leave it open to the chat if they want to chat about anything. But in the meantime, do some show and tell. Why not? I'll read Josh's comment real quick here.
Go.
I calculated 5,000 cases of the AW. I love when people do math. I enjoy it. I calculated 5,000 cases of the AW product based on the 2 exclusives per case from the cases I saw open. And that's not a bad way to go about it. Like you can kind of get, it's an approximate, but it'll give you an idea. I think from everything I heard, I think they thought they printed a lot, but they underestimated the immediate demand.
Yeah.
But the design of the set, like I mentioned on the previous show, the design of the set was for a lower MSRP. That was really, it was meant to be that. It was meant to be like, hey, this should be enough to work with you guys. Here you go. But it was never meant to be the kind of set that some people think it is. I'm happy that a couple of people finally started saying that elsewhere, and it wasn't just on my channel. But I did reach out to a couple of folks that have like bigger audiences to be like, hey, you might want to keep this in mind. Crickets. Nobody wants to do research, even if it's handed to them.
Oh, you got it. Yeah.
So it's like, dude, I'm literally handing this to you. Just report this because people are listening to you for some reason. Just do it.
That's why I write books.
There you go.
So I
Go
did.
ahead, Eric. Show and tell.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
All right, so I picked this up. This is new. It is in unbelievable shape. And
It's a program.
Okay.
71.
you got Gordie Howe on the cover.
Oh, nice.
Oh
one.
yeah. Yep. He is front and center. That's right.
Yep. And
I thought you were going to show. I thought you were going to show an encased Marcel Dion restraining order, and you were like, "Hey guys, I got this fresh. Just received it.
And the Kings.
Fresh. And see, my name's on it. They wrote it. They didn't print it. They wrote it.
well, and so's his. So I got his autograph again.
Done. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Like
Wow.
And a lot of the times with these in this area, the oars pages were cut out because fans would hang them on.
Seen a lot of scrapbooks with the war, so
Yeah.
they
Right.
take those pages and cut it out.
Yeah. So the oar is still in there, which I have, and Bobby kind of knows this because we were talking a couple of weeks ago, one-on-one over the phone, and I was showing you some of these that I have. Remember, we were looking at the plate, the ashtray advertisements in them.
Yes.
Yeah, so I have a lot of them, and like I said, a lot of them are missing the oars because kids or fans back then cut them out and did whatever. So it's kind of neat that it's still in there, and it has one really nice. There you go. Look at that.
Oh, Cheevers without the mask.
Yeah. But it's a whole page. But I really just like the fact that Gordy's on the cover. That's really why I got it. It's in such good shape, and he's on the cover. So
Some programs are better than others. Maple Leaf Gardens did a really good job. I'd have to say they did a great job. With baseball, and you get the World Series. I was picking up that deal yesterday, and they had some 65 World Series tickets and what have you, and the programs and World Series programs and what have you. And I said, they go, which program date is this? And I go, well, they only made one World Series program for the whole World Series. They didn't change it. There's no extra inserts. There's no dating them. It's game 1, 3, or 5 or 7 if it went to 7. It's like, come on. Where a lot of the hockey programs was the date. Everything was in there.
right.
Really well done. Very, very well done. And Boston did good. They did nice programs too. Lots of good advertising, but some better than others.
Yes.
But baseball sucks, unfortunately. So I picked
the
up
sport. Yes. Yeah. The sport.
Yeah, the
sucks.
sport. Not Medano, but they have a Gretzky, and this one's bigger. I guess it's the next year after, right?
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I guess. Anyways, sealed. More stuff. Stuff I don't need. But somebody needs it.
We don't need any of this. We do it because we love it.
I guess so. I do love it. Carlos, are you? Can I hear Carlos?
Good night, Yannick, if you're still around.
I can't hear you, Carlos.
Yeah, I can't hear him either.
Sorry. It's actually got a mute button on there as well. So I've actually got the regular one in this, but it's just a button there. I forgot about it.
I heard this little thing in my ear, and I'm kind of going, why is that? And no responses. So you were just kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, no
We
worries.
took over. Anyways, that's okay. We got it.
All I was saying was good night to Yannick because he's taking off early.
Oh, okay.
Yep, absolutely. Sounds good.
And he's going to pay for that Boston weirdo comment.
Oh,
Well, he's not
okay.
technically wrong.
I didn't say he was wrong or right. I said he's going to pay.
Oh, I see. Is he gonna buy you a beer or something? Because that's maybe that's about the best you can hope for.
I'll take
Not an
that.
Expo beer. A regular
I was gonna
beer.
say, well, an Expo beer is worth like 10 regular beers at that point.
Almost.
Like the inflation's going up,
So it seems.
Every year that goes by. Well, we'll see. Menzies running multiple shows. He might need extra cash.
Yeah, that's getting back into that. Yeah, that'll be interesting.
Yeah, that's why I say I'll be interested to see how that plays out.
Well, the way everything's going right now, what's going to happen in the spring show? What are we looking at? What's going on? Are we going straight forward? Is there any anticipation for what might be coming around the corner? What's Omicron's endemic now, basically. So everyone's going to get it, and it's like cold symptoms. So I guess the show should be kind of good to go.
I think, that was kind of the prevailing theory that I had is that no, it'll have its moment, but I think as long as the issue isn't too big a deal, which doesn't appear to be the case, I think they'll kind of cycle through and be like, okay, guys, give it a go. Wear your masks and do your thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't mind wearing the mask.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think it's fine. I think they'll manage and they'll be able to set something up. I think by the time they get to those shows, I think they will be able to run them. So
I just think that people got to look at the science and realize that the cloth masks that we've been wearing for 2 years are useless, and unless you're wearing one that is a little better, like the N95s, they shouldn't allow people into places.
I said that one first day. So they're not even
I'm only
qualified
interested
for
if I
anything.
get a Darth Vader respirator.
Yes.
If you can smell a fart through your mask, you know you're in trouble, right?
Yeah.
Enough said.
And
I just think it'd be cool. I just think it's imagine negotiations the comps are not worth that. I find your lack of negotiation disturbing.
I'm gonna wear the Hulk Hogan mask.
Wow, that's a different thing.
Put a respirator around the front there, and
people would be running away from you, so you wouldn't keep the 6 foot distance from.
Yeah, that's what I say. Social distancing would not be an issue for you at that point.
Yeah, true.
See, Paul's got suggestions. He's got that.
Well, I saw that Bob said pay what a Fig Newton, and I'm being serious.
Hey, those are good.
Did he say that Fig Newton because he knows that Fig Newtons were named after
Here we go.
Newton, Massachusetts?
Of course they were. The Keebler Elves were named after the little
and it was
Irish,
a connection
Lucky
with the Boston jokes. or whether or not he just happened to just randomly say Fig Newton because he likes them.
Yep.
I'm trying to see exactly what that was about.
Well, he's also trying to give us like Boston facts. You know, he's interspersing it in the conversation here. And Yannick was shot for a third time. Can we take a moment to feel bad for Yannick?
Yeah.
I'm curious what happened when he was shot the first 2 times. What did he do?
Oh,
did he
that's
say he
why-
knew Eric? I'd have
just
shot him if he
random.
said he knew Eric.
Just
That's why
random.
he's tapping out.
And he said he was going to bed. Can you just?
Well, that's
can you
what
block him?
that's the reason why I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to get your third shot soon too, there, Carlos. Took a
Oh, I
long
think
time to get-
it'll be the same as the other 2. As soon as I can put the little because the other 2, all I had to do is I went online and go, okay, appointment. All right, ping me when you're ready. I have no opposition to it as long as I don't really have to put that much extra effort into it. If I can go here and push the button, you guys email me or send me a message on the thing when you're ready. I'll be there. It's fine.
Yeah, I got 2. I'm good.
So it's like we'll get there when we get there. It's
Well,
it's
now
not
that
something.
I've had it and I get these antibodies, it's like, should I get a third? Get the booster? I don't know. I got 2. Now then I got COVID. I don't.
Yeah. How'd that work for you?
Yeah. So I don't know.
Well, it goes back to what we said earlier. Is that I was having this discussion with somebody and they asked that question. I said, okay, look, why is this so difficult? A booster shot or a regular one, it's not a bulletproof shield. It's not meant to be. It was never going to be. I tell you what, go into traffic, go speed in your car, take off your seatbelt and crash into a tree. Why do you wear a seatbelt? You'd still die. Maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't. The seatbelt doesn't prevent a crash and it doesn't prevent you from dying if you're going to die anyway. But if you do crash, it increases the likelihood that you can walk away from it. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. Maybe you got unlucky. But you still wear the damn
Drunk, it
seatbelt.
helps.
Yeah. Well, but here's the other thing. You drink and drive. You get away with it. You drive off a thing. Your car doesn't get damaged. You don't do. So does that mean you get to try it again? Of course, if you want to, you can.
All my clients did.
Yeah, exactly.
There you
Exactly.
go, right?
Exactly. But it doesn't mean that, oh, well, drinking and driving is perfect. No, it means that you got lucky that nothing bad happened this time. It's the same concept, is that one thing does not guarantee that this experience is a repeat of another one. If you don't want to get the damn thing, fine. But don't use the excuses like, well, I could still get COVID. Well, you could get it either way. That's true.
But I'm just talking about because I have the antibodies. Should I get a booster shot? You know, I don't know. I have to
Well,
talk to the doctor
that would
about
be
it.
kind of a question on the level of disease we're talking about here. Should you be getting booster shots of a lot of things?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
It's not like they're going to tell you because nobody really knows anything.
That's the other thing. The information changes every other day.
I would
so-
ask the fortune cookie.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
that's probably
The fortune cookie is
yeah.
sufficiently skeptical.
Yeah.
The fortune cookie, I think the fortune cookie is onto something.
Mhm.
It doesn't even trust other fortune cookies.
Yeah,
That's where I want to get my news.
I think that might be more of a better way of getting your news.
I think that's fair. All right, I saw it. I generally won't acknowledge it, but I'm very entertained.
Oh no. What?
Oh, yes. All right, you're all ready? All right. Now, I heard a rumor. I think this show just started recently. I hadn't heard of it. I didn't think of this thing. As far as I know, there's no live streams on Saturdays. As far as I know. I have no idea. But we'll be nice because he is a little bit of a friend of the show. So we'll be nice.
I was going to bring this up.
We'll
but
be
go ahead.
nice. We'll be nice. We'll bring it up.
I think that's
This
nice of you.
one time.
Okay.
One time.
I was going to do it. I'm glad you're doing it. Go ahead.
Who is this man?
You can't tell without the hat.
I know,
Oh
right?
my gosh. That's not Tim, is it?
It's Tim.
It's
I never
rather
seen him without a
unfortunate.
hat.
The floating head thing is very unfortunate. It's
Yeah.
extraordinarily unfortunate.
Right.
That's like, look, part of the reason I was willing to bring it up is that I don't think it did him any favors. I don't think this helps.
Yeah.
There you go. I have acknowledged.
Yep.
Support Tim in a thing.
You-
Eric
you're-
will be doing it. I won't.
You're a
Eric,
good man.
Eric, write down, take some notes. If anything good comes of it, let us know.
All right. Fair enough.
That'll be your assignment. So there you go. We've acknowledged. I think that's the first episode ever. That number is a lie. He's never produced a show before in his life.
I from what I understand, sure.
Yeah, that's as far as I
was
understand.
surprised. I'm happy for Tim, but I was surprised that he got the first show and not the after.
That's true, actually. That's a fair point.
So I'm really happy for Tim. He's in Dallas right now.
Yeah.
How's he doing? What's happening? What's going on with him? We haven't had an update. He's got to jump on every once in a while.
Hey, I'll tell him that he's being requested. He'd love to.
Yeah. I know they're doing their podcast. I think I want to let them have a little more time. They got to flesh it out a little bit. I think it needs a
they're
little bit of
working
work.
on it. They're working
yeah,
on it.
Yeah, but I'd love to have them on. We can give them a little podcast critique. We could offer some suggestions.
Yeah.
But they did have a good guest the other day. I was like, but there's so many good questions to ask. There's so many good questions you could be asking them. So, but
they're looking
They got
for
a
it to
show.
be
I didn't
fun
know.
and
yeah,
silly.
they do. I'll send you a link. I'll send you a link and you can check it out. He did have Eric Myers on, and that'll be a good example of what I was talking about. I was like,
Well, I
but
like
the
Eric.
potential was really good. The potential was really good. It was okay. Not to my taste,
And
but
who
I
is
was
they?
like, sorry.
Who is they?
So it's Tim and the
and
Show
Corey.
Your Slabs guy,
And-
whose name
and-
escapes
and
me.
Corey
Oh
Fick.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So those two did a podcast, but they actually had Eric Myers on their last episode. Which on paper I'm like, no, Eric is interesting. He's got interesting things to say. Like, cool. That's I'm
Eric's always
into it.
got good stories. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but then they kind of went down. I told Eric, is like, when it gets down to, it's like, so I was more homeless because of this. No, I was like, dude, I don't care.
Yeah,
You're both under a bridge. Congratulations.
Tim
You
wanted
slept
to
out of your
have-
car. Good for you.
Tim wanted to have a homeless off.
Like, I was like, no, this isn't what I tuned in for.
Yeah.
Goodness
You had
sake.
power windows. I had the roll up kind.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. This is basically what happened.
bad.
It's like you bought a shirt at Target. Damn it, I lost.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah.
Who
Eric
wins, Walmart or Target?
Target always
their
wins.
stories-
Target always wins.
both their stories, are rough.
Canada.
And they've come a long way from those days. But Eric definitely.
I understand.
wins.
I agree with you 100%. But I don't care.
Yep.
It's like, good for you guys. Feel free to have the homeless off elsewhere. You can
Yeah.
have it on the after show.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, there's literally 1,000 things you could ask this guy that would be really, because they're only doing about an hour. I was
Well,
like,
that was the thing. He's Eric's on so many shows.
yeah.
And he gets asked the same questions, and he talks about PWCC, and he talks about his Kobe collection, and he talks about his Jordan collection, and he talks about. So they wanted to go a totally different direction, and they're not trying to be serious.
Clearly, we know.
And I mean, they're having jelly bean tasting contests, and Corey's throwing up in a trash can, and
That sounds like the show of the year.
It's-
Vote for that one.
it's
Not
different.
those small
It's
guys.
different.
You can vote for them for the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame.
Yes,
It's
I will.
different. And right now, I think
I
the
agree
only
with that.
people watching it is, all the Clubhouse gang, which is how, we all know Eric and why Eric agreed to do it. And, you're going to see some other familiar names in the hobby getting on there at some point or another that have been on other shows and have talked very seriously about things and are well respected. And you might be asked at some point. I don't know.
No, thanks.
But you just prepare yourself that it's
I
not
like
going to
jelly
be like
beans.
anything else you ever been on.
I've only been on a few shows.
Yeah,
That's it.
fair.
Well, this one every
Yeah.
Yeah.
unofficially.
Well, it's okay. If I go, if for whatever reason, if Bobby's on there, that'll be kind of interesting. If I go on there, we can have a homeless off. I shop at Target.
Yeah.
It's like, from Canada? Yes. Yes. I have people for that.
Yeah.
Peasants?
That's right.
Who?
But yeah, I mean, we're all encouraging them, and they'll find their niche, and the show will either last or it won't, and
Yeah.
they're having fun.
It's nice to have a different niche that works, and I think we're missing kind of that.
I think there's room. I think there's room for taking a different spin. But again, when you're doing, here's the good news. When you're doing a show at first, it's supposed to suck. And then over time, it sucks progressively less, in theory.
Some
That's
people
the
come
hope.
up. Some people
That's the
come
hope.
fast.
Yeah, eventually, but ideally, you get a little bit better every single time. And if you're doing that, that's probably okay. And then eventually you get to a good spot, wherever you're going to get.
Dakota came up pretty fast,
Yeah, I would say so. And he's got his niche and he's got his style, and it works.
but others have dropped off though. I've noticed quite a bit.
I think you have to have enough in it for you that you feel like you're getting what you want out of it. And if you don't, then you're really not that. The motivation won't stick.
And the algorithm is kind of imperfect, anyways. It cycles weirdly.
Yeah.
Because then I used to get some all the time, and now I don't get them. And it depends what you're watching, I guess.
Yeah, the inputs will go. All right, so 357 here has a question. So we'll touch on that in a second here. It's a fair question. But Rick here, the people demand it. I think it's time. I promise there might be a second showing. I think it's time.
Good.
You ready?
Bathroom break. Let's go.
Yeah. You can take a bathroom break anytime you want. Did you watch the clip the first time we played it, Eric? It's the first time.
No, not that you play. I've seen it, but
Yeah.
I haven't seen it on your platform.
All right, here we go. So, Rick, this one's for you. Just because you asked. Just because you asked. All right, here we go. Okay, 1 second.
The reason why I was mostly concerned was because the person who brought it to me, he had so many inconsistencies, so much inconsistencies in the stories. It was like 3-4 different stories. That was my issue. If this is fake, we're all in trouble because it looks so good. There's first edition packs in there. We're golden. The case value of this is gonna double, triple.
It would legitimately be verifiably 100% the only sealed case in the world that is 100% real.
Oh my
Yes!
god! Oh my god!
Yes!
Oh my god! Motherfucker! Wait, hold on. Okay, that's a good sign. What?
Why are they so puffy? Why are they so puffy though?
Why doesn't this one say first edition on it?
Oh no.
Yeah.
No,
That's
not
what
like
it is.
this. Not like this. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. G.I. Joe? G.I. Joe? G.I. Joe. It could have been anything else.
It could have been anything else.
Batman?
Apparently. That's part of the reason why. That's part of the reason why I decided to go with Cobra. I was like, what do you have against G.I. Joe? Are you a Cobra sympathizer?
Yeah.
Is that what's happened here?
That's what it sounds like.
Or do we have allegiance to Cobra Commander?
That's what it definitely sounds like.
Yeah. Anybody who watched the cartoon in the 80s, you know. If you know, you know. Again, we're being very serious about this YouTube channel this year,
Very,
as you can tell.
yes.
I hope that was made abundantly clear.
Yeah, you did a very good job with that.
I had to get him my pound of flesh. I was not going to be left out of the memes. The memes are so. By the way, I did leave out the one clip that I should have included in there, but I did enjoy like Steve Hart saying, "Why does it say first edition on it? Because it's fake. That's why it doesn't say first edition on it."
Right.
But the second one, the one I should have included, and I thought about it after, I should include it in there. Was it's like, we all got duped. Agreed. It's like, no, Steve, you got duped. You're the one who wrapped it. It's literally yours. You're the guy.
Right.
Everybody's like literally looking at you. That's why I say when they say it's like, oh, it was a hoax, it's like, you realize Steve looks like a moron in this whole thing. Like, there's no way. It doesn't help him to look like an idiot standing there opening a thing with G.I. Joe cards in it.
Well, there's only one guy, like I said earlier, that wins either way, and that's Logan Paul.
Yeah, basically. Exactly.
Everyone else is a loser in this, and I don't mean as a person. I mean as a business and companies, and they've lost credibility, and they've lost money, and they've lost time, and respect in the hobby. Paul wins either way because
That's what I mean. Like it hurts Paul.
Yeah.
It hurts Steve Hart, and it to be honest, it hurts Melee Pops too, because until even after getting resolved, I shared earlier tonight. It gave people reasons to be like, oh, by the way, Melee Pops is garbage. Let me give you a story about an issue I had with him. And guess what? So now, even after he pays the guy back, it's like you get all the blowback. Everybody who didn't like you, who didn't say anything, now it's open season on Melee Pops now.
Yep. And for the foreseeable future, anytime the guy's name comes up in a business deal in the future, you mean, the guy that was involved in that Logan Paul thing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's bad for everybody except for Logan Paul.
Yeah. I'm not going to pretend that his business is ruined, because that's hardly, that's not true. The hobby does forget a lot. But I will say the memes are going to stick around for a while. He's going to get poked fun at in a lot of... It's like, so why aren't there first edition boxes inside, Steve? Why aren't there? Good question. So
Why are they puffy?
Yeah, I'll go a couple of these comments here real quick. Eric out the door Myers. It's fun seeing him get sucked up their own hype. Yep. I thought of a couple possibilities. That's why when I showed Carlos Sr. and he saw the Cobra thing, he started laughing on the phone. He got a kick out of it. Steve Harvey, why does it say first edition? That's right. I like how none of them immediately noticed the color being super pale faded. Now they did bring a box with them for comparison, so once you put them side by side, it becomes kind of clear. We all got duped. Agreed. Yep, you're welcome, Rick. Enjoy. Why are they puffy? But the sticker has cardboard lines. Yep. That's why I say all these lines are all individually memeable in one singular piece of content. It's beautiful. Yeah, BBC, they do lose a little bit in terms of credibility. Like I said, Darren Roselle, to his followers, basically goes, oh, so that 86 Jordan thing that they certify, you should probably open it. Like, at least for a while, people are going to be, like I said, some high profile people are throwing out there. It's like, are we sure his stuff's good? Because that 86 Fleer is the basketball. It's not Pokemon. So now you're going to ask questions about case, because again, their criteria for cases. And in their statement, they said that they're going to review their process for cases, because their process for cases is to check the seal. They don't open it. They don't do anything else. They just check the seal. And if they feel the seal is good, they wrap it up, put their sticker on it, and call it good. Huh.
I mean, any idiot can do that. I mean,
That's what I mean. So
ridiculous.
so that portion of it, that does hurt them to a certain degree. Like, at the very minimum, they have to acknowledge that, like, well, maybe our process aren't as airtight as we thought. Huh. Yep. Knowing is half the battle. Yep. Yeah. Steve Hart probably should have rethought that idea, because as soon as you're on there, you get to be part of the memes going forward. Is it me, or does BBC only detail the extent of the authentication just this week? So the idea of checking the seals has actually been on their website for months. So that's why I cited it from their authentication page. They did an update, at least in February, as of February of the year. They had that information on there. And for cases, they will do it that way. And also in the Mealy Pops video some months ago, he did explain that cases they would do, even though Pokemon in general, they said they wouldn't. So bear that in mind. Yeah, nobody really knows inside those old wax boxes. That's the point. That's the point. Doesn't matter how good an authenticator you think you are. Somebody can get by you. You basically have to open it. You don't really have a choice. Okay, so 357 here. I'll touch this quickly. Okay.
Oh, you don't want me to talk about Panini Baseball?
You can if you wish. It's an actual sport, unlike the fake one you collect. So the thing is that for Victor, he says no because of the logos. So for him, no logos, no good. They're all rookie year cards, to be fair. If it's a rookie year, it's rookie year cards, because that's a more open definition. It's more straightforward. You don't really have to figure that one out. For me, I like them as rookie cards, the base ones. But if you want to say they're not and they're strictly rookie year cards, I'm fine with that. That's okay. I still like collecting them for that purpose. But like I said, Victor will argue that no logo, it's got to be fully licensed by both the league and the Players Association to be considered. So by that definition, you go rookie year. So that would be kind of the two different arguments on it. It's whichever one you prefer. And that applies, by the way, to any other sport. It's the same idea. Hockey doesn't have it because Leaf doesn't produce base cards with their stuff. But if they did produce base cards and they got some of the rookies in there, it would be the same issue. Because if for whatever reason they were able to get Players Association thing, but not the NHL, the Upper Deck one should be the rookie card, and they would not be in theory. So it's the same kind of thing. Do you feel like you need both associations? If the answer is yes, then if you only have one, then it's a no.
Once you go Ricky, you never go back.
Yep. No worries. Did BBC issue a pop report? Not that I'm aware of. That's a good question. That'd be kind of fun.
That's a great question, Paul.
That'd be kind of fun. That'd actually be, especially since they certify it. Now, I've never checked, Bobby. When they do the little sticker, do they put any kind of a serial number on it?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's very much handwritten, and it's not a little sticker. It's a big sticker.
Yeah.
It's on the bottom with the overly.
It only adds to the air of professionalism.
Yeah, the logo is so big on it; it really detracts from the look of the box. And really, boxes. I love the artwork on display boxes, and it takes away from it for me. So I would never certify because I don't need to, because I know my wax.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah.
Going forward, if they ever do get back to Pokemon, I would wrap it not with a BBCE logo. I would put the Cobra logo on it.
Or GI.
Call back. Come on, call back.
GI Joe logo. Just wrap it in GI Joe wrappers from.
Only if you want to trigger Logan Paul. He'll freak out before you even open the box as soon as you show him the GI Joe logo.
GI Joe. Joe.
It could have been anything else.
Yeah, that's where that.
Yeah, anything else? Like if it was Batman, no problem.
But he said Batman. No, GI Joe works better. It's 3 syllables, right?
Yeah.
Batman's kind of 2. It doesn't hold enough water. Superman's 2.
So I see that you downloaded this on your IG also.
Yeah.
Video. Okay.
Yeah. No, I thought I wanted to play it on the live stream first. I wanted it to get there first.
Right.
And then afterwards, I'm like, okay, Nah, we'll put it on the. I didn't want to spoil it before
Good
we got the
marketing.
list.
Good marketing.
I didn't want to spoil it before this. I wanted the people who were here at the beginning of the show got it first, and that's the way it should be.
Yeah.
That is the way it should be.
Absolutely.
Gotta have some fun with it, guys. It's like this. This is our moment in time. For the more trolly amongst us, me. This is a golden era. It's a wonderful moment. And Bobby, you know, secretly, deep down inside, may enjoy the Steve Hart slander. It's like the memes, the more memes, the videos, the memes. Did I mention the memes?
I'm enjoying all of this. This is fun. This is all fun for the hobby. You know, we have to have some enjoyment. You know, back in, you know, when everything was going crazy, over a year ago, we couldn't stop talking about what was going on, and we kind of lost a bit of the jocularities to the hobby, you know, because it's nice to laugh at yourself or laugh at whatever's going on, and kind of got away from that. It was all serious and new records, and it was just getting kind of boring. It was, you know, beating a dead horse. Now, the horse is alive and kicking.
Well, the other thing though is that I've listened to some of the debates and arguments about, like, oh, is this good in the hobby? Actually, this is fantastic for the hobby.
It is.
Because it reestablishes caveat emptor.
True.
It reestablishes, like, hey guys, don't just take it as automatic. How about we at least think about this a little bit? If, in this case, with this box, we could have resolved all of this if we had just taken the red flags we were handed at the very beginning of the transaction. Go back at the beginning of the whole thing. There were red flags everywhere. And people just decided to keep going full speed ahead saying, oh, it's probably fine. It's probably fine. It's probably fine.
You know,
Okay.
If we look at that box in hindsight, it was bulging. It wasn't a flat sealed box. Like, you know, when they're manufacturing stuff, it's usually a nice seal. There's not really too much of a bulge.
Yeah.
It depends how they design it out, because a lot of, you know, companies do different things. But that was bulging after 20 years. And I'm sitting there going, it just, and then when it opened, boom, it's like too fast. The sides went up. It's like 20 years? No. 5 years? Maybe it might. You know, 20? No.
Have we found any more info on why Logan Paul has such unresolved issues with G.I. Joe? That is the remaining mystery. That's the last
He said it. I think he's a Cobra
Cobra
Commander
synthesizer.
Yeah.
That's my theory. That is my working theory.
I think you're right on the money.
It plays into my video. I think that's exactly where we went with this.
Check out how many boxes he bought prior to this opening.
Well, I think he struggled with the math, but I think he had 5 boxes prior to the case, so he thought he had 11.
He couldn't add to 11. I know.
He struggled. The struggle was real. I thought about including the clip. I thought about including the clip, but I really wanted to focus on the confusion of Steve Hart's face. I wanted to focus on the moment of, like, G.I. Joe, boom, hit it with the Cobra.
We'll wait for you next week to do that, because that was funny. I was sitting there laughing my butt off, going, "What? How did he get on YouTube? How do you make so much money?"
Is he going to stop wearing G.I. Joe necklaces instead of Pokemon necklaces?
I'm hoping he leans into it. Like, look, if you're Logan Paul, you lean into the memes.
You have to
lean into those memes.
Yeah.
I would go to your next fight not with a Pokemon necklace. I'd have a small box.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Just a small box.
Or throw packs in the crowd as you're walking.
Throw G.I. Joe packs in the crowd. I got to get rid of this stuff somehow. All right.
Go, even these are resealed.
It's like, no. Yu-Gi-Oh, son of a.
Yeah.
Did you see the meme I threw earlier on though? Somebody did like a picture of Cobra Commander with the Logan Paul thing. Did you catch that one earlier on?
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was just saying for Eric. Did you see the thing with the Cobra Commander?
There was quite a few of them flying around.
There were a lot of them, but the Cobra Commander one was good because they
track.
incorporated the Pokemon one. I love the combination of the two pieces.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'll
Is
see
that
if I
on
can
your
find
IG also?
No. That was one that I found, but I did grab it. I did grab it. I'll pull it up here real quick, and then I'll talk to Rick's question here, to Rick's point. So real quick here, for those who didn't catch it earlier on, I love this one.
Yeah, and I love that reflection.
Oh, all right.
You got the reflection and everything, the Pokemon cards. Awesome. Now you know where the Pokemon cards are.
There you go.
And it plays beautifully into my clip.
That's nice.
Like, guys, we're all together on this. We're all on the same page. We all understand where we went with this. It's important. All right. So basically, saying if you're going to spend that kind of money, you're required to sell open the case. Crazy. Now, also, one of the red flags, when the original transaction was happening, they wanted to go and get the case in person, and the seller didn't want to do it.
That was prior to the national.
Right? Yeah, that was the very first part.
Do you have the date on that? Was it July, June?
I don't recall the exact date on it, but that right there is a red flag. This is a very expensive, even at the $100,000 range, it's a very expensive thing you're about to buy. It would be worth to look at and visit in person.
And they sold it right after, did they?
Something like that, yeah. Yeah. I don't remember the chronology on the first part of the transaction, but it's something like that.
So someone had a good Christmas.
Yeah. But that's
not.
Yeah, but imagine though, if you're going to spend even 100,000, which by the way is a lot of money for almost most people, it's not an unreasonable request for someone to be like, "Hey, can I see can I come over and see the case? I'll give you the 100,000 or 90,000 or whatever it was. I'll go there. Let's open it."
Yeah.
Because they wanted to open the box and see the contents, and the seller would not agree to that. That should be yet another red flag, red flashing lights somewhere above your head. Huh.
Did he
Wait
not
a minute.
ship it and before they paid him at FedEx and then they
Right here. The case was also shipped without insurance.
Oh no, really?
Yeah.
You can't insure that anyways. It doesn't matter. You have to get a broker. After $1,000, I think you need a broker.
Yeah.
And that's private deal that you would have to do with somebody.
3.5 million, man. You just put it in a car and drive it to me.
By the time it got to the end of the transaction, it was being hand delivered at the end because the last couple of transactions were more conventional. They were like, okay, you buy it from me. Here you go. I hand it off to you. But I'm saying at the very beginning, the fact that you won't accommodate to this, you won't accommodate to that, you want the sum of money, but nobody can really look at the thing. Like they're trying to tell you that something's wrong without saying something's wrong. And then everybody was like, oh, but I can flip it and make more money. It's like, okay, then.
Oh, Rattle did a final video there just today. I think he dropped it.
Yes.
And it was so well done because he's just kind of going through the steps. Here you go. Yeah. Here's the information.
Well, that was so Yannick sent it over, and I said that's his victory lap. He has earned the right to have a victory lap. Like I said, all the way along, and this is not a channel that has had that issue because some people have taken the thing without giving credit. We've said repeatedly, credit to Rattle Pokemon.
Oh yeah,
great work.
Good work.
He has earned all the kudos that now he is receiving because he did some fine investigative work, did the research. Good on him.
Yeah.
I haven't seen all that. I'll have to look into it.
Yeah, it's well done. He did a very good job with it. I was very impressed.
I'll be back in just a bit.
I like this dry sense of humor.
Yeah, no, for sure.
It's really good. And there's a lot more. I haven't really delved into every little bit of it. I'm just overviewing the whole thing because I'm playing at a fast speed. He really, I didn't know some other things that they posted. And I actually had to take the clipping and enlarge it somewhere else and I read the whole conversation. So very interesting stuff that went on.
Oh, yeah.
Very interesting. I didn't know all that. And those guys, there's a lot of stuff going on with this case beyond that we're kind of, going over. Mm-hmm. And he's stating that all these other guys are, hey, you're still a jerk. You're still this. You're still that. He's saying, and I'm sitting there going, wow. So there's a lot more to come out, and he says, "This is not over."
That's part of what we talked about with the bless and break thing is that Card Kahuna has been involved in a lot of big profile transactions. Like I said, the Sasha T thing, and then again, Mealy Pops is involved in that as well. So like these guys, you don't want to keep being in a place where there's a question, because then down the road, if eventually you end up in a situation like this. Now people are going to retrace your steps and go, wait, weren't they there at that other thing? And weren't they there at that other? All of a sudden people double check and start looking back at everything and be like, every step you took, every social media post, every video clip that you uploaded, that the internet doesn't forget. I said it before, the internet does not forget these things.
Well, we haven't checked in a while. How's the Charizard 10 doing?
Oh, it's probably still in 200,000. I don't think it's going to move very much because you have to get somebody to buy it and somebody to sell. Let's see. Shadow.
It's amazing how that works.
Yeah, well, I think some people actually genuinely believe that the value moves without the transaction. So, no, you actually need a sale to be completed for the price to go up or down.
If there's a sale, because I know all the big auctions. I keep getting emails. I should just delete them all. Or get off the mailing lists, but you just don't want to miss anything.
Yep. All right, so let's take a look here.
How's it going?
Let's have a look. Let's see.
Well, you get mail delivery tomorrow on Saturdays. Good. You might get it tomorrow, Ark. We don't get mail delivery on the weekend. Never have.
That's true.
Wow. They've talked about stopping it for years.
I think they should.
To save money because, the Postal Service is just bleeding money constantly. But they haven't done it yet. And I think a lot of it has to do with the other mail services, UPS, FedEx,
There's no competition.
they're going all the time, and then Amazon, does Saturdays and Sundays. They just are always out there. So
FedEx doesn't do in Canada on Saturdays or Sundays, neither does UPS. You can't even go there, so they're closed.
I think I
Not in Canada.
I hope I didn't misspeak. I think they do on the weekends. I'm pretty sure of it. I know Amazon is all the time.
Yeah, that's a different story. Yeah,
So,
they have their own drivers and these subcontractors going around doing that.
So the post office, I don't know. Maybe they're afraid to shut down on Saturdays. I don't know.
I think in England, I don't know if this goes on now, but I know of recent years they get mail delivery twice a day.
Okay, fine.
Remember how newspapers used to have the morning edition, and then you had the evening edition? Yeah, but I think
I always thought was stupid, but
yeah, well, it was the updated, news because everybody wanted to stay on top of things. Now you have the internet, so
yeah. At the time, they felt they could probably justify it more just because it's like, look, you're just going to update some of the stories and then resend it up on the printers.
And there's no Sunday papers going back to prior to sometime in the 60s, I think it came in the Sundays.
Yeah.
But prior to that, I do all the research. It's 6-day week. So if you're looking up a hockey game that happened on a Sunday, or a Saturday, you'd have to look on the Monday paper for the results, or sometimes even Tuesday. Depends.
Yep. So I found it. I kept forgetting that there were so many versions of it. So I was trying to get the right one because it's not the Shadowless Hollow. It's the first edition Hollow. I'm like, oh, for love of all that is, All right. PSA 10, 252 was the last sale.
And when was that? Sorry.
It was January 8th.
Oh,
so not long ago. Yeah, the previous one was 288, 270, then 252 again back at the end of last year, 264, 240, and then 350 back in April. So right around that point.
Oh, well.
Yeah, so 210-ish on Golden.
So is Sasha going to sue? No.
I don't think Sasha gives a crap at this point. Because don't forget, it was a trade and sale. It was a trade and cash. And the thing is, I think I laugh because some folks forget that Sasha has been buying and selling since then. Truthfully, at that point, if I was him, I'd literally just throw it in the back of the vault and not give a crap about it for 10 years. Just let it be. Yeah, because you should be transacting. You're doing other transactions in the meantime. You could be doing other stuff. Then at some point down the road, you look at it again. Because here's the thing: all those sales in that movement, that was only like 5 or 6 sales in about a year. So it's not like it's transacting every other weekend. It's like it's still a pop 121, but a lot of them are just kind of sitting in somebody's collection or in a vault somewhere. So you're not getting enough volume to really see a lot of price fluctuate. You'll get some movement here and there, but it's not like.
I wonder if this ordeal will help them a little bit.
Obviously, there's less real ones because
That's true.
Unless you want some GI Joes,
Yeah.
you're not going to get it from a sealed case.
And if you noticed over the last 24 hours, the GI Joe market has gone up.
Oh yes, they've all sold.
The cards are worth a lot more. All
Everyone's doing memes and they want real stuff, and
I guess I don't know, but the prices have all increased.
Yeah, so Baz is here. Dad was postmaster in Canada. The pensions that were causing PO to lose.
Oh, they're amazing pensions. My gosh, my dad worked for the post office for 35 years. He had an amazing pension back in the 90s.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the last perks of being in that business. That's what made that. Unfortunately in the business I'm in, the banks used to have that too, because they used to have the style of pension that it was a guaranteed amount. Mm-hmm. But all of those got grandfathered out, I think. Yeah. And I worked for 3 of them, but my timing on them was always a little bit off because at RBC they stopped doing that one a year before I started with them, which is they
saw you coming.
Yeah, by a year in advance they saw me coming, and I was also on contract for a year, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway. So it's like on contract you don't get it.
Yeah,
BMO was the one that hurt me though, because I had no idea that they were still on that format, and they stopped it a month and a half before I got there, and I was like, you.
Oh, time.
The year I could live with because I had a year plus a year on contract. It's like, oh, okay, fine, whatever. It's like a month? Really? Oh, come on, brutal.
Okay, I'm changing my bank just for you.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think any of them do it anymore. I think they've all stopped it. So it's like, it used to be like a really
One
big
company that can afford it, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's like, oh, you guys need to save $1. Thank goodness you guys saved some money. Oh, I'm relieved. Thank goodness. But
They used to always say, "Oh, the banks are down like 40%." It's like, yeah, from the profits of 26 billion, they're down to 18 billion. Yeah, okay.
yeah, yeah, it's
Nice
one of those.
structuring there.
Yeah, it's one of those things because a lot of people financially are worried about. It's like, oh, what if interest rates go up? Ah, you mean the bank makes more money?
Yes.
So it's like, what's the problem? By the way, COVID was very good if you bought bank stock. Not saying I did, but I'm saying it went down very briefly for absolutely no real reason.
Do you have stock options?
I do. Yep.
Okay.
Which is good. Like I'm not saying there's no benefits, but I'm saying that specific thing with the pension that was defined was excellent. It was a really good. It was a great deal because you still got the match, you got all that good stuff.
Good,
But
yeah.
then you would get a guarantee. You still get the match. And I actually bumped up this year when I got my pay raise this year. I did bump up my contribution to maximize their match.
Banks are steady Eddie. You know,
Yeah.
there's never a problem with investing. You don't make a lot of interest, but I mean, you know, it's steady and it's always incremental.
Yeah.
Augie, we have to look into what our benefits are for this show.
Oh, guys,
what's our pension?
You already got him at the show. I think it was a beer and a
Eric, what you're hoping for here is what you're looking for is it's the opposite of what the banks did. What you're hoping for is you're hoping that the Fanatics Overlord bag comes in and then it's just a big old check. Good luck to you. Make sure you spend it wisely.
or else
It's one lump sum payment. You blow it, it's your fault.
you're gonna see a video with me and Carla going, "Oh my god, oh my god,
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's a gigantic check and we're keeping it. Screw you. Click.
No, not Eric. Oh, sorry,
Eric who?
Yeah, Eric. Yeah, charity.
Charity check. I'm a charity.
Oh, you're a charity case. Yes, you are.
There we go.
You can't outpour Tim and Eric, but you can
No.
try.
No.
It's like I slept underneath concrete,
Yeah,
and the concrete was being poured on top of me. That's how poor I was.
Yeah,
I was
that's
before I
about what
lived
was
in
happening.
China underneath
Yeah,
Yep.
North American Shield.
and I would have moved except the concrete was warm, or sorry, it would be asphalt. It's like the asphalt was warm and it was cold outside. Pour it on me.
Yeah, they're a hoot.
Yeah, there's something. There's something.
I gotta watch your show. What is it called?
Isn't it show your?
It's on Corey's. Yeah, it's on Corey's.
Wasn't it Slab
channel.
Business or something like that?
That's the name of the
show?
show.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
on the Show Your Slabs
Channel.
channel.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's on Corey's business channel,
Gotcha.
and the title of the show is Slab Business.
Okay,
Yep.
it's not a slab business.
Yeah.
No.
Maybe
Yeah,
that's the intro they need. That'll add another element to it.
Hey,
And,
I'm here for suggestions. all
And
the time.
Corey's the straight man, and Tim's the clown. And that's how it's run.
Tim, well, he can never be the straight man.
No,
I was gonna
Tim's
say
not-
like,
Tim's not the
so
straight man.
basically, this is the way it has to be. Is what you're getting at.
He will be under the concrete if he's the straight man, and that's,
That's right.
a long time.
No,
away.
Corey's the straight man. He's the one that's trying to steer the ship, and Tim's running around the ship with his hair on fire.
Oh, the problem is that the steering wheel broke off the ship. They're actually completely afloat and adrift. It's like it's not working. It's like it's not attached to anything. It's also not a first edition box, Steve. I mean Tim.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's no rudder.
Yep. So real quick, Master says
Corey's trying to be the rudder.
he's
trying
trying.
like hell.
I agree with that. Okay, so defined pension plan was great for workers. Yes. 27 years banks, they'll stop and switch to 401 and RSPs. Yeah. It's unfortunate because it was a good deal for a long time. Canadian banks are the greatest monopoly in the world. Yep. Since the Canada's Bank Act, there's only 6 of them. System is strong, but atypical, not found anywhere else. Yes. Yeah. So it's going to be funny because I'm sure at some point, it's always been fun for me because sometimes they'll be like, all right, guys, so we got to make sure we're really responsible. It's like, didn't you just buy another bank entirely? It's like, well, yes. You bought another bank entirely. Yes. For billions of dollars. Yes. So I don't get a raise and a bonus?
No, have no more money.
No. We spent the money on buying the other bank. I see. Yeah. Are you going to show the Dumb and Dumber Breaker guys again? I can't believe people break with them. No, I don't think they're not worthy of a replay. They
They
have.
are. That was funny. Just the last part.
Well, the last part, maybe.
They're holding
You mean
each
when they're
other,
like
right?
hugging each other? That part?
Well,
They didn't know what to
I
do.
mean, if you wanted to honestly show them again and show something, you can show the video they did the next day
Oh, that'd be cool.
with the apology and we're gonna make this right and we're gonna donate it, but we're not gonna prove it. And I think people need to see that with these guys, to be honest.
I can take a look for it. It's one of those things that I like. I don't mind showing a video clip, but I always
You
like
want-
to. I always like to preview it. Yeah, I
Yeah,
got to
smart
preview
man.
because with all the ones that we showed tonight, I have watched it already, so I
You
can
are
be like,
smart
okay, let's
man.
double check that.
Smart
do that.
policy.
Yeah,
Eric can talk through his collection or something.
exactly.
What
Yeah,
else
so-
did you pick up?
Yeah, exactly.
I picked
So-
up a ton of stuff anyway. So.
Yeah,
Your collection makes mine look silly. So
I don't think so. I think mine is kind of. I got to clean up that room. You just keep adding things and run out of flat spaces, and then you say, "Yeah, I got to organize this."
Well, put the-
Oh, yeah,
put the
I gotta
haunted-
write the book.
put the haunted Hogan costume to work. Then go. If you're gonna stay here and haunt me, could you at least clean up around here? Like, do something,
I
brother.
left him in
Do
there.
something, brother.
I left him in there. He didn't do shit.
Yeah. I almost forgot that Rick also referenced Jefferson Burdick. Yes. It's important. Yeah, Jefferson Burdick is rolling in his grave.
I
A
don't
lot
know
of
who
a lot of
that is
people a lot of
off the top
people
my head.
Jefferson Burdick is the one who did the
American
original
Card
catalog. Yeah, the original card catalog.
ACC. He did all the numbers, so that's why we have C56, C55
Yeah.
that are out of order.
Yeah. And that was with all the sports and also other tobacco cards and stuff like that. There were a lot of
Non-sports,
classifications.
postcards, advertise. He did everything.
Yeah, it was the basis of a lot of the stuff that is now considered like a T206 set is called the T206 set because that's what he classified it at the time.
T was tobacco.
Yeah. So
C was
very
cigarettes.
significant in the history of the hobby, very significant because he was the first one that at least got the ball rolling. Did they get everything right? No, but they got off to a decent start. They gave everybody something to work off of, and we go forward from there.
Simple documentation. It wasn't meant to be in any order, so
Yeah.
that's why the C50s are off and what have you. But he did a good job. Very basic, but amazing help for the hobby. And he started in the 30s, 40s, 30s, 20s. Yeah,
Yep.
just one of those guys.
Yeah. So Jay here is talking about just a little Fanatics deal, proposed tops acquisition. So total cash at risk by Fanatics investors about $350 million. So that was the round of funding they received. Allowed it to secure $10 billion license deals and buy tops for $500 million plus. I did see actually Michael Eisner was I think on CNBC talking about the deal a little bit, and he did say it was north of the $500 million. So somewhere off in the distance, Brian Gray was screaming vindication, and I was like, "Hold on there, Brian. Hold on, settle down." They did owe $400 million.
That was I wondered about
So
that.
so just to be clear, I did an inflation calculator and I showed it to Bobby, and the Eisner Group bought it for $385 million in 2007, and they had tops valued at I think 1.3 or 1.6 million that would have been part of the deal. That's what they valued it at. Now, they presumably sold it probably somewhere around $1 billion-ish. But the thing is, number one, with inflation, it would have been worth about $500 million anyway, give or take. Toss in $400 million in debt, assuming Fanatics pays
They
it
bought
off.
the
of
debt.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they bought the debt. That's $900 million already. So yes, they made some money, but it wasn't like the killing that it could have been if they had been able to do what they really wanted to do. But again, they at least got out of it, potentially got out of debt. So not the worst deal. I'm sure Eisner isn't horrifically, bothered by it, in the sense that at least he was able to get out of it. The debt is no longer my problem. Fine. They still keep the gum part of it, the confectionery piece. So at least they've got some business value left over, and they were able to sell off the other piece because it was going to be worth less going forward anyway. So it was like, all right, we still got something out of that portion of the asset. We still own a piece of the company, and we were able to get out of debt. Okay, not the worst deal we could have ever made.
Brian Gray, buy him out of the gum.
Well, Brian Gray always talks about like, oh, I could get $700 million. Well, go ahead. Knock
Why
yourself-
wouldn't he?
The problem is you spent the friggin' money on Pro Set, Brian.
I think he
You
did.
could have had tops, bro.
He said he doesn't have enough. He'll have enough to retire then. I'm going, how much do you need?
Well, the problem is that when he says he's got $700 million, he means he's got other people who have $700 million that he can call up and go, hey, bros, want to go halvesies on tops?
Yeah. And a little bit more on a box of Pokemon. No.
A G.I. Joe, Bobby. It was a
Okay.
$3.5 million GI Joe
PO
case.
box case.
By the way, somebody brought up an excellent point. I want to see the rest of the boxes open. Are they all GI Joe?
They might not be.
That's what I mean. Like I am actually genuinely curious. Like what else we got?
I'd like to see.
Do we have Batman?
I'd
Would
like
that
to
be more acceptable to Logan?
Yes.
maybe.
Yeah. It's like, all right, I'm good with that one. That one's fine.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the cello wrap. I saw Steve looking at it, and I didn't really see any determination at that point.
I don't think Steve was able to effectively determine that it was a box at that moment. At that moment, his life was flashing before his eyes. Everything was confusing. You could have handed him a phone and be like, "What is this? What am I supposed to do?"
The Jericho wall was falling.
Everything. It was. I saw. This is a meme that I caught, but I wish that I had. Well, maybe I took a screenshot of it. Hold on. Let me see because I saw a meme that was like perfect, but I don't know if I caught it.
I saw a lot of memes.
It was of Steve Hart, and it was the look on his face, and like in the meme is like the moment you realize that it's all crumbling around you or whatever. It was like the moment they captured of his face. It was perfect, but I'll have to see if I can find it.
Not the one I sent you, right?
No, it was a very different one.
Yeah, I saw another one that was really good too.
But that's
it was part of that video. They did another great one. It was like when you realize. What was it? It was so good. It was really good. Oh, so no, I thought the other one I was laughing at is someone's getting laid tonight. They're thinking they're not. They're no. It was so funny. Yeah. There's lots of great memes. We live for memes.
That's right. At this point, especially. Could it be worse than G.I. Joe? I don't know. We'll have to see if he's got any other issues. So here, Brian from Leaf is an interesting guess. We agree with that. I think he was posturing his business quite a bit with Jeremy Lee pushing the red button license. But that's the best part about Brian Graham.
Every time
he's like, guys, but it's like I could push the red button. Don't make me push the red. Oh, but if I push it, he's like, so you're gonna push the fucking button or what? Yeah. He's like, no, but I could, but I could. Red button.
Stand back.
And I was like, literally push it, push it.
Clubhouse quite a bit.
Yeah,
and.
Oh, he loves to talk. My God, more than anybody I know.
Yeah, but the problem is Jeremy's the wrong host at that moment. It's like, no, Jeremy, the correct thing to say is, okay, push the button, do it. I'm ready. I'm ready to do an impromptu. Brian, right, do it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We're doing it. It's happening. At that moment, it's like I call him. It's like I got you. At that moment, we're bringing everybody on. At that moment, we're bringing Yannick, Eric, Lesko, Haunted Hogan costume. Everybody. His entire contribution is brother. I'll mute him the rest of the time. But the point is, everybody, all hands on deck.
Justin, where are you?
I'll also mute him. We'll let the Hogan costume talk more. All right, so real quick here. The actual boxes weren't even first edition. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Well, that's what Steve said when he opened the bite. He goes, "They're not even first edition." That's when.
That's what he fixated on. That was the best part. That was a beautiful moment. Although my favorite will remain. We got duped. Agreed. And everybody's just like staring at him like, "You're an idiot. You are such an idiot."
It was like, does everybody agree? Please nod.
It's like, please nod. Please. Yeah, that'll totally save it. That'll save it. He's sitting there like, you cut that out, right? Yeah, totally cut that out.
Yeah, this is the biggest swindle of the.
Yeah, the biggest scam in Pokemon history.
And I'm sitting there going,
yeah,
you're part of it, and it's not even the biggest because you got to take it back a few steps, take a little less money off of it because it was a scam from day one.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I said earlier,
really $100,000 scam if everybody's going to back up, right?
It's true.
Right.
$3.5 million. There needs to be a criminal investigation.
No, it's not 3.5. It was given back, so we got to back it up to 2.7. Then we got to back it up. To
it's only 2.7.
It's not even 2.7 because it's $100,000.
Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. Clearly, they should be allowed to do what they want.
Yeah. Logan Paul's the only one who really is like, this is the best thing that could have happened. I got my money back and content.
Yeah,
he
killed it.
I've said it. How many times we say it? There's one guy in that room who can't lose, and it's him.
It works. I love it.
There's a few other people in there. If you've seen in the reflection on the sliding patio door,
there
was quite a few people in behind the action.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Like, they knew they were going to record
That's
it.
called an entourage.
Yeah. They knew they were going to record it. They knew it was going to make good content but here's the thing. Logan Paul did an amazing job. He was able to wait, give everybody a little time to think about it, speculate on it, and then it's like, all right, dropping it. Here we go. And I'm sure it will do very well. But that's why I say it's going to be interesting. I'll stand by my original guess that at the end of the day, the hobby always lets these things blow over. However, I will say, being in the room, being the meme lord that Steve Hart now is, the meme lord that he has become, it's gonna be kind of hard to, like, I would not have been in that room if I was in his position. I've got so much to lose, so little to gain, and so much to lose.
Well, Mealy pops too.
Yeah, at least he was hiding somewhere else. Like,
Yeah, he wasn't in the. Yeah.
like he wasn't in the room at least, but like he's still gonna get his at the moment. So they were only Mike Trout cards in the 5 boxes. Truly worth nothing.
What a sweating moment that must have been for some of those guys.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, they spent some of the money.
Yep. Steve Hart is faced with reality. He'll have to go wrestle with the Hart Wrestling Family Dynasty now.
Oh, maybe.
Has to go down to the dungeon.
Yep. He could be the other Hart brother. So this is in relation to Brian Gray. He loves to hear the sound of his own voice, though. Which one of us doesn't, though? But he really loves it. He just loves being like,
Oh, no.
please let me pontificate for you all.
Yes.
As an industry expert, it's like, dude, you're over in the corner. By the way, he is at the main table, but he's at the main table as like, you can stand here and talk for a bit. You don't get to sit. You don't get to sit at the main table, but you're in the room. You are in the room.
See, I say this. Yeah, he's at the big boy dinner, but he's at the kiddie table.
Yeah. Well, we got the kiddie table in the other room. I've got some people at the kiddie table.
Oh,
they're not allowed in that room.
Most
Brian Gray can be in the room, but he's got to shuffle between rooms occasionally.
Okay.
It's like you don't get to sit permanently in this room, but you can come in and say your piece, and then please get out.
Yeah. He is interesting to listen to. He's very much
Very much so.
entertaining. Very much entertaining.
Listen, we'll accept it. It's good. We'll take it. He's good for content. We'll take him for that.
Yes.
Yep. You got a mouse in your pocket. These are facts. Yep. I think we've all been duped. Agreed. Yeah. That is still my favorite. It's still my favorite in that video. And there's our compilation video, Sports Card Fails. Steve has secured a place in it. Yes, he has. I agree with that. I wonder if people are going to anonymously mail in packs of G.I. Joe cards. I would.
Oh.
Such a good idea. Fantastic
Please
idea.
authenticate these.
Yes, please.
Maybe that's why the price has gone up, because so many people are buying them so they could
To send them to.
send it. You authenticate these for me, please?
He's going to have a UPS truck full of G.I. Joe packs showing up to his office today.
There are so many ways you could troll this man.
Oh,
It'd be amazing. It'd be amazing. Glorious. There's a cross-border fraud issue. Yep. The reason the original video should have been taken down. They're not going to take it down at this point. There's probably some tax issues the Fed Canada government would be interested in discussing. If the government of Canada could prosecute any such thing, I'd love to see it. I won't hold my breath on that.
No. That's tough.
But
And
I understand. But I agree.
either, can they?
I agree with Jay's general point, though. Like conceptually, I'm with him. But it's like, I live here. I know what we got. Good luck with that. We'll send our Mountie. We'll send our Mountie to investigate it.
There's no way of them proving that guy sealed it. If he bought it at a garage sale, no records, and said he got rid of it like that in a court case, man, that's tough to not to convict him. I'd say. If you're good at doing what you did with that box, which was well done, they must have used a blow dryer on the tape to give it that like sealed on. They rubbed the side of that sticker. You know, everything was done to a very good degree. Very well done.
Yep.
So somebody's not so stupid. Well,
That's
I
why.
mean, sorry.
Yeah.
But
Well, look, someone in this transaction made money. Someone made money in this because right now you still got to unwind
Logan
it.
Paul
Yeah, Logan Paul.
at the top end and the bottom end.
Yeah,
Everywhere in
and right
between.
now the first seller is still good at the moment.
Yeah.
You got to unwind and go all the way back to get to them. You still got a couple of steps between now and then for that.
Pursuing him on that.
That's what I mean. For the moment, I think they're
They
fine.
got
at the
him.
moment.
Mail fraud.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. That was kind of Jay's part of Jay's point there because there is a fraud issue for sure. Like there was something, but again,
But out of innocence, he
It's
can
gonna
say,
require-
I bought it at a garage sale, and
yeah, it's going to be really hard to say. It's like, well, I'm not the expert, and the expert thought it was good after they sent it over. So what do you want from me? All roads lead back to Steve.
It does.
All roads lead back to Steve. Everyone is just going to point at Steve.
yeah,
Yep. So here, Ozzy Cortez says SCI is the wrong channel to press and guess further. I generally agree, but I'm not sure where Sports Card Investor came in on this. If you could clarify, Ozzy Cortez, I'm not sure where that plays into this one, but just let me know. This one's actually a good question. I like this question for you, Bobby, to kind of opine on. So worst case scenario, let's say for some reason, miracle of miracles, Steve Hart is legitimately discredited, but somehow the hobby still wants room for an authenticator. So this is just an opinion piece. It's kind of, let's play it out. Could we find another Mark Murphy, Steve Hart somewhere in there that would be willing to take on that role and that could somehow be accepted at this stage in the game? That's kind of an open question that I kind of leave to you. I'm going to refill, but I want you to take a stab at it, please.
Yeah, there's going to be a BBCE, I think it's called Bobby Burrell card encapsulator, and he's coming. Oh, sorry, coming. Like I said, I would have done it years ago. But it is a task. It is a job. It's not like every pack is different. It's not like you're grading a card. Okay, you're off a grade. You can send it in for regrading. You can't do that with a pack. So packs are sort of, it's either good or it's not. But there's a lot of packs that have been sent back inconclusive. And there's a lot of packs that I guess, remember I told you about these 71 packs that I looked at and I said, they're bad. There's no way they're good. Anybody who sent that to me, I'd say, no, they're good. And then the guy's going to open it at home. He goes, oh, I got Dryden's on 3 packs. So they had to be good and they're near mint. So what are you going to do? You're going to say, well, hey, it's not a perfect science. Autograph's not a perfect science. It's one of those 2 big things in the hobby that we're always going to be stuck with no science behind it. It's just, best experience in. And unfortunately, have you bought any packs, Eric?
I haven't bought a pack of cards since the 90s.
Oh, okay. So you've never bought a vintage pack to go with your like a 77 WHA pack that has the Bobby Orr lookalike on it? No,
I've never had the opportunity, and
you were at the expo.
But nothing jumped out at me, and I don't know how I feel about buying that. Like I was having a conversation with someone the other day about the unopened wax packs in a slab that might contain a Gretzky rookie or some other LeBron rookie, and they're getting thousands upon thousands of dollars for an unopened wax pack in a slab.
Yeah,
there could be absolutely nothing in it.
90% of the time, there's not absolutely nothing in it. The value
to me, and it's just an opinion and how I collect. I cannot think of a worse way to waste my money.
Well, I got into wax because, history with me, it was more of, recapturing my youth. But with packs, there was always the mistake. It was the collectible within the collectible that I really liked. I like the display boxes. I like that could be a great card in there. Do you want to open it? No, I want to keep it sealed. And people says, how do you do that? How do you not open it? I'm saying, because I'd lose my money for the most part. But I could, my friend, we did pack wars and all 79 Gretzky packs. I think they were about $150. And we did it at the expo and we'd sit around and do that. And he pulled the Gretzky rookie. So, 396 cards, there's 14 cards per pack. Not good odds at $150 a crank. Now that's going back like 10, 12 years. So that was a lot of money.
Video of that, I think I've seen, right?
No, not of that. No. I have a picture. Okay. Yes, a picture of Grant. Yeah, but I don't have a video of it.
All right.
But going back then, it's really funny. Like $150, $200 a pack back then was a fairly decent amount.
Yeah.
Today is nothing. But our income hasn't went up this much. So where did everything turn into? It's the investment side that's really driving this. What I used to spend $400 or $500 on, I have to spend $1,500 on now.
So did we agree that you're going to start up the business and charge like $500?
BBC, I already told you it's in the works.
Yeah. But you're going to charge like $500 per consultation, like a nice solid flat fee to starters, and then work your way up to.
Yeah, I'm going to go.
Pokemon cases at least asked for like $250,000.
No, 7%.
All right, you're going to do it by percentage. Gotcha.
I'll keep it under the 8%.
Gotcha.
7%.
Okay.
And,
I don't think it'd be totally out of the realm of reality for him to set up a table at the expo with the sign that says, authentication and.
Well, you could put a list of different qualifications you have. Tape expert. How are you with tape?
I'm very good.
But he could packs and boxes and he wrote a damn book. So I mean. You know, I mean, like,
I
don't
used to
know
do
how
it
you,
actually. I used to do it, and people used to bring them over to our tables. Actually, the guys at my table at that time are best wax guys in the business. Honestly, one guy doing it since '60s.
so you know, if that guy's still around or healthy enough, you know, I mean, you guys
We
can
don't.
set
Why do you
up
want
your
to
own
do
little
that?
business at the expo.
Well,
You got your own groove, but people used to bring us packs over. I was
Yeah.
trying to say, and we go, these look good, and we'd go, yeah. What do you think? We wouldn't say anything until everybody went around, and then we go, what do you guys think? Because if you go yes, and then you pass to the next guy, he's gonna go, well, that's
yeah, you kind of
a
what you're
little bit
doing.
more.
What you're doing is
No.
you're kind of predisposing people to kind of
You don't want to do
change. You want to let them have a chance to establish their own opinion.
just our friends that we'd hang it.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, I wouldn't want to influence my other friend or my other friends
Yeah.
because I was kind of the main guy for the wax. They were all collectors, big collectors,
Yeah.
biggest collectors. Some of them still today have the best wax collection. But you know, at that time, you know, it was just a matter of we were coming. We were the wax guys. What were we called? What was that early name we had? We were Four Sharp Corners, and then we turned into the Pack Rats. We had to get rid of Four Sharp Corners, so Four Sharp Corners came out. We're going back. Four Sharp Corners,
I think
2003.
I do remember because I used to on the expo program I would scan through the list, so I do remember Pack Rats. That one does ring a bell. I do remember that one
Because we're like the Rat Pack. There was 4 of us.
Yeah.
You know, so kind of took a thing on that.
So I like this one. By the way, I like Bob Jackson's attempt to find the perfect card to send in to the plausible denial. I like that. Bob, you are doing some good work on this.
Yeah.
Like, if we do establish the comment of the day, I like where you're going with this. I like what you guys have been doing tonight. By the way, credit to you. Good job by you. I like this here. One for the task. Good evening. Some interesting discussion playing out in SCI Facebook page because of the relationship between SCI and Mealy Pups. Yeah. That goes back to a topic that I addressed some time ago where, and I'll quickly, I'm not going to go the whole thing again. Maybe down the road we can do it again, but I'll be quick about it. Be very careful who you vouch for in the hobby. You really should make sure that you really are truly comfortable. Like, I'm very hesitant to recommend to people even content. Sometimes I'll be like really picky, or I'll qualify. I'll say, look, if you're interested in this, this is pretty good. These are some of the strengths, these are some of the weaknesses. Understand that sometimes they'll throw stuff out at this. They don't really know as much about that. Like, just give an honest assessment. If you're giving an honest assessment, then at least you're letting the other person decide for themselves, right? And it's the same thing when you vouch for somebody's expertise or you vouch for their knowledge in something. It's like, you do realize if it turns out that they're completely wrong or they lead somebody astray or whatever, you're like, you lent them credibility. It goes back to the Steve Hart thing. If you don't know what the hell you're doing, as soon as you wrapped it, now it's your problem. If you had said no in the first place, it's not your problem. You're not the meme lord.
Now, did it?
The meme lord.
See,
That's his new. That will be his thing. He's now the meme lord.
I'm looking at the intent here. Is the intent taken that that Steve thought, hey, it looks good. Who's going to open it after that?
Yeah.
Is that really the thought that who
It
else
should be.
beyond me? There's
You
no.
can't assume. You can't assume.
Oh, it was assumed.
Yeah, no, I understand, but I'm saying you should not assume.
You should not assume.
Like it's a terrible. It was bad judgment to
But after
assume that it
Steve,
would
who do
never
you go
be open.
to? Who do you bring
And that's right now the valid. In my opinion, right now, if Steve was to go down for this, I would rather there not be anybody right now. No, but I'm saying we're playing out the scenario. If we're playing out the scenario, I would rather there not be anybody. I would rather everybody be dubious of all the unopened and just leave it be.
And there wouldn't be a market then.
That's great.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Well, it exists, and it's the same thing. You can say that with the autographs, but it has to be there.
No, the thing is, like, I don't really need there to be a market for unopened. Like, look, you want to buy it, go ahead.
Yeah.
You don't want to buy it, don't. There's a very specific pocket of people that want it. There are people who want it. If it's at a price point, they want to open it. There's one pocket. And then there's the people who legitimately want to leave it sealed because they're thinking, okay, through attrition, there are less of these available. So that has some ongoing attrition scarcity that continues as more people open it up. But that's what they're banking on. They're hoping that, okay, so number one, this has got to be good. And then number two, as other ones get open, then this becomes rarer as time goes on. So that's kind of the idea. I left this comment on here because I just wanted to let it soak in.
But you know,
let it soak and marinate.
Listen, with all respect and everything, all I
Soak and
can tell you is Jeremy isn't 60 Minutes. He's the Tonight Show.
I wouldn't even go that far.
No,
What's the Tonight
Letterman?
Show for public access cable?
if he starts doing investigative reporting and attacking his guests,
I think one question is not investigative reporting.
no one's going to show up next week.
I'm fairly confident you could ask one legitimate question per show.
Oh yeah, what for Tim's show? Oh yeah,
No,
a lot of people.
Well, for Tim, you could ask him how homeless he is.
Tim is brutally honest. He'll answer anything.
Oh, Tim's so entertaining, and he's got a great product. And most of these guys who they're into PSA, why having him on? I think he's a key guest, one of the key guests, because he has something that nobody else has, that nobody else has done, and has a great storyline. And you cannot ask for much more than that in a hobby.
Yeah, you've got a narrative. If you want to stick to narrative, you can actually. You can stick to narrative because there is a story built in. There is a direction that you can have open-ended questions that lead you down the path of telling the story. That's naturally built in already. I'm not saying because we already did it, but good on him for getting there.
Yeah,
He does have the creepy floating head picture, so that's cool.
Yep.
So did everybody, right?
Yeah,
They still got invited back.
but just I'm going to move on now. But we've let it marinate beautifully. Just let it marinate. It's wonderful. Moving on. Rick, I have an 81 football box authentic of a BBC. Should I be worried? When did you buy it, Rick? No, there's a reason I'm asking. Because every single time I look, again, anything could be. Like, it could be bad, it could be good. We'll never know. Again, you don't know until you open it. But if it wasn't crazy expensive at the time, the incentive to mess with it was less. As it got more expensive, the incentive grows exponentially as time goes on.
Who's that Montana rookie? Isn't it?
That is the Montana rookie, yeah.
Yeah. Understand this. Okay, Steve screwed up on a Pokemon case. They're not wax pop. That's not his specialty. That's not even close to his specialty.
Yeah.
So everything else prior to this, you have to be in the same mood. So you have to trust whatever. If you leave it sealed and leave it as is, where the next home goes to, it's fine. It's not going to be opened and checked, because who's going to check it beyond Steve or me or a few other guys who are really good in the hobby? There's a bunch of good other guys, quite a few. And actually, there is a guy, and I did state this before, Chris Houston, I think his name is, and he authenticates cases. He doesn't do single boxes. He does cases. And this guy knows cases. Like, that's the guy I would have taken that to, because he knows, he looks into the tape. This guy, that's his specialty. It's not Steve's. It's this guy's. And everybody has their specialty in the hobby. And you always go to him. And he has a business, and he's part of the Unknown Open group. They have 11,000 members.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, you think wax isn't very big. It's huge. And the stuff that they're buying, it's just the post every day. You just sit there and go, wow, an open case of 74, 67. I don't know. Just, it's amazing stuff that people have.
Yeah. It also plays into kind of the counterpoint to what I said earlier. I was willing to entertain the scenario because it's more interesting just to play the theoretical. The reason why I said originally, and I'll still stand behind it, is that he is almost in the too big to fail situation. The genre needs him to still be solid, one way or the other. Even if a couple of them do a little side eye at some of the cases, they're like, you know what? I'm almost incentivized not to open it because you know what? I don't actually want to know. And it's
how are you going to know?
Yeah. And you're better off. You know what? I will pretend. I got to go to bed tonight. As far as I'm concerned, it's good. No G.I. Joe packs to be found.
The funniest part is guys used to come up to me and they say, oh, I found one pack out of the box where the wrapper's kind of bent the wrong way and stuff like that. And I said, oh, it's good. Don't worry. And they go, what? It says, yeah. Sometimes the fold didn't work. Sometimes the fold didn't work. But when I'm
there are
looking
legitimate reasons why stuff happens sometimes. There's reasons.
People say, oh, you got to look for this. No, don't look for that. That's wrong. Those are good. Don't worry. Well, I wouldn't buy one. Why not?
What are you going to look for in O-Pee-Chee? Everything they did was horseshit.
Pretty much.
So
what?
Is this the first you're hearing of this?
Well, he was agreeing with you first, and then he's like, I got to cover both angles. He's like, basically, what?
Yeah, I mean,
I had to
They
give
had-
Eric some encouragement before I hit him down there.
Yeah, I mean, they have the best cards and the better sets and the better inserts, but we all know they didn't take any pride in their work and didn't care. So
How many GI Joe cards do I get per pack?
I don't know.
Too long. Trash. Moving on.
What makes you say that?
So what? They didn't take pride in their work?
Yeah.
I don't know how to answer that seriously.
Okay.
All right. Answer it, farcically, but only after we've answered the important question. Have we broken ground in the Burrell building?
Not yet, but you can see it from
Space.
Very nice.
That's right.
yes.
Yeah, Bobby Rell, card educator. Thank you, Georgetown. Appreciate it. Rat Pack is in Sammy Davis, Bobby Sammy Davis Jr. Yeah.
He wasn't part of the rack back, but yeah.
Sammy Davis wasn't part of that one?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
he was.
Well, they had a few interchangeable guys, wasn't
Okay. I thought it's some
there? There was
configuration he was
three or
involved.
four. Then there was a couple that came
Okay.
and went, but Sammy was, I think he was the original 3, and then they went to 4, but he was gone at that time. And
Okay.
I can't remember the guys now. Oh, shoot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lamine
Anyway.
James will be upset for Steve taking his meme crown. I know, absolutely. So Bob here is saying about the about when we were talking about the show on the Saturday thing. Tonight's show with
Fallon.
Fallon. Yeah, come on, Fallon's at least a semi-professional. Mind you, he doesn't ask anything either.
Well, I'll
but,
tell you, that's a great
Hey,
example.
Jeremy gets paid.
Yes.
He gets paid. That's professional.
That's
It's not like this show. The host doesn't get paid in this show.
We're amateurs. We haven't been professional yet.
We haven't turned pro. By the way, there are links in the description if any of you want to help us turn pro.
Getting back to what Eric said, yeah, there was they were just a gum company and they were putting out packs. The cutting, all this other stuff.
Centering, the cutting.
Centering's bad on tops too. The cuts are certainly better. The cardboard is less quality wise.
I was about to say card stock.
Yeah. So there's give and take on both sides. So
I think cardstock. One thing about it is that they were allowed to get away with it for quite a long time, because Topps kind of did the same thing where like they used that cheaper cardstock for a very long time, and the most interesting period from a transition, because the sheer amount of transitions very quickly. If you go 89, 1990, they're still using basically the same cards within approximation. 91, still basically using the same. 92, all of a sudden they upgrade the cardstock a little bit. Front is semi-gloss. Like, it's not crazy, but it's clearly a difference between 91 and 92. And then 93, all of a sudden now we're getting to like closer to modern cardstock. By 94, it's gloss. So it's like in consecutive years, you're seeing these little upgrades in it almost year by year. As opposed to like if you go from 1991 going all the way back, you've got effectively the same cardboard for decades. Like
But
it's really not a
Topps and
major
O-Pee-Chee's
difference.
Different card stock. O-Pee-Chee's got that flimsier stock, and Topps cards are thicker and sturdier in a lot of cases. And then if you look at the WHA cards, I mean, you could see through those damn things.
It was acetate before acetate was cool, Eric.
there you go.
I just don't understand how NHL O-Pee-Chee is one level of bad, and then WHA O-Pee-Chee is a lower level of bad.
Yeah.
They gave all the money to Bobby Hull.
I actually think that the 76 are quite thick. They had a lot of.
Are we talking O-Pee-Chee, WHA? What are we talking?
O-Pee-Chee, WHA. Very
Gotcha.
thick.
Okay.
75, maybe not. 74, decent. Those ones are thick. The Cordy Howe you got right there. That's a nice thick card. It's not thin. It's not flimsy. The only year I can think of is 75, and that box, that display box, that year is so thin on the display box more than any other year. I have a hard time wrapping that box when I do preserve them, and I always had an issue with that. So does it feel thinner?
In my opinion, it is. I'm barely touching it. It's bending.
Well, so what year was that for WHA?
This
74.5.
Okay, so do you have a 74.5 O-Pee-Chee for comparison?
There's no tops in any of those. So it's all O-Pee-Chee.
No, I understand, but I'm saying
WHA.
that's WHA. What I'm saying is, do you have the NHL? For
NHL is
comparison?
pretty about the same thickness.
That's kind of
Same production run.
But I'm saying, to your point, if Eric happens to have one of those, like you've literally got them beside each other, you
Get
can
a
tell.
tops. Get a tops. And
That's what I'm
then
getting at. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, so 74.
Yeah, that's a situation where
NHL.
if you take the same year, you can basically just compare the two. You'll see the stock.
Watch, she'll try to bend it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, see it bends more.
I told you it's not real. It's not real like a GI Joe card.
All right, here's a famous card here. Bobby, you'll know. I assume Carlos, you'll know this too.
All right.
All right, here's the O-Pee-Chee version.
All right.
You know why
So,
this
hold
is
on.
famous?
I'll zoom you in on this. So go ahead.
All right, so you know why this is famous, of course, right?
I do. Do anybody else?
Give
And
him a
here's-
second.
Here's the tops.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so identical card.
Yep.
All right, Bobby, you can educate of why these are a famous card. Infamous. We'll say infamous.
Well, he never played on Buffalo. I think he was traded, but he never really did play a game. And what team was he with? Montreal? Was he?
Yeah, and it was just a mistake that was made.
See,
by
Topps
the-
made all the mistakes without correcting them.
Yeah.
And because they came out earlier in the year. Now, January 1st was the release date for O-Pee-Chee.
Mhm.
So they would wait till the trades happened, and then they would release in January. And so you had like 264 cards with Topps, and then O-Pee-Chee would do 396. So you always got more cards, and there's a lot of players who would be upset that they got the Topps cards, and they, the guy's been traded in October. So you're stuck with that wrong player in the wrong team. So O-Pee-Chee, that's why the sets are more liked. They're a little larger, a little better. The quality of the cardboard, they're all pretty thin. You're talking about.
So I'm sitting here holding them,
Okay.
and
Too hard on the right side.
and
They're different stock for sure.
Yeah, the O-Pee-Chee is much thinner,
All right.
more flexy. The tops is a little stiffer.
That's your wrong. That's your right hand, left hand.
I'm
Not just
holding the
kidding.
He's
top.
questioning the integrity of your
I'm
fold.
holding the tops in my left.
Well, Eric, hold on. This is a good time to address this. Let's address this for a second because these two are important. We got to remember something very important. So if you guys all notice, Eric wears his hat and Bobby's got his hat. Now, if you'll notice, Eric's brim is like when it comes to the bend, the fold, he's like.
That is correct.
Yeah, it's a very aggressive fold. So we question your sensitivity to proper folding process and proper folding technique.
Usually,
See how my brim is?
Yeah, like Bobby's got a very smooth, like as a connoisseur of many fitted hats, I have no doubts, man.
Arc. It's
Like
perfect.
that's a bit aggressive on that fold there.
Yeah, this is usually how it is, but I was wearing my glasses.
What's that mean?
Well, they don't fit if the brim is that bent. I have to-
So there is a level of fold that you will not undertake.
Can you not come up like this?
No, it will literally. I bend it so much they'll hit, and I wear my hat low, so I'd have to wear my glasses like this.
Move on.
All right, I'm not going to play it the whole way.
All right.
I just needed to get the point across.
Wasn't that
you brought
perfect?
it up,
Move
man.
on, and it came right in. I was like,
Yeah,
whoa.
I had you, Bobby. I had you. But you
now
notice
it's
I
all
truncated it. I did truncate it.
Thank you.
So
Now it's all bent up.
yeah, I saved the full $1 million man for the right moment. We have to save him. You know, he's special to the show. We have to wait our moment.
Yes. You don't want to overdo it.
Yep, famous because Eric owns it. Yep, clearly you need a bendometer to measure them. True. Need some Daps Man hat style. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob liked that one. There it is. Yeah, there it is. We got our regular characters, guys. We got our regular characters.
So, anyways, the point is
Yeah.
the card stock for
But the color is still the
O-Pee-Chees.
same, right?
and this year they actually do seem very similar.
But that's the reason why I asked. That's why I say compare apples to apples, right? Use the
Yeah.
same year, then at least you can kind of do a comparison.
Well,
It's easier.
So here's the two O-Pee-Chees NHL.
I do think the cardboard is a softer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so then it would be like maybe the way
That
they
does
compressed it.
nothing for anybody, Eric, except you.
I'm just telling you.
I'm kind of hoping he would overdo it. He'd be like, he's suddenly getting like the hat. He's like, "Urgh!"
But I'm putting very minimal pressure on these, and the O-Pee-Chee ones
Calibrate
bend
that
more.
effort.
How do you know that? How do we know that you didn't think the hat brim was minimal pressure and you almost folded the damn thing?
Yeah.
I like my hats like this.
So
Really?
that's the difference between O-Pee-Chee and Topps is really just that the Topps, especially, well, it's only in hockey, is that, they didn't make enough cards in the set. They didn't wait for the trades. And that's why O-Pee-Chee's sort of worth more.
All right.
Yeah.
The thickness really doesn't matter, and the quality. The wrapper, the wax packs, they'll peachy are 100 times better because you can't tell on tops if it's really sealed because the wax is so thick on the wrapper. Whereas peachy, beautiful, you can tell 100%, 100% easier. Sorry, not 100% of the time, because that would be BBC Bobby Burrell. Hard. Clap to you later. Sorry.
Look at you.
I'd have to change my name to protect the innocent. Ooh.
I think we're real late on that. Innocent, guilty, whatever. Wherever the mockery comes, we'll be there. Sounds good. Sounds good. All right, folks. So you tell me. Like I said, we had our fun. We got a lot of mileage out of a couple of those topics. Like, and I don't want to press it again. If there's something that maybe we haven't touched on, something in a different angle, then I'm happy to touch on it. But that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Anything else you guys want to chat about? It is kind of a chill. It's a hangout. So, we can have Eric give us a hat, folding demonstration. We could do that. Or we could look at some different cards. Like, I leave it to the crowd. I leave it to the audience to tell me. Y'all tell me.
You got hair under there. That's good.
Yeah.
I bought a new hat, actually. In the deal, I got him to throw in 2 hats. So I got 2 brand new hats. Same ones, the Gold Knights.
Mm-hmm.
I like the
Well, the Knights are great. I like everything about them, except those shiny gold domes.
Except they're not Boston, yeah.
No, their helmets are horrible.
Well, Eric, I tell you what would have solved that. And this was my pitch. As soon as they came out with it, and as soon as they said it, I was like, guys, this was a missed opportunity. And I don't think I've said it on the show, but I've definitely said it elsewhere. I go, guys, the Black Knights. Literally, 'tis but a flesh wound is your call out at the beginning of it. Like, guys, play into it. Monty Python, 'tis but a flesh wound. Do it.
Yeah.
It would have been amazing.
That's
a great war cry. That's a great war cry. Especially in hockey. That's wonderful.
They could have just Vegas Knights would have actually sufficed.
That's fine. But I like Black Knights though would have been kind of fun because you could have had somebody dress up as you could have had people cosplaying as the Black Knight.
Yes.
And screaming "'Tis but a flesh" after every fight. "'Tis but a flesh wound." Yes.
Most of them wouldn't get it anyways. They don't got the Monty Python.
But
thing.
if it was repeated enough, even the younger people would just play into it, and they wouldn't understand what it's like.
But they'll just say
perfectly. Yeah, they'll just say it.
After every goal, the crowd goes knee.
There's so many things that you could throw. Listen, people do dumber shit for no reason.
Yeah.
In Detroit, they throw an octopus on the ice. Why?
That was kind of cool.
I understand, but my point is, this is substantially less absurd. It's very easy to establish it. Like, we don't have to work that hard, guys.
I understand.
Yeah,
I can get it.
I think it was a missed opportunity. It would have been very funny. See here, Bob says, I consider this a draw.
Done.
Guys, beautiful.
Peachy still sells for more.
There you go. All right,
Hey, Peachy's awesome. I'm just talking about.
They're not awesome. They're less. They're sires of a lesser god or something. I have no idea.
Their
I like where
sets
this is
are better,
going.
Their inserts are better.
Sorry?
I said their sets are bigger. Their inserts are better. They have.
I'll give you a
Peachy's
one.
great.
I'll give you one for tops for the good old USA.
I just wish that they took better care in making them.
Those guys were making minimum wage. There was no union. Just a small little town outside of Toronto, I guess. Yeah. And minimum wage. I think the women went on strike back because they were making less than minimum wage or something back in the 70s. Maybe it was the late 60s. Yeah, there's a great O-Pee-Chee history there, and I wish somebody would write it because I can't do everything. And it seems like I almost have to. It's just nobody wants to get into book writing or writing, I don't know, whatever.
Finish your current one,
and
then you can start a next one.
Yeah, I don't know how many lifetimes I got left for this hobby, but anyways.
Well, I think if you were going to do a history on O-Pee-Chee, I think there would be interested parties, but you might sell it better if you did it in Dutch.
Yes, I was saying finish.
Yeah, both. Why not both? I think it would sell. I think it would sell very well in both those markets. Just roll with it.
But I will give Tops this. Tops owned the licensing, so they owned everything.
They did,
and they had the first. In '38, they had a first hockey card. That's good. We were 33, but hey, we're in business in 1911. Sorry, but you guys took a couple decades to catch up. No big deal. I gave you a hit, but I had to slap you a couple times on the down low on that. So
it's the push and pull. It's always about the push and pull.
But then we got bought out, and you guys got bought out for cheap.
With inflation, not that great. Yes, with inflation, not that great. Okay, so this one's kind of an open. I know, Bob. We kind of touched on it a little bit with the projects and stuff. Eric, in general, I know there's a lot of Boston Bruins stuff, but is like projects? Is there like specific things or?
Yeah, lately I'm started to collect my first non-vintage set, and which, you know, Carlos, I don't know actually what you consider vintage. I know Bobby and I agree pretty much.
I go with vintage wise. I go with what used to be. The problem is as time goes by, it becomes untenable. I was basically pre-80 is what I used to treat as vintage. But again, you could make arguments for a couple different years. But I hate going forward in time. I was very comfortable with going. If you want to go a little backwards in time, I was cool with it. But
depends what company you're in. You know, whatever vintage works.
Yeah,
When you say vintage amongst us, it's
I just went
89 and below.
I went with 70. I went with 79, 80. That was traditionally the cutoff. Again, I started collecting vintage in the mid 90s, so I was comfortable with that cutoff for a long time. Before pre-Donruss, basically pre-Donruss. Yeah, pre-Donruss and Flair.
So I go with 89. Anything after 89.
Then the gum came out for the most part.
Yeah, and that's when the boom happened and there's 1,000 cards and
you could also make the argument about that stock thing we talked about earlier. Like there was a very different, very clear defining line before 89. Upper Deck came out and did the more modern stock. You could consider that a cutoff if you wished. Yeah,
that's one of the reasons.
The first different stock that came out that was totally great quality was the 89 Tembec.
Okay.
Do you know about those?
I have one.
It rings a bell, but I don't remember specifically.
O-Pee-Chee issued I think it's maybe 100 sets. We're not even sure at this point.
Okay.
So what they did, Tembec, it was a high quality paper stock. It blew tops out of the water, kind of paper stock. It was very good quality, beautiful, and they're very hard to find. They're white back, very bright on the back.
Yeah.
So there's 100 sets of that. Those ones go for a lot of money. They're the only 89s that really get worth their weight in gold, kind of thing.
All right. So real quick, so for the question, you said first modern set. So which is it? Which is it for you, Eric?
So the first, it's some people may disagree, but anyways, it's the 1992 Topps Gold.
Oh yes. That's right, the set.
And, And I've been working on. There's like 500 cards in it, and I'm slowly building it. I want to find good examples of them, and I also don't want to spend a lot of money.
Yeah,
because I could go on eBay right now and buy the whole set for $100 or whatever. But I want to. I'm having fun chasing and looking and finding good deals, and people putting like 5 of them up on eBay for $1, and things like that. So I've been having fun doing that.
Yeah, and it's a good year because it's the cutoff before the North Stars switched over as well. It's literally the last year before the North Stars.
That's right.
And so you still get North Stars cards.
I got so into it. I grabbed some Larry Birds, in gold too.
Yeah, those are good.
So I'd like to get a Larry Bird. I'd like to get a couple Larry Bird rookie cards or something.
Yeah, I think it's a good solid choice. I remember you mentioned that one. I think it's a nice set. Like I said, it's in that in between year. It's about to transition. It hasn't fully transitioned over.
It will.
But it's kind of a cool like middle ground there when like they were on the cusp. It was about to happen.
Yeah, but I just love the gold. I just got the Gretzky one. I just think they look really, really nice.
Yeah.
And in the basketball set the same year, that's Shaq's rookie. So you can get Shaq's rookie in gold.
Yeah. And I think
which I'm never going to get, but
yeah. I think it was the first like regular parallel set in packs at that point.
Really?
Because 91 they didn't have it, and then 93 they had started changing it up. But I think 92 for Topps, the Topps Golds were like the first parallel set.
They were 1 per pack.
That's right. Yeah. So they were like the first ones that really qualified for that. Obviously you had Tiffany's and stuff, but that's a separate set. It's not in packs that way. I could be mistaken, but I think that was when they initiated that concept for that.
We went to 92, 93 in this book.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, you'll see when you get it. Yeah.
Here's a Tembec.
Oh, you got one.
Reggie Lemlin.
So you can tell by the back really more than anything else.
There it is.
Very white, bright.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's the only one I own. The only Tembec.
And why do you know it's different? How do you know? People can't see really. If you want to tell them.
So you get the different color in the stock.
Yeah, right. It's kind of a,
So is it similar then to kind of the? Is it similar then to kind of the Tiffany? Like for the baseball, like a Tiffany
Not
or
quite Tiffany, but
Okay.
The cardstock is a lot thicker, is it not? It's micrometers, but
I would think. I would
Nanometers.
time to do the folding. Let's do the
No,
folds.
I would think that's thinner also,
Yep, there you go.
Oh, is it?
in my opinion.
Yeah. So real quick, Bob, I'll move on to a couple more questions, but I'll answer you quickly. I've got the regular projects first, the player sets and player collections. I've got that. I'm working on a 96 Topps Finest Gold set. So in baseball, 96 Topps Finest Gold refractors. Not difficult, but not easy because you have to pick and choose. Unless you just want to spend, maximum dollars. If you're on a budget, you got to work a little bit at it. I do have the Griffey, and I've got a couple of the other stars. I actually picked one up that I had in my last mail day, but I think there's 47 cards in the set, including the checklist. I'll do it just to get it as well. They're nice cards from that era. A lot of that 90s shiny stuff, and I've got a Z folio that I put some of it in because it's fun. But the 96 Gold Refractor Finest is actually, those ones are all gonna be in nicer holders. I may eventually grade a couple of them that haven't already been, because it'd be kind of cool to have it in that grouping. But that's gonna be more of a project. So that's gonna be working on this year.
Nice.
First episode of Boston Weirdo Report, baseball cap folding. Love it. All
I'm
right.
gonna punch Yannick in the mouth.
No, that one's
Oh.
Paul.
No, but he's the one that called me a Boston weirdo.
Oh, well, it's fair enough. He does get credit for being the
Yeah.
first to originate it.
Yeah, that's
So,
correct.
anybody hear the rumor of NFL Washington being Commanders? I did not hear that. I haven't heard that nickname at all. Wouldn't surprise me, but I haven't heard about it. Collector question to panel and chat. Is there anything you plan on doing differently or trying something different in regards to your collecting? Well, Eric is touching into the modern landscape a little bit, so that is different.
I'm collecting G.I. Joe.
The cards, the action figures, yes.
Yes, all.
Yeah.
All the above. Knickknacks to cards to you name it.
I hear there's a guy who's got a stack.
Yeah, I'm going.
Came out of a fresh case, I hear.
I would like to get one of those packs.
That would be fun, wouldn't it?
Honestly, no.
With the
I would-
Providence? No, I'm serious too.
Yeah.
With the Providence, it'd be kind of
Would
fun.
they grade it?
I think they should. I honestly think they should.
Steve will be going. There you go.
Whoever
Done. Get it.
officially owns them now, if they were a smart business person, they would somehow get them out on the market.
Yeah, who owns that upper deck?
Because, no. What I'm saying is, Logan Paul has been paid back or is in the process of being paid back.
Yeah, he's been. From what I understand, he's been
Therefore,
paid back.
He no longer owns those cards.
Yeah, it's
So-
Shine. I
Okay.
think. 150 right now.
So if
Yeah.
he is the one who now officially owns them because he gave money back, he would be smart to somehow
Auction them off.
get those out into people's hands while the story's still hot, because he could sell them like lickety split right now.
I agree.
And he'll do an NFT on them too.
Well, actually, that's a suggestion that's been brought up here. So this is actually really good. It plays beautifully. Great comment. So real quick, Opeachy in hockey similar star cards? No, just because Opeachy was like a full-fledged set.
No,
pack
Peachy's
pulled, all the whole
great. I want people to realize I'm downplaying the craftsmanship, not the cards themselves. The cards are awesome.
Yeah.
It was the craftsmanship in which they were made.
Yeah, but we're also just
That's
making
like
the
going
distinction.
on a. Yeah, I know. It's like going on a date and saying you got a great personality. Come on.
So we're just making the distinction though, because the Opeachy is full sets pack pulled, whereas the star cards were inside of those like little team packets. So the distribution is also different. Opeachy's full sets and the whole 9 yards. So just
And the
also
star
making that
cards were
distinction.
printed, 10 years later anyways. I think they started printing them again in 1990. And
Yeah, that's what they say.
Well, they still had the machines, so that was always the one tricky thing with kind of making sure, because if you had the right equipment, you could reproduce them and get pretty much bang on
I
replicas.
think
of
there
it.
was an Emerald Peril. I think there was something
Yeah.
in that 90 the Parker's one. Paul's
Parker's
Yeah.
Emerald Ice.
Yeah.
Those are nice cards too. I
Yeah,
like
you
them.
had it. Yeah, I think, and you also I think had it was either that year or the year after. You'd have it where the logo would be in like a green foil.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I'm
so
talking
it
about.
might be 92, 93. So you might
I like
be you might
those.
be right with
Those
that,
were
Paul.
good. Maybe I'll look into those too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
there's some of the-
nice.
some
They
of
did
those-
a good job with them.
Parker's actually had good cards back in that time.
Yeah.
Getting those autograph ones, that's a nice, fun challenge.
It is.
They came autographed.
It is. I'm not sure what
Authenticated,
this
I
one's
don't
referring
know.
to. Not sure what this one's referring to. Yeah, so this was one for the task here. They should turn the video into an NFT. You could, yeah. That's hobby history right there. It is. It's infamous, so it is part of it for sure. Okay, this was the question. I wondered because Rick was giving a question here, but it kind of cut off. So maybe this is the full version. What's your guys' opinion on how grading companies grade O-Pee-Chee cards? So this would be like maybe the rough cut kind of question. Fair. Do grading companies grade them differently? So I guess different grading companies. So we know the rough cut is a thing, and I think PSA's stance is basically to just grade it as it is and just accept the rough cut. That's been their stance traditionally. Is there variation though? Does like Beckett have a different stance or anything like that?
I don't think any of them really have a different stance. I've always determined in all my books, or even told PSA when they've asked, when they were wanting to grade something, I said, you have to have this a consideration because it's part of it. There's these gum wrapper cards, and most of them came stained because they had orange gum. In 81, they had that orange thirst break gum. But so 99.9% of them came stained. It bled through. It only lasted 1 year. It was a horrible product. And once they sold it, then so all the wrappers got stained. So that is a natural occurrence due to now O-Pee-Chee. It's a natural occurrence.
Yeah.
But if you have a really bad stained one and one that kind of got open, like right from the factory, kid got it bang open, and it came out nice, there's a premium to that, obviously. So if you have that heavy rough cut, like that chainsaw cut on an O-Pee-Chee card, opposed to a nicer cut, the aesthetic has got to be better. It has to be a better grade.
Yeah.
Honestly. Because some of them have rough cuts all the way around.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would say so. This kind of plays into that whole idea about the value of the aesthetic. To kind of to Bobby's point, is that you do understand the rough cut's real, but you understand there's variances. Like it's not like one size fits all. It's not going to be exactly the same every time. So you gotta, if you understand the issue, then you got to understand those differences, and maybe you pay a premium for something that is a little bit more to your liking versus something else where it's like, yeah, rough cut all the way around and like not so great and kind of ugly.
Yeah, playing into that point, Carlos, is that it's like when things are off center or some are diamond cut. That diamond cut really throws your eye off on a card. It makes the card look all wonky, where a little left, right, up and down doesn't matter so much. So the aesthetic is really a key point.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's always been legitimate, by the way. For collectors, you're allowed to prefer a certain aesthetic, and like, there's nothing wrong with that. If you want to pay a premium for it, that's on you. But for some people, it makes sense. So I'm not going to knock them for it. Like, look, whatever your preference is, collect the way you wish.
I have a very strong opinion on this, and
shocking.
Yeah, I know. Yep. And I think that grader companies and card graders should grade each card the same. Whether it is vintage,
so that's the premise it's based on.
Right. Okay, so a 10 is a 10 is a 10, a 5 is a 5 is a 5, and whether I'm holding a 1950 something Mickey Mantle or a 2021 Connor McDavid, I'm going to grade them this way.
I like one Connor McDavid. He's great.
We, the collectors, need to be educated and understand that a Gretzky rookie from O-Pee-Chee that's all chopped up may get a lower grade, but that 6 might be the highest number that it gets. Therefore, if the highest pop number is a 6, that should be the premium. Don't call a 6 a 10 because it got cut with a chainsaw and that's just the way it is. It's a 6. We, the collectors, need to realize that 6 is the best it can get, and that's why it's worth $1 million. Don't tell me it's a 10. We have a saying around here. Don't shit down my back and tell me it's raining.
Shit or piss?
I was going to say, like, I'm familiar with the second one.
Yeah, 6 one, half dozen the other. Shut up.
They don't have control. They don't have control of bodily fluids down there. So it's like, one or the other. We'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. But thank you for your impassioned response. We do.
Yeah, I felt this way for a long time, actually.
That's why we let you go. We let you have your moment.
It really bothers me when I see these Gretzky rookies come out, and they are horrible, and they're graded 8s, 9s, 10s, and it's like you just lost all credibility in your company.
Not really. You have to look at, Bo Derek was the 10, but Farrah Fawcett would rival her any day. She was a 10, but we got to throw in the garbage because she's not officially documented as a 10.
Bobby asking the deep questions. The deep
I'm
questions.
going. Bo's a 10. Farah's a 9.
Only because of the number scheme. See,
With
you're
or without
all, you're all
qualifiers?
penned out here.
With or without qualifiers?
Yes.
Moving on.
Qualifiers is she's on more posters than Bo Derek.
That is true.
These are facts.
Number one selling poster of all time.
These are facts.
Pretty much. I know we had one.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
my
good
brother.
evening to Will here. All right. So O-Pee-Chee bonds or Tiffany bonds? I prefer the Tiffany. I like the aesthetic with the Tiffany cards. That's a personal preference.
They're both stupid.
Tiffany's are nice. They're
So
nice cards.
that's another vote for Tiffany. I heard that.
Yeah.
Sounds good. We can touch on. I'll leave it also in the chat if they want to opine on it. I just prefer Tiffany because of the aesthetic. I do prefer it. It's not a base card, so if you have it, I wouldn't consider it a rookie. It's a rookie year card, but it's a nice one. And if I was going to choose one, I'd pick it.
It came in a nicer box too.
I know. Wasn't sure if
Fancy.
I wasn't sure if O-Pee-Chee. Yeah, it's fancy. I wasn't sure if O-Pee-Chee had the hockey license. Yeah, they did. BGS grade sheet cut cards, specifically the Gretzky rookie. Yep. PSA does not grade sheet cut cards. Yep. I like that you put especially the Gretzky rookie, as opposed to it's like we'll grade the other ones, but not the Gretzky rookie. I like the way you positioned that. Anyway, good evening, Jeff. G.I. Joe fake Pokemon should be sold to the fractionals. That'd be a good option too. I like that. Martin sports cards. Yep. Are you suggesting they have a lot of BGS Gretzkys because they do sheet cut? What? Yep. It's with the PSA is great like that. If I had to choose, yeah, that's another vote for Piss. Yeah. Sounds good name.
Hey, get him on here, will you please?
Which one? Name?
Name.
Ignore your children. Eric commands you.
Come on.
Link is in there, buddy. Click the button.
Click
evening,
the
Dakota.
button.
Getting back to oh sorry, are you finished with the thing?
I'm almost there. I'm trying to get through a couple of these.
Sure.
Two Gretzky PSA 10s aren't 10 either. Yeah, there's no PSA 10s.
No.
I've also Weirdo Report episode 2. Fun sayings and isms. I like it. Paul's already scripting your entire show. He's already got your channel set to go.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yep. Sounds good. There we go. I have caught up. Go ahead.
Getting back to Ozzy Cardget, he said he just wasn't sure if O-Pee-Chee had the hockey license as the cards look very similar to Topps.
They should.
O-Pee-Chee didn't have the license. Topps owned the license.
Yeah.
O-Pee-Chee manufactured under the Topps license. So they never really officially had the license, only prior to going back to the 30s and 40s. That's the only time they had their own license. But it wasn't even a license actually back then. It was a handshake between the parties that were there, the owners.
Yeah,
They would,
I was going to say it was structurally different because when we talked about the Parkhurst and the Topps arrangements, it was like team specific. It was like because that's why one could have half the league and the other one had half the league.
Yeah.
So
and Topps came in, and actually that's when they won over the team because they paid more, $15,000 opposed to what
Parkhurst
George Kennedy was paying, which was $5,000, $6,000 a team.
Yep.
So and then he had to fess up, but he ended up getting Detroit back because of the good relationship. You know, a handshake would do it with these guys. You know, so that was where the preference came in.
Nice. Sounds good.
If he's going to pay you the same money, you'd rather deal with the guy you originally set up with. That's where they came in, and Detroit was so close to Canada, anyway. So.
Oh, I think but it goes back to, even back then. It goes back to there's value in already having that relationship, because it's basically Upper Deck got to renew its hockey license not because they were able to offer more money than Fanatics per se. Fanatics in theory could offer way more.
Yeah,
but the relationship's been good, so they were given the opportunity to extend it, and Upper Deck now gets to keep it going, and great for them. And I don't think that's a bad thing at all, and it keeps another player in the game.
Yeah.
You know, unless our Fanatics overlord just roll over and it's like, we'll take the whole thing. Different conversation.
Load the truck up. We're
yeah,
going.
Listen, if they cut a big enough check, it works out.
Then we're at Monopoly. Or like my Italian friend used to say, Monopoly.
Good old Monopoly.
Well, he used to call it balcony, but it was the balcony. It was in the condo base. Anyways.
Interesting.
A little funny humor.
Sounds
Crap.
good. Yep, backup brings truck. That's exactly right. And that was for you, Eric.
Well, he didn't spell it correctly. There's no R in the end. You gotta put
I was
an
going
A
to say
there.
we need to adjust it phonetically to make it
Yeah.
properly
Is
spelled
that
out.
Manhattan chowder or is
That's chowder.
You don't
Nice.
own both chowders. I'm sorry. Do you own the brown? I mean, red one or white one? The white one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Here we go. So the Tops allow O-Pee-Chee to also release the O-Pee-Chee cards.
They couldn't release them without the Tops license.
Mhm.
So what happens? Tops would design the sheet. The sheets would be sent to O-Pee-Chee. O-Pee-Chee would print because Tops did their cards first. We go back before that's a different story. But let's just take somewhat vintage modern days. So Tops would print the cards. They take that design and then they would do their changes to the printing sheets and make their own printing sheet. They would eliminate anything Tops, and then they would put O-Pee-Chee on it. On the wrappers too, the wrapper designs would come down. In '68 and '89, they forgot to take the Tops codes off of the O-Pee-Chee wrappers. So there's some little funny things that's how you can figure all that out of what happened without asking anybody, to be honest. So
Yeah, I like it.
because Tops coded everything they had from 1967 up, where O-Pee-Chee had no codes, so we can't identify things through codes. So
See, now they're doing it phonetically. I like it. Works out. So Dakota here asks the deep question. Who's Mike Trout? Eric, as resident baseball expert, who the hell's Mike Trout? I know Eric Davis. I've heard of him. Good baseball player.
Eric Davis used to play for Cincinnati.
Good,
But,
solid baseball player. I heard of him.
But
good.
I don't know who this other guy is.
and who's Tom Brady?
Never heard of the guy. No idea. I'm a Tim Salmon guy myself. Tim Salmon.
I'm sticking. Listen, I'll accept the Brady stuff as long as we all continue to go by the rules.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Montreal's only won 2 Stanley Cups.
Oh, we're fine. We came to an agreement on that. We came to a very amicable, peaceful agreement for everyone.
Where was I on that one?
I think you might have been taking a nap during that one.
Okay.
Yep.
It's happened.
Yep. Well, look, you can take 2 angles on this. You got Tim Tim Salmon. You got the best fish player last name to play for the Angels. That's a good one. If you want the best center fielder, Jim Edmonds. Love it.
Done.
Covered.
I remember he played for the Angels, right?
He did. Yeah.
I remember him.
That's why both of those guys work beautifully. Best center fielder for the Angels, Jim Edmonds. Best fish last name guy played for the Angels, Tim Salmon. There are no other choices. BVG takes in consideration the age of the cards. Yep. And that was always the thing. That was a sticking point with BVG, by the way. It was one of those things. I didn't like it because it completely invalidated the scale. Because if you do that, it's like, okay, come on.
Complete.
You're taking a notch
Hated
out
it.
of it.
Hated it.
But there is a true difference.
Yeah, it wrecks the whole thing. But whatever.
It takes that, consistent. That's why, a 10 is worth so much more in a vintage than it is in a modern. Actually, I take that back because I can't say that after 2000. Okay, let's go back and step in. So, but truly, that's why, you get a 10 in a card. These guys go, I should have got a 10. It's like, you're lucky to get a 9 on most vintage cards.
Yeah.
Right.
But at this point, this entire scenario here that Rick's talking about is the reason why BVD doesn't get the respect.
Yep.
And
Oh,
as
no.
soon as you
It's
mess
a lot
up
more
the
than that.
scale.
It's a lot
No,
more than
but even if everything else is perfect, as soon as you mess with the scale, I can't compare apples to apples because I'm not treating it the same.
Exactly.
If a 7 is a 7 and this is 7, but I'm like, that's not really the same.
But this 7's different
Yeah.
because we put it in this holder.
When
Yeah.
did they do that? Was it like
And then you had that
2001?
beast-
2,
As soon as they did the BVG thing.
That's when
as
I'm
soon as-
saying,
Well,
when did
how
they
about
do
their
that?
BSSC bullshit?
You
That
mean
was
the
even
Collectors
worse.
Club one? That was
like
that was a
crazy
different thing
crap.
entirely.
Oh my god!
That was
What a
total-
bunch
that
of
screwed up
garbage.
So many people. See, they've had so many hiccups along the way. That's why Beckett is having such a hard time. But we don't even. Is Beckett still around? I don't even know.
I've only heard rumors.
Because I heard they were saying words, but I don't know where the words went.
Well, go on their website and get the information.
Do they still have a website?
Do
Unfortunately,
they still have a website? Yes.
'Cause I certainly can't find anything that represents.
you won't
a
be able to
website.
navigate it without a degree from MIT. But
It always is about Boston, right?
Yeah, pretty
Couldn't
much.
have, couldn't have been Dartmouth. Couldn't have been,
No, absolutely not. Absolutely
it's
not.
not my
And
fault that
not
MIT.
the Dartmouth in
Yeah.
Dartmouth in Canada here. Sorry.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, Nova Scotia.
you want me to, make up college names again, like Carlos did last week?
What college names?
Pronounce it. I dare you. Do it.
I don't think I'm allowed to say those words. I'm afraid something
Guelph.
well, yeah.
Oh, it's so funny listening to Americans say, "Oh, what was it?" I was watching the "Don't F with Cats."
Okay.
That documentary about what's his name, the guy who killed all those people, the serial killer, and they were talking about all these cities in Toronto and stuff like this. I forget what city they talked about, and they just ruined it, wrecked it. Was it?
I was looking for something while we were chatting about it earlier. I wanted to very quickly put it up here.
Go ahead. Oh, there.
How could you not trust this man? Come on, that is a legitimate company. How do you not believe? Hold on. Let me get another opinion on this. Hold on.
He doesn't exist.
Dakota, this man is running the Beckett Company. Beckett Company. Tell me the truth. How can you not trust this man?
I don't really understand it. He seems pretty trustworthy to me, right?
Like, look at his face. Look at his eyes. Look at the confusion. Like, I haven't seen that look since. Why isn't there a first edition box in here? And other related things.
I don't know.
Why is he, I just want to know why does he look scared though?
That's my point. As soon as I brought this up, look, the point that I made, this is Beckett in a nutshell. That's the president of Beckett. 2 problems. Number 1, look at his face. Number 2, they chose this photo.
Yeah,
they didn't find this photo and randomly go stalk his Facebook and be like, what's the most creepy photo we can find? No, you gave this to people for promotional purposes. This was a decision. This was an active decision.
Wouldn't you be scared if you had to say words for Beckett?
Yeah, obviously.
The first words in a long time.
This is the reason why Beckett is like, I'm not going to send him a damn thing. Nope.
Happened.
That's a decision-making process.
They're really hurting themselves.
So how'd the stream go?
My stream was well. I can't believe. I feel like the hobby's really turned recently, kind of on an uptick. And I mean, I've noticed it kind of across the board, various reasons. But I don't know. It was a really strong stream. It felt good.
Well, lots of news.
Well, there is a ton of news. That's right. I'm a big fan of G.I. Joe now. Who knew?
I know. They're all bought out.
I was a big fan of the memes. I can accept the G.I. Joe, but I was a big fan of the memes. The memes is good.
The meme. I'm a supporter of the meme. Yeah, thank you.
So there you go. You're getting your credit.
What's are any of y'all by Mississauga? I've been to Mississauga. That's the only place in Canada I've really been.
That is where I live.
Carlos is close. Yeah. Oh, you're in.
I do live inside of Mississauga City.
Oh man, I'm so sorry. I was there. I don't know, just before COVID. I wish we knew each other then. We could have grabbed a beer.
Yeah, and I know a lot of the beer places around there.
I'm in the other end of the city, about 25 minutes away.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask you guys, was I in Mississauga?
Yes, you were.
You were technically inside of Mississauga city limits.
Well, the airport is Mississauga.
You occasionally probably left it at some point when you thought you were going to the restaurant, and then eventually you got back to it.
God only knows where I was.
No, nobody knows where you were.
I wanted to ask y'all about BVG. It's actually why I came on, because I didn't know. You're saying BVG had subpar standards compared to.
So it wasn't about subpar standards; it's that they ran a different scale. They basically tried to make accommodations for vintage and grade it easier. So you could get BGS, and whether you agree with their scale or not, that's fine. Whether you agree with their scale or not, that's fine. But you'd have 2 Beckett companies, and a 7.5 on BVG is not a 7.5 in BGS. So you're not grading them on the same scale. And so the problem is you're looking at the 2 numbers, you're seeing a Beckett logo on it and thinking it should be the same, and it's not.
That's really weird. Yeah, I didn't realize that. I just thought they just threw stuff in the BVG. I didn't know why stuff went to BVG. Like, I just thought it was vintage, so they put it in.
Yeah,
BVG.
What they did is they funneled it. But the problem is it lost credibility almost immediately. You cannot do a different scale. You have to look. You want to put BVG on it, great, but you have to use the same scale. If it's a 5, call it a 5. Don't call it a 6. Don't call it a 7. Call it a 5, and just treat it the same.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Because like, I'm putting together an NFL Hall of Fame collection, though I'm probably going to stop and just go for the players that I want. Which, look, I got Namath and Brown behind me. I got the big ones. That's not the issue. I just got tired of it. But like, part of my rules is like, I won't take a qualified card. I'll take a raw card. I'll take a beat to shit card. I'll take a PSA A, that looks awful, but I will not take a PSA 9 OC. I will not take a qualified card. I hate it. It's like, why do you even have qualifiers? Just give it the grade it deserves.
Yeah. And as soon as they did that, they undermined their own credibility. Yep. And the vintage, it's not that I wouldn't buy a BVG card, because I've sent in some cards with BVG. It's fine if you just want a holder. And at the time it was fine. And I have some BVG cards, but you got to understand that qualifier exists. and treat it accordingly. Don't treat it as an identical to what you would expect for an equivalent grade in another third-party grader they respect.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that because I really didn't know that. I'm with one for the task down there because like I just straight up thought like they said, oh, it's before whatever year it goes to BVG like that. We just put it in that label. I didn't know it was a different grading scale.
Yeah.
And you know about the B, what was it, BCC?
I think it's BCCG. I think it was Beckett Collectors Club Grading.
Yeah, that was even worse.
Oh, well, that one was always meant for like mass market. They're like, look, send in your cards. We'll charge you a couple of bucks a card and we'll throw a slab on it. Where the 10 is like, it's intact.
Yeah.
A BCCG 10 is like, yes, it's in one piece.
There's no tape on it.
Correct.
Yeah, I think BVG. I think Beckett started to. Well, they were still very relevant back when they started doing the BVG because I remember that time when they started going to that, and I think they had enough clout that they could pull it up. They said, "Hey, here's a new angle. You know, let's go against our competition. Let's do something." It just failed miserably.
Well, what's funny about Beckett is that the one thing they did things that differentiated them. Some of them I like and some of them I don't. I don't like the multiple labels. I don't like the multiple color labels. Because the gold one is fine. Yeah. But the gold one is fine. The silver one's fine. I don't like the constant modification, but the white one is kind of ugly once you get below a certain grade level. It just creates an added expense also because you're switching between all these labels. But fine if you want to do that. The subgrades, I'm cool with it. It's fine. It differentiates you. So some people really like the subgrades. That's not a bad thing. That's okay. But the problem you manufactured as soon as you did that is you created all this variance.
Yeah,
you shifting some stuff around in the desk, Bobby?
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. I was just wondering if mine was a BVG. It is.
Yeah, they pretty much forced you into it. Yeah.
So
at least it's a pristine.
I agree with you, Carlos, because I really enjoy I enjoy the gold and silver labels, but then it seems nonsensical to have the white labels first. I mean, because there's some cards that in a white label that are great cards because a 7.5 is hard to get, you know. But then I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bobby.
No, it takes it down when you look at it.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, it seems cheap. That's what I like about the gold and silver. They seem like very like high end labels, and I really like that. I like that they seem like in that way. You know, but if you got like a Luca in a 7.5, you know, I guess that's right though, because you want it in the paper. But if you had something that was older in a 7.5 and they put it in the paper, it's like it really cheapens the card. And I mean, it shouldn't. You know,
that's why I say it was a weird branding decision because you basically tried to say it's lesser than. It's like, well, what if the card can only be in this grade because of whatever? It's condition sensitive. It's got a problem.
And I think the label is not centered because of the BVG sticks out. But isn't Beckett usually there?
Yeah,
and it's a little bit more over.
Yeah.
This is almost like too far.
Well, look, I'll be honest. I find the labels shift around on some of those a lot.
Oh, it's about the same. But see, the BVG looks like you can't see it. It's kind of in a very light clear. So it's almost like something's missing where you can see your B.
Yeah.
It stands out. So it kind of blends across. Where this one kind of throws it off a little bit.
Well, here's the thing. You know what was my quintessential favorite Beckett moment? When they initially had the fake slabs come out, and then Beckett on state-sponsored Pravda. They were on their own channel with their own guy asking questions, and he's trying to like educate people. He goes, "All right, so you guys can look at the corner here and look at the Beckett logo." And Jeremy Murray, the president of Beckett, he goes, "Yeah, we looked at that. That's not a good indicator. We noticed there was some variance in our vendors for it." And I was like, "You don't even know what your stupid holder is supposed to look like?"
Yeah,
that's great. Trust in Beckett. Trust.
That's my only one, and it is a BVG. It's a Bobby Orr.
Yep.
7.5.
Yep.
John, I mean, sorry.
Nice.
Yeah.
You like to have fun here, Dakota.
That's the only one I have.
Yeah. So quickly, I'll zip through a couple of these. How about the others? If that's the best one, yeah. So that's the Jeremy Murray picture. Again, he did it by choice. Like he knows that's the picture they're doing, and I'm like, you really want to present that to the world?
I got this one graded.
Oh, good
Nice.
Lord.
Oh, very nice.
Nice. Look at you.
I know.
Yeah.
Somebody has to.
Yeah, didn't know that either. Yeah, BVG 79 earlier. Yeah, no problem. No worries. It's one of those things. When it comes to stuff like that, please ask the question. I've been collecting vintage since the mid '90s. Like Bobby's vintage, and Eric does not acknowledge anything that's not vintage. So feel free to ask. Please ask. Yeah, BVG 18 earlier. Yeah, you can do BGS if you ask for it. Yes. Yeah, you definitely can.
Can you ask for not having it?
I think you can, yeah, but you really do have to insist. No, I really don't want a BVG holder.
So you want to be on a different grading scale? Is that what they're going to say?
Yeah. To be honest, if you want a little more respect,
Why would you take the hit?
if the card is but if the card is good, you do get more respect for it. Like if the card is legitimately good, I would rather
You
have
want
it
to take that risk?
again if the card is good. If the card is good, if you're serious, because you know the BVG, you're not going to get credit for the higher grade anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like you're not winning. It's not. You're not going to get credit for it. Yeah, basic and BVG is 1 or 2 grades lower than PSA and SGC. Yeah, absolutely. Buy wisely.
Back up to, I think.
Sure.
So this is not a 10?
So, from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone knows, you can, when you put your order in, you can say no
qualifiers.
No qualifiers.
Yeah.
You can.
Now, either that means grade it, 2 lower, or just don't
1
grade
or
it all
2.
and send it back to me. So I don't know which one, but I know that you as a customer can put no qualifiers on your application.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like when you put no qualifiers, you're either accepting that lower grade, and you can also sometimes combine it with a min grade. I think it would let you. So you could say like, look, put it no qualifiers. If it falls below this threshold, just send it back to me. So you're taking your chances. But again, do you believe in the card enough? Yes, for recent, they did that recently because of the backlog. Because they basically said like, look, we can't deal with any of that right now. I don't know if that's permanent. I know they did do that, but I don't know if
hope
that's
it's permanent.
Yeah,
I'd be okay with it. Like it's fine. But again, so this plays into the conversation point that a lot of people talk about. They'd love to see PSA at a 9.5, and I'm like, not going to happen. And they'd love to see PSA at like a black label, and I'm like, not going to happen. And it's not because it's a bad idea, but it's too late. Beckett set themselves up because they had half grades from the beginning, and they had a 10, and they could do a black label 10 if they wanted to because they had certain criteria that allowed it. The subgrades allowed it.
They didn't have half grades at the beginning. Sorry.
For the first couple of years?
It just started in 2000 and something?
Well, Beckett only started around 2000, yeah.
Not Beckett, sorry, PSA.
No, yeah, I understand that. But I'm saying like you can have the half grades around it, but if you actually look at the definition of PSA between a 9 and a 10, the gap isn't wide enough for you to stick a 9.5 in there cleanly. That's the problem. If you wanted to go above a 10, you could. Here's the thing. The above a 10 is actually easier to pull off. The problem is, as soon as you do that, you're invalidating the existing 10s. And you're saying like, so is it a real 10? Or is it like a 50-50 centered good 10? And you're basically trying to create.
That's a BVG move.
Yeah, you're trying to create something else. It's too late for them.
Yeah.
PSA can't do it even if they wanted to. Because there's too many people who have a lot of money in PSA 10s where it's like, so you're going to send it back in and try to get the higher 10? Is it a real 10 or is it a borderline 10?
Do you think like over the next 5-10 years or whatever that PSA does better just because it has the 10 and it's more easily attainable? Or do you think that Beckett, CSG, SGC start to do better as collectors move towards looking for the more premium grade?
I see the Fnatic 11 coming.
That'd be exciting. I think SGC has room to grow because if they keep doing a good job with their customer service, they can get more credibility. In vintage, they're already credible. It's not like anybody doesn't believe in them. It's that in modern, you have to like show me over more time. So they've got room to grow. Beckett's possibly doomed, although our faith in our confused looking guy, you never know. I think they're doomed. But CSG also has some room to grow if they can. The one sticking point for a lot of collectors is just that label.
Yep.
If you're able to make a tweak to it that's satisfactory to them, I don't think I like the holder. I like the clarity of the holder.
Everyone does. Best holder on the market.
Yeah.
Didn't you say, Dakota, that they were changing their label or something? I think on your show, wasn't it?
I don't have any inside information, but I do have reason to believe that they'll have a label change soon.
Yeah.
That is the rumor.
I've seen that they've asked some of the customers about it. So my understanding is they've been at least taking some survey information.
Survey information. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Someone rumored.
That would probably be, and it would be, like I said, it's not like they're doing a bad job right now, but it seems to be the one sticking point that everybody points to. It's not like anybody saying, "Oh, your labels, your holders suck." Nobody said that. It's not like anybody saying, "Oh, your grading is horrific." I haven't heard too much of that. So
I hate it. I hate the argument because in person these are really amazing. I hate that people don't like them because they look bad on the internet. To be honest, all labels look bad on the internet.
I would prefer. I said the only thing that I would want to see. Obviously, you could make some adjustments. I want, if you don't have the subgrades, I need the white space covered. I want you to move the other text down then. Do something to center it.
Yeah, I want to see this text a little bit bigger, maybe move down, like
Yeah.
you said, without subgrades. And the one thing I'll give them on, or I'll hit them on grading is a lot of people believe they grade too hard. And that will be a killer to them because people won't grade with them if they think they grade too hard.
I don't like the white space there. And that's just like, it's unnecessary. Like it's because it makes it look like a bigger label than it actually is physically.
Yeah, but they can't shorten the plastic, right?
No, but you can move the text down. Like center it.
Yeah.
Just use the space you've got.
Yeah, I guess you could center it. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I heard that on your show, Dakota. Sorry, because you're the only other show I watch.
Oh, thank you. That's
kidding.
a huge compliment. Thank you very much.
You should start doing a show on Saturday. I hear that's completely open. There's no show.
It's open.
None.
I'm sorry.
None at
Carlos.
all.
I didn't know you when I started doing live streams. I'm sorry.
It's fine. No, but I'm saying you should do a show on Saturday anyway. I'll join you. Don't worry. There's no other shows on Saturday. It's completely open.
Technically, we are Saturday.
Well, we are now, yes.
Yeah, that's
not-
right. This
not
is a
you
Saturday
guys.
show.
It's a Friday show that becomes a Saturday show, yes.
True.
But I agree. All right, so real quick here, I'll read a couple of these. Didn't PSA have a press conference saying they're not having more? Yeah. I want to see if it's permanent or if it's a temporary measure for it. I'm just kind of curious.
Why would it be a temporary measure for them? It doesn't really take away any extra time, I think.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but it almost goes back to what I said before. The only thing that I would point out
Sending less
is that if you decide to do it, then what about the ones that you already did it on?
Yeah.
Like every time again, if you make a change to the scale, again, no problem. But then what are we doing with the ones you already did? So you already did it before. And then now what?
Well, then you have to send them in to get them really graded, and there's more grading fees. And welcome to my world.
From the PSA standpoint, I get it, but I'm saying you're pissing off the. That's the reason. The only reason I say that the black
They've
label
pissed people off enough already. Doesn't matter. One more thing, no difference.
Exactly. Yeah, BBG grades fair to grade pre-war and post-war. They're too lenient. Yeah, that's basically been the sticking a point on them. Just another point of variation in grading. Yep. Like I said, there's already enough confusion sometimes. It's like, if you want to remove it permanently, I'm cool with it. But I'm saying you're going to have that like, well, then I've got an OC one. What am I going to do with I have to send it back in? That sucks.
Yeah.
Dakota gave him the gears the other day. It was a great show. I love that one. It was so funny.
Which one are you talking about?
Oh, he was giving it to PSA and
grading
and stuff. That was good.
I had a big rant. People like when I
That
rant.
was a good
man.
one. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I was laughing. The intro just caught me. I'm like, oh, okay, I got to stay in for
people
this one.
like the intro. Thank you. That's too nice. Thank you very much.
We're watching the good guys out there. Don't worry.
Yeah,
We'll
Bobby was there. Bobby was there checking it out, and I caught it.
And
I was looking at it though. I was like, oh, I don't care about these guys. It's like PSA's front and center in the middle of this, in the middle of the thumbnail. Mister, I don't care. Edgy wants to be like. I don't believe. Here's the thing. I like the video fine, but it's like bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on your. Look,
the first
clickbait, bro. Clickbait.
You're the first one to call me out, and you're 100%
bullshit.
right. It's all bullshit.
Whole thing's bullshit. Yes.
Yeah, it's 100% bullshit.
It's so to me, it's so obvious. It's like it's clickbait, you idiots. You clicked on it.
Yeah.
Of course he cares. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made the damn video. People who don't care don't make the video.
That's right.
That's trash.
It's
I'll call it out right now.
You're 100% right. I wasn't even like smashing on PSA. I was really just smashing on like the modern, how people think about the hobby.
Yeah.
But
the thing is, like PSA's logo is front and center, and there's only one third-party grader in the title.
That's
PSA.
Yeah.
Which one is going to get the clicks, guys? Which one's going to get the clicks?
You knew what was up. That's
Like, I just looked at it. I'm like, really? This was the look on my face. Really?
Hey,
Okay.
It worked. It worked.
I know it worked. I agree. Look,
I feel so abused. I don't know.
It's like, look, there's some sheeps and ponds that fell for that obvious clickbait. So not anyone in particular, but just saying.
There was good humor in it. There was good humor in
Hey,
it.
people were happy with the rant. No one gave me crap in comments. They were happy with. They were satisfied.
I don't leave
Gave you a good
comments.
comment.
I don't leave comments. I'm completely willing to mock in virtual person. I'll do it. No problem.
Fair enough.
And like I said, I can't claim to be above it because the live stream I did last night did very well. It's like $3.5 million Pokemon case. Ooh.
Yeah.
Now we did talk about it. There's no clickbait. Like that's exactly what we talked
You're saying I
about.
lied though. I talked about PSA, man. Come on.
I didn't say you lied. I just said it's overplayed. Oh yeah, I don't care about them. Let me talk about them for 18 straight minutes. That'll
give
teach
a
'em.
rat's ass
That'll
what
teach them.
anybody
Look,
thinks
no
they're
one
so
cares
funny.
about these guys. Check out my graded cards and take the Joe Namath out of the holder. Then show them.
Go to a
Well,
member of the
yeah,
Hall
fair
of
enough.
Fame this year.
There you go. Exactly. Okay.
What was
so
the question? Oh, sorry, I missed. Sorry, I didn't hear.
Go ahead.
You're going to be a member of the Hall of Fame voting this year.
Actually, this is a good question. Do you know when he said Hall of Fame? Do you know what he's talking about?
Oh, I assumed you would. Sorry.
I'm not.
I don't think it's as big as people think.
The way you
I'll
did
explain it.
I would think you would.
I'll explain it, but I think it's not as big as people think. I wasn't surprised when the chat really didn't comment on it, but I'll explain quickly.
Oh, okay.
So Mike Baseball Collector on YouTube, he's got his channel and the Bench Clear Media guys.
Bench
and all this
Clear,
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah. So Mike Baseball Collector is part of that, but he also has his own channel. A couple of years ago, he decided to start what he called the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. The premise, presumably, at the beginning was to kind of be a way for different channels to help kind of promote other channels, paying like, oh, hey, I think this channel's great. Hey, I think Dakota's channel, so I'll answer this. Sports Cards Anonymous, that's a great channel. That's one I watch regularly. So you'd list off a couple of ones that you think are really good and make a video just talking about it, kind of shouting them out. And then some other people would do that as well. And then they kind of tally them up, and the ones that would get mentioned the most would get inducted into the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame, a fictional Hall of Fame, like all Hall of Fames.
Okay.
So, but then there would be he'd actually have a little patch made. There was like with a YouTube logo and everything. So it was supposed to be like a community building event thing.
That's cool. Sure.
Yeah, but the problem is it always gets kind of bastardized because it eventually becomes like, let me name my buddies. So yeah, Neo, Flippin' Steve, Dustin, Personal Finance Dad. It's like, are you gonna name anybody else? There are other channels. So basically, you just name your buddies, and then you go to Flippin' Steve's. Like, yes, Dakota Sports Card Anonymous, Neo, Dustin, Personal Finance Dad, and you'd be like, guys, that's not the point. The point is maybe you should shout out a different channel. A channel that maybe doesn't already have a lot of publicity and give them a little credit. That'd be kind of cool.
Give them a boost. They need
Yeah.
it.
I don't know about y'all, man, but it's hard because like I feel like I've been collecting since '99, but I didn't really get into sports card YouTube content, like watching it. Like I started making it at the beginning of 2021, but I didn't start watching it till the middle of 2020. I know, Carlos, you've been doing this for a lot longer, but like I just didn't know it existed, man. Like I wasn't looking for this. So I'm really new to the YouTube content sports card scene because I didn't know it existed.
Yeah, the good news, to be honest with you, is there's a good chance you may get some votes for that and not have a damn clue what it is. I just explained to you what it is, so now you know what it is.
Dakota, you won.
Yeah, like let's put it this way. I have literally mocked this thing openly, and I got votes last year. So it's like it doesn't really matter. It's nice that someone thinks of you. I'll put it that way. It's nice that someone thinks enough of you to mention
when people, call you out and they think you're authentic and they like your content. That feels good.
I'm on the show now, so maybe for the last year, I guess so.
Oh, there you go. That's going to be the key right there. That's right. That'll put me over the top.
Nobody else has a historian on there, do they? No.
I think that might be true. That might be true. Well, I don't know. Does Flippin' Steve give us the history of flipping? Is that going to be part of an add-on? That could be a thing. CSG grade stuffer. Yep. Just quickly scanning through here. Yep.
I want an accurate grade just to go to chat. Like I don't want tough or easy. I just want accurate. That's all I want.
I love that Rick is really hell bent on getting the clip of these guys again. So tonight, same as you, we talked about the two. We talked about the Logan Paul thing. I had my favorite opening to a show ever. I had a little supercut of our boy Logan Paul and our buddy Steve Hart, and I did include a little GI Joe reference in there when he went off on the GI Joe. It's like he's not showing love to GI Joe. Cobra Commander must be Cobra sympathize with that guy.
The more you know, man.
Yeah, that's why I said the memes are great.
Yeah, the memes are phenomenal.
Yeah, so I had to get my contribution in. I threw in and then I threw the video into Instagram after saying, no, the live stream gets it first, but I uploaded it during the stream, so it's on the Instagram now.
They broke the story right at the right time for you and SCR too.
It worked perfectly, yeah.
Because the other guys who on the weekend and whatever, they got beat.
Yep. So
but there is no Saturday show, right? So
yeah. There's no show on Saturday. Like, come on. Who would put a show on Saturday? That's silly talk.
No.
The show that I never was on twice. Yeah.
We got that show tomorrow.
Oh, was that like a one-time special, I think?
A one-time special.
Yeah. Like that's like the first episode that ever happened.
Yes.
Oh, gotcha.
That we're encouraging everyone to watch.
Gotcha. Okay. Just making sure we got that covered. Yeah. One of the running gags of the show is that your guest of your recent interview is like, I like poking fun at that show a lot. He's a hard-nosed reporter. He asks the tough questions. So how's your upbringing? Did you do good in school? What's your favorite color?
I can't speak to any of that. I just like to talk to different people from around the hobby. And
That's
see-
okay. That's
Don't
okay.
fall into his trap, man.
That's okay. It's fun for me. It works either
Good
way.
answer.
What's your favorite color, Steve Hart?
Thanks,
Listen,
man.
I can make fun of it as much as I want. The after hours show that he allegedly has. I heard rumors. Go back in the
That's
archives.
another
watch the-
show on Saturday?
Yeah, apparently, like this is what I keep hearing. Go back to the first couple of episodes. I'm like 3 or 4 of them, so I get to make fun as much as I want. Yep,
You're on 3? I got
3 or
only
4,
on
something
2.
like that. You should have gone on the after
3.
hours.
I was
one.
on 3.
You should have gone on the after hours one.
And 4 was a little bit of one show.
I made a cameo appearance on one of the regular ones because the guest had technical issues and he just stood there staring at the screen trying to figure out what to do.
Yeah, I came in when another guy was supposed to come on, and I substituted in too.
Yeah.
But that was early on when, early.
Before he realized he could just keep talking,
Before
just staring at the
before the
chat.
Saturday show was a Saturday, wasn't a Saturday show. Anyways,
That is true. That
I
is
just
true.
type in and make wise ass comments.
Well, that's usually the good way to do
You
it.
leave
yeah.
nice comments. Come on, Eric.
Well, Dakota, you don't get wise ass comments in your chat, do you?
Dakota
Yes.
gets a lot. Yeah.
I heard that Carson Wentz is good. Would you like to give us an evaluation?
Yeah, that's
How's
most
that
of mine
working
are
out?
Carson Wentz. I got in a heated debate today about Darius Garland and Trey Young. I bet the chat $1,000 that the Cavs do not make it past the second round.
Wait, so if you bet the chat $1,000, does that mean if you lose, then you decided that $1,000 you can't actually
You'll
give them
donate to
$1,000? You'll give it to charity.
No, it's not money. I said I
But
would
he
do a
refuses
$1,000
to prove that he
giveaway if
does
the
it.
Cavs win 2 rounds this year.
But you could do the $1,000 giveaway and instead give $1,000 to charity.
That's true.
And then give
And then-
$1,000 to your
yeah.
favorite chat member, Northeast Ohio.
Oh, he's not my favorite chat member, but yeah, I could give it to my favorite chat member, yeah. And then no one would have to know what would happen on the back end of that. That could be something that happens, yeah.
So Bobby, I'm going to ask you: should I take? Rick seems help. He really wants the box break guy. Should I give him just a couple of seconds of it?
Yeah,
Give him the box break guys, just a little bit. All right.
that was really good.
I'll queue
Do
up.
I have
I'll
to take
queue.
my shirt off again?
No,
Absolutely
please.
not. Please
My God.
don't.
All right.
I'll do it if you do it, Eric. I mean,
I'll
we're
do
doing
it.
this.
I think at this point
Yeah.
it's like folks, that's where you do super chats, and I will pull him from this thing so fast. I do it for less. I did a highlight film reel at the end of the year of me pulling Justin off. And sometimes all he did was stare blankly at the screen, and I still pulled him off the stream because I can.
That was good.
That's how I roll. All right, so let me see if I can find Flipper Boys again.
Well, I was live. We talked about maybe doing this as well, taking our shirts off, and ripping some packs. But we decided it was probably best not to do it because the glare might be too much for the camera. So
Might be too much, yeah. What I want to do is I want to cue it up to when they do the million oh my gods, but I'll also turn down the volume because I'll protect the innocent.
it's so loud. I'm
But
like,
that's I turned it down. That's why I
Yeah.
did it that way. I had to make sure that I did it. Okay.
I'll try to
so-
make sure mine's down too, so you don't get feedback. 'cause
I've
It's just
seen
so
high school
loud.
girls accepting a prom request that didn't react
You
that
know,
giddy.
yeah,
I
they're just
know,
like
yeah.
10-year-old girls. I know.
I know. All right, so I think I got it, and I think I got the volume down. So I'll protect those of you with speakers up or headphones. So you should be all right. So let's see. Back here at break here. All right, so this should be right around the time. I think just before they pull the card. So, all right, brace yourselves. If you got headphones, you're being warned. Ready? All right, here we go.
Take them
Minimum
off a little bit.
2,000.
Watch.
Hug me, please. Hug me.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Holy
He's
shit!
holding
Oh my
it.
god! Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy shit! No way! Oh my god!
So is it his God? Holy shit! Like, just to be clear, are we sure?
Yep,
There you go, Rick. Don't say I don't do anything for you.
that was good.
We got it even queued up to the right spot. So there you go. We nailed it.
I liked it.
Yep.
Actually, the most, in all seriousness, the most important part is what comes next with the kid in the white shirt saying, all right, we have to give this away because that's the right thing to do. That's the right thing to do. And then it all goes to shit after that.
Did
Yeah.
you say it was the right thing to do?
I'm paraphrasing.
Well, he was saying basically, he's like, oh, we got to do it. We gotta
Lying.
do
He
it.
didn't
We
say
gotta
it's
do it.
the
We
right
gotta
thing
do it.
to do. I don't think he said that at all.
Yeah.
The guy in the white shirt did, but see, it was such a cop out because he's like looking to his buddy. He's like, "It's the right thing to do. We have to give this away."
We have to give
And
it to the
like
last guy.
he wants his buddy to say, "No, we're keeping this," And then he was happy when he said it, and like I don't know, man.
Well, he was going to be the good guy, and then he's going to be the bad guy, and it's like whatever.
They're young, man. They have to learn that that's just not the way to do it. I mean, they have to realize they sold their reputation for $20,000.
They did.
They have to make
They
their
did.
decision if that's the right thing to do.
I think
or
it's
not.
15,000, but anyways, yeah.
15,000, whatever it is.
That wouldn't even get you a full Tesla.
Yeah.
It's very disappointing.
Okay, 5
Get
Uber
Elon on the
Tesla.
phone.
5 Ubers Tesla. That's it. That's all you get. One PP.
Elon will only
5 Uber
answer you if
Tesla.
you're willing to speak Doge.
Doge.
You offer some Doge, and maybe he'll talk to you.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It's doing pretty good lately.
So Will here was making an alleged statement, and I'm going to say alleged. Do you want to comment on this? Explain yourself. Is this very similar to the sincerity of the passionate rant on the third party graders you don't care about? Tell us about the gentleman on your site, please.
We are all gentlemen. I just know how to make. Look, once a year I get to make a clickbait title. Damn it! And I did it this time. What do you want from me?
All right, so you're saying that's it for 2022? There's no
used it
more.
up.
Are you sure you want to commit to that?
You
Hey,
used up
check
that's it.
check my receipts. I don't make clickbait titles. And this one, when I started the rant in my head, it was about PSA.
Okay.
And it's not necessarily like PSA's bad. It's about the way people think about PSA's bad.
Okay.
And I do think the rant showed that, but I just expanded it to be more than that. Just the way people think about the hobby. I think like people need to reshift their mindset a little bit. That's all. But anyway, yeah.
It's a good one. I gave a comment.
Thank you.
He
I
did.
appreciate it.
He did. So did Victor.
Oh, Victor did too?
Oh yeah.
I didn't
My
see that
favorite
one.
thing to do is when I see the video, I watch the content to get my entertainment, and then I cackle, much like the $1 Million Man earlier tonight, and then I prepare the mockery that will come later. So I'm a patient man. I can wait. My moment will come, but then I scan the comment section because sometimes that's where I have my fun.
Not-
And I'm like, aha, who commented on this? Okay, gotcha.
I couldn't believe it. Not one comment about clickbait. I said I must have done something right. I did something right. So
I don't
We're
leave
all saying
I don't
it,
leave
don't
comments
worry.
until the moment is right.
We're all saying it here. We weren't saying it.
yeah,
Don't
people
worry.
just agreed with the rant, so they said, "All right, we'll let it go."
It's allowed. Oh well.
Yeah. Yeah, good cop.
If it wasn't for clickbait, I wouldn't know anything about the hobby, right?
yeah.
Valid. We were all lied to, and now here we are. They said it'll be fun, they said. They said it'll be inexpensive, a kid's hobby, they said. Yeah, apparently they just tried to do right by the guy who was supposed to get it, was given some expensive Mahomes card. You could have just given him the original card. It would have been easier. No worries, Rick. We do what we can.
Like you said, they stole their
There you
company
go.
for 20K, right?
I like that he's leaned into boof head. That's my favorite,
yeah,
my favorite
boof head,
descriptor.
that's the play.
So not gentlemen, boof heads. So, we got that figured out. But anyway, so you guys did go over a lot of the topics. So did Neo ever drag you into Marvel waters, or are you guys able to stay into the sports card side of things? What happened?
He tried. No, I said no. I'm a sports channel. Man.
Well, he already had it. Whenever he does the live stream, he gets to lean it into comics or Marvel or whatever anyway. Or Steve's there like, hey, you seen this musician card? It's like, yes, Steve, we see it.
Not this time. 100% sports, man. I'm keeping it that way. What I kind of think I've decided is I've really been looking over my collection and what I've always known I like football cards. It's what I like. And I think I've been doing a lot of research. I think I'm just going to completely lean into football cards and say that I'm just going to be the internet expert on football cards. I'm going to buy stuff no one knows about because I know it's rare. And that's just what but it's what I like. Like, that's what I'm passionate about anyway. So I'm like, well, no one else is doing it. I might as well do it. So
All right.
here we go. Sports cards.
Do you have a favorite football player that you collect?
That's a great question. Not really. Like, I'm kind of transient growing up in Houston because, like, I grew up at a time where the Oilers weren't here, So, like, I like the Cowboys growing up. I'm a big Tony Romo fan. But at the same time, I like everyone. And so what I've learned over, I guess, the decades is that, or over the time now, is that, like, I just enjoy football cards in general. And there's some decades I like more than others. The 2010s and 2000s are probably my favorite, followed by the 50s and then the 90s. I don't care very much for the 80s, but I know that's a really bad answer. But I mean, I'm a big fan of Peyton Manning, but like, I don't like to have like a bajillion cards of a player. I like to have one or two nice cards and just call it a day. So
I think it's one of those things where you can have fun in a lot of the different decades but you have to be unless you got a limited budget, then that's different. But otherwise, you got to be a little bit picky. But you can pick and choose, try to find a little bit spots. So I did the thing where I built a list of some far refractors that I was going to pick up, and I did a video explaining the concept. I wanted to make sure they got it, and I got a couple of them in. So that's going to be in the pickup video coming up in about a couple hours this morning.
Those are so cheap, man. That 96 Bowman Best, that's 96.
But then these are the ones. Got to go Z Team. It's classic. A little do fix in your life, and you're solid. But those are one of those things. I collect football the least, but if I'm going to bother with it, I'm going to pick and choose. I want to pick up certain specific things, and then we can make it happen that way. That's usually the way I'll do it. But I like having little projects. Even when I'm working on these are my hobby goals. Like, look, I got my main goals, but then I got these other little projects I'm going to work on throughout the course of the year. We'll pick and choose our time and place. There's always a change. There's plenty to collect. So you should never allow yourself to get stuck in one lane, because then you get bored. And then it's that's why I never lost steam. I always kind of shifted around. I'll come back to this project later. Let me work on some other stuff for a while.
Yeah, because I have a couple big projects, the all Hall of Fame rookie list for the NFL, but also an all patch and or auto for the NFL 100. And then like you said, you want to keep broadening your horizon so you don't get tired of it. But for me, I'm doing a super deep dive in the 2010s. And when I get bored of that, I'll do a deep dive in the 90s or the 70s or whatever. I think that each sport is wide enough by itself that you can kind of just stay in it. If you're interested in doing that, I think you could. But
you can, yeah. There's plenty of room in it. So let me grab this one here. Palfy Dufex. I don't have any. I did have the Palfy card earlier. So Zygmunt Palfy is a running joke on the channel, Dakota, from back in the day. It was when I had a different kind of co-host that I did the live stream with. This was back in I want to say earlier 2020, probably at the end of 2020. And for whatever reason, and it's actually his doing, but I kind of ran with it after the fact. He just kept mentioning Ziggy Palfy for something. He kept going on and on about Ziggy Palfy, and then the chat got into it, and it became a running joke. And then I, of course, being me, taking everything seriously.
Oh yeah.
I said, it's dude, the goat of goats, man.
Yeah.
Ziggy Palfy, he's the goat of goat. Tom Brady, trash. All these garbage. Zygmunt Palfy, the goat of goat. And then I'll get that thrown back at me from time to time. Hey, did you pick up any Ziggy Palfy? And I'll be like, we're still on it? All right, go to goats it is. Very well.
Is he still alive?
like I said, Palfy Dufex. The question comes up. You got to answer.
Everybody has somebody, right?
It's legit.
Yeah, and you had a Palfy autograph card.
I did, but it came as part of a good lot. The deal was great, and the fact he happened to be there made it amazing. I got my favorite player out of the deal. I didn't need the card, but I was like, that's cool. And then we got the Ziggy Palfy go to goats in there. But then we also got a couple of real Hall of Famers in there as well. So it's good lot, great price, no complaints. So, Dakota, can you spell hockey?
So this is a great question, and it's the way you worded it is perfect. So Jeremy Lee, I had on my channel this week, and he
never
asked
heard of the guy. Please go on.
He talked to me about Bobby Orr, and I looked at him with a blank stare, and he's like,
I'll kill you.
Bobby Orr is.
I'll kill you
And I was
dead
like,
right now.
no, I don't know.
And then you're talking to the Boston guy over here, Bobby Orr.
Don't
Yeah,
even
that's
say it.
I don't
He's
know
the
who
only
Bobby
guy
Orr is.
that competes for Eric's affection as goat of goats.
I'll kill you dead where you stand.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm an authentic person. I'm going to tell you the truth. I've said from day one, I don't collect hockey or soccer. I don't know anything about hockey or soccer, and I mean it when I say that. I don't know who Bobby Orr is.
That's kind of a tough one. I would think that you would at least maybe know the slightest bit, because he's actually top of the.
I'm in Houston. I mean, we don't.
It doesn't matter. He lives in the U.S. anyways. He lives in Boston.
I think it'll be great. I'm looking forward to Dakota's next video. Why I hate Bobby Orr and PSA.
Yeah.
It'll be 25 minutes, and Eric will be like, "I will drive down there right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I will drive up and down the streets of Houston. Have you seen this man?"
It's nothing against Bobby Orr. I just don't know hockey, man. There's no hockey in Houston. I don't know hockey. I literally
You
never
hear the
seen
names,
it.
right? You think you would hear the names because there's enough.
I mean, I know Gretzky.
Gretzky, well, you can't. Yeah, it's pretty
but
much
that's
in
it.
the marketplace, right?
Yeah.
See, I don't know football, but I got Barry Sanders collectibles.
There you go.
There's my
Nice.
knickknacks. That's the stuff I like.
You got the instant camera. That's right.
The camera. I've never seen it before. Nobody's ever seen this one.
So to answer your question, Korean Cardboard, I do have a handful of starting lineups. It's mostly for my favorite player. I put it up on the little shelf there. It's small. Someday I'll probably bring it up and I'll show it. But I took them out of the box years ago, so I don't have any in the box. But I did used to have them in the box in my old room years ago. But I took them out because they got it. The problem with starting lineups is housing them. Unless you put them on the wall or something, like they're actually a pain in the ass to house.
Yeah, I got Gretzky and Howe.
Who's Hal?
Yeah.
So Dakota, why I hate Bobby Orr, Howe, and PSA.
You know Gordie Howe, right?
I know that I do actually. I know that name. I didn't know Bobby Orr, but I know the name.
Okay.
Howe.
It's okay. How's better?
It has an E on the end, right?
Hey,
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna watch your show forever.
Nice.
Not just say that I watched it. Sorry.
Yeah. I like this comment. So can you explain from this perspective? I'll give my answer too, but can you explain from this perspective? So this is what I like to call personal finance daditis. And I've made fun of it. And the best part is Neo doesn't put any faces on it. So that's his style. He goes that lean. You've got a couple different poses that you flip between. I literally use the one. I've milked the one picture and everything. But it works. Like it works for me. Everybody's got to find their way.
The Christmas hat, the Santa hat.
But that was the best part on the thumbnail. So for the Christmas Eve episode and for the New Year's episode,
And the Yeti.
I took the same picture and just put a Christmas hat on myself, and I put a New Year's hat on the other one, and then stuck something else on it. It still worked. So I don't need another picture. What for? But Dustin, I think, poses for like hours a day. He does
have a
photo
lot
shoots
of
for this
them.
crap, and he's like,
Yeah.
I don't know where they get them all. It's really kind of I just have to scroll through and see all those faces and see all the pop-up things, and I got the news for the day in 5 seconds.
well, look, the unfortunate thing is that it works.
Yes.
Like people click on it for whatever reason. The algorithm has decided that people tend, for whatever reason, click on the stupid face thumbnails.
Well, so I mean, most people wouldn't know this, but there's a whole subgenre of videos out there on YouTube about how to make YouTube videos. Like it's a huge racket on YouTube. And a year ago when I started my channel, it was all about you need to make the faces. And what I'm seeing now from the people that I trust about how to make your YouTube channel better, they're saying that's really old style and people are really getting over it. So I think it's starting to work a lot less and people are moving away from it.
I think it still works really well.
I think it's still like, so I'll refer you to the personal finance dad. You may have heard of the guy. Apparently, like all the silly faces work still. They'll still click on it.
I mean, but Neo doesn't do any and his videos get a ton of views.
But he's like, what's up, YouTube people? Like,
Yes,
we love what's up, YouTube people. That's like we're on YouTube and we're people.
So Chris-
He speaks for us.
Not on the thumbnail,
a ma-
though.
No, it's fine. But he's a man of the people.
He's been around a long time.
It's a grassroots campaign. He's a man of the people. Every single episode, he begins with "What's up, YouTube people?" It's like I'm watching
the people,
YouTube,
by
and I'm
the
a
people.
person. This man knows me. Just saying. Think about it. Sam Darnold, yes. The Sam Darnold was gotten cold, man. I still have the Sam Darnold. Still have a couple of Sam Darnolds as well, but it's like I don't think it's coming back. I don't think we're bringing this one back.
Yeah, I'm ashamed to show how many Sam Darnolds I still have.
I got a handful. Do you want me to send you a couple more? Because I probably can at this point. It's looking bleak. No. It's looking bleak for old Sam.
I'll keep my 50 cents, thanks.
Yeah.
Can't win on all.
It's all right. There's always Mr. Trubisky, right?
Yeah, hey, you know what's up. Trubisky, man, that's my next play. You know, everyone, well, whatever. Look, I believe you can make money on bad quarterbacks. It's just a matter of buying at the right time and selling at the right time.
I believe you can make money selling dirt from your backyard. Doesn't mean that it's a play, but yes, you can. It's arbitrage. Yes, you can do that. That is a thing.
There's worms in the dirt. People fish.
Oh,
there you go.
That's multiple revenue streams. I like that. That's even better. Here we go. Eric's third Boston Team video could be a story of Bobby Orr and how he hold the record of his knee were made. Now there's a rant video. So Eric, you could name that why Bobby Orr is the best and why I hate PSA. Include like 2 seconds of it at the end. Like it's funny. I'm making fun of it because it's worth making fun of. But also at the same time, like people do actually like when you throw. So while the thumbnail still works a little bit, if you put certain things in the title, it will trigger people. Like it'll get them to do it. By the way, it doesn't have to be like something bad. Like literally the fact that we were talking about the Logan Paul case at the right time when people were interested in it. They clicked on it where they're like, okay, we'll give this a go. We'll give this a shot.
A little perspective for Bobby Orr for Dakota is that he was a defenseman who won the scoring championship. So that's like a defensive back running for 2,000 yards for a year. So that's the perspective of Bobby Orr compared to Gretzky. So
well, if we go back to Bobby Orr, before Bobby Orr, that's like a lineman scoring touchdowns.
I said
all the time.
Back 2,000 yards. So
no, but it's touchdowns. Let's go straight to touchdowns because he won scoring titles. He won scoring titles.
2,000 yards is 2,000 yards, right?
That is true. That is true.
Could it be like a quarterback with a ton of interceptions caught?
And
defensive back. Because that I can understand because that's Sammy Ball. Sammy Ball was one of the better defensive backs of his era, and of course he's like the most talented quarterback of his era. So.
I think if you want to bring Sammy Ball into this, it would be like if Sammy Ball also played defense and was the equivalent of all pro. Because he's doing something that you're not supposed to be doing that. Oh, but you're still doing it? The point of the Bobby Orr thing that Bobby's alluding to is that defensemen had one job. Play defense. But the fact that he had offensive talent and good enough to win scoring titles over other people whose job it is to score goals and get points. Yeah, like you're the top guy. And wasn't that your job? It's like, yeah, I'm also really good at that too. Oh.
But look, I'm ignorant here. So like I always thought of hockey kind of like soccer where there's kind of like people had positions and it was kind of that's where they were at on the rink or whatever. So defense is more towards their own goal. So
they were in the before he popularized joining the rush. They were basically supposed to kind of almost sit back. They participated but limited.
He was pushing ahead and then
he would keep going.
I guess that's kind of the same side as playing both sides of the ball because he's got to push ahead and get up there with the puck and then he's got to get back on defense.
At the time he did that, he was the only guy who was really doing that.
It's kind of like running the 80-yard kickoff kind of run back through the whole league.
Afterwards, all of a sudden they're like, that's allowed? Yes, that's allowed.
Yeah.
You'd better be good at it because, by the way, if you don't score, you're out of position now, and now the other team gets to go the other way. So it's like, you better actually be good at it, or else this is actually a liability. It's not a good thing. Well, he was very good at it.
What did the Bobby Orr rookie card go for? What was it? Was it a 9?
Oh, are you talking about the BGS one? The sheet cut?
Yeah, it was BGS. Yeah.
Yeah. The problem is that it was a sheet cut example, and that's really what hurt it.
I know.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember what the final total was.
I think something.
Yeah. It kind of fell short. I think what people thought it would do. Because
it was a PSA 10.
If it was a PSA 10, it would have been ridiculous.
It would have beat Gretzky
easily.
Well, especially if it was top test.
I don't
imagine that.
I don't think it would have been necessary. Like a 10 for the real deal still would have been like because for an entire generation before Gretzky. So I'll put it this way, Dakota. For the generation before, their argument wasn't Gretzky. Their argument was Gordie Howe or Bobby Orr. So they would pick one of these two guys and fight to the death on the case of which one was the greatest. Gretzky came in and did his thing, but the other two guys had a very different style. Gretzky scored goals, made points, did all that. But Bobby Orr would do his bit. He was a defenseman. He could have a physical game. Gordie Howe would punch the lights out of you if you looked at him wrong. Gretzky had a guy for that.
Yeah.
He had people.
Yeah, he had people. It's like Gretzky's not going to fight, but he'll send that guy. Go, kill this man. He touched me.
You tell Dave Semenko to go deal with that.
Yeah, it's like he's got a guy for that. He delegated.
Yeah, I mean that's natural progression there. That's fine.
Well, Gordie Howe's thing was like, don't worry, I'll take care of this myself. It's like, what are you doing?
Carlos doesn't love Gretzky, so that's.
They didn't have to protect Bobby Orr. He took care of himself. There's plenty of video and pictures of him in fights.
That's right.
Yeah. He did okay.
Imagine if Barry Sanders and Reggie were the same guy and played offense defense. There you go. That's a pretty good comparable.
Right.
Yeah, play both sides, right?
Yeah.
That's why I say so to play kind of the football side of thing, just take a guy who revolutionized the game. If you revolutionize and change the way that people conceive of what you're supposed to be doing, you completely go the other way and do it successfully. That's his role, and that's what he did.
So now you have an education. You can talk hockey.
And now you know. And now you can be like, yes, I've been told once about this man.
2 players and a third one with a knee. Yeah.
Yeah. Do my best.
Cool.
Bobby Orr was a nice guy. He won like multiple trophies every year. Best defenseman, most gentleman player, won the scoring champion, rookie championship. It was just like trophies he's got like. And then he had a short career, only I think 9 years, and his knees blew out. So there you go.
Yep.
It's a football thing all the time, right?
Yep.
What you said he scored 2,000 goals, right? So
No, yeah.
No,
Bobby
2,000
was trying to use the
yards.
2,000 yards like as an offensive comparable to
Oh.
give context. Yeah. To give context.
what's the goal difference between him and Gretzky? Like, I don't know anything. Sorry.
So goals wise, in his era, guys weren't scoring like Gretzky.
No.
So the best way to
Well,
put
yeah,
it
I
this
mean
way.
that's how sports
Gretzky
change,
played
right?
20
Everything's more
years,
offensive
or-
now.
Yeah, but the
9.
thing is, Gretzky has one more thing that's kind of special. The 1980s were like video game cheat code. Almost everybody who played in the 80s had inflated numbers compared to the guys before and after. So that's why, like now in the modern game, Ovechkin is chasing the goal scoring record. But the reason why it's different for him is because he's the only guy anywhere close to that level that didn't play in the 70s, the 80s, or the 90s.
Oh, that's interesting. It's
All the
interesting
other
that
top guys
scoring,
played in some part of those decades, all of them. Gordy played forever into the 70s. Gretzky played in the 80s, the entire decade. Most of his goals were in the 80s. So it's like really loaded. So in that era, he dominated. He was still really good in the 90s and then eventually wore down. But like most of his production, if his career had ended after the 80s, he's still up on the all-time lists anyway. But that's how productive he was in that decade. Ovechkin did not play in that era. So scoring, his closest guy is like 250 goals behind him that started at the same time as him. So like the gap between him and everybody else. So it's like in football, we're breaking touchdown records. Well, what if we had one decade where everybody broke touchdown records and now we don't do that anymore? Now 35 touchdowns leads the league again. And you're like, but didn't they throw 50 like 10, 15 years ago? Yeah. But now we don't anymore. Oh. So somebody's at like 600 passing touchdowns in the era when 35 is close to leading the league. That's your gap. That's your discrepancy.
Got it.
Yeah. So he's standing out. Right now, that's why he's getting a lot of credit. Because it's like, oh, you're the only guy who didn't get the advantage of being in an era where it's like, no, it's wide open. Goaltender's got 3 inches of pads. Shoot. It's wide open. Shoot.
Yeah, he gets 82 games and plus overtime goals.
Well,
So
a lot
he
of
can suck it.
and they pull goalies with 3 minutes to go now, and there's a lot of open net goals. And actually, Ovechkin's got a lot of open net goals of late.
Yeah.
So there is, it's really hard to say, but Bobby Orr was probably certainly one of the best at what he did. Gretzky certainly the best, and the all-round best of all time. Gordie Howe, longevity.
Why is Lemieux considered so good?
He got sick and he didn't play a full. He was like Bobby Orr, 10-year career, but amazing career, but not long enough. Most of these guys, 15 years, 20 years, but.
So he had a lot of Gretzky's finesse, but he was also physically bigger. So it's a situation where like he could choose how he wanted. Gretzky could
6'5",
score.
right?
Gretzky, yeah, he was a big guy. So Gretzky could be like, I have the skill to be able to pass this all over the place. I can shoot in a bunch of different ways. I can do all this stuff. Lemieux could do that, but it's like I'm also big enough to just bulldoze past you. So I'll score physically if I have to go by you, or I could just deke you and just get all around you, make you look silly, and then score anyway. You can't stop me. He's the only other guy other than Gretzky who could almost score at will, except he could keep doing it in the later era when all of a sudden it got harder to do it. He's like, I'm still able to just push past you guys if I feel like it, or I can out-finesse you. Whatever I want to do.
He showed his true greatness after his comeback, after not being in the league for a couple of years and recovering from cancer and his back injuries, and he came out and still dominated as one of the oldest guys in the league. And I mean, his first game back, he had multiple points.
Yeah,
The guy was amazing.
That's basically what made him. When his last comeback in particular, the first comeback was really good, but because it wasn't the Jordan thing where he's like, all right, I'm retiring, come back. I'm retiring, come back. It was like, I have Parkinson's. It's like, okay, now I'm coming back. And then the second time he had back injuries for years. He now owns the team. He's like, okay, I guess I'm gonna have to save this team by playing for them so that people will come to the arena and watch the game. So he takes 3 years off, comes back, big nationalized thing, and he goes in, and in half a season, he scores as many points as most guys in a full season. After 3.5 years away, he goes, I can still dominate this game anytime I want. I'm still better than you guys.
That's
And I took
crazy.
3.5 years off.
And Gretzky had an amazing team around him. It's
He
sort of
did.
with football. You had linemen like me, Joe Green, and Refrigerator Perry, and all the best top guys on your front. You dominate,
Yeah.
and that's what he had. He had all the best guys. There's so many guys who were right up with the scoring records too. Like not records, but I mean, 50 goals. Yeah, no problem.
Are people trying to upset me?
Well, I think he's trying to use like the Trout thing. He's trying to save Trout with this. It's like Trout is not even the best fish last name guy. So like, and also Bobby Orr played a physical sport. Well, actually, a physical alleged sport. It's fictional.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
This needs to go away.
So you know what, Will? I'm willing to go with you on that. You're right. We're getting Bobby Orr out. He's out. He's out. Look, I gotta keep the other fish boy out one way or another. So like, you know what? I'll take him out. You're gonna have to fight Eric for this, by the way. This is on YouTube to figure out.
is for hockey? Is there like a generic hockey Hall of Fame like basketball, or
It's the Hockey Hall of Fame, yeah.
like
Because it includes
basketball?
international. It includes international, yeah.
And but then it would include like collegiate players and professional players.
Yes.
You could definitely, yeah. Have there been a lot of
International?
collegiate? International for sure, yeah.
It's because it's different. Yeah, it's.
I don't know if I've seen collegiate because the problem is the collegiate you normally
not
don't play
college.
long enough. You normally don't play long enough.
It's not like college in the U.S. and all that stuff. It's different here. So the NHL is a major league, minor league. They don't have many minor leagues. They mostly have the international league. They'll do, but most of it's NHL.
Yeah, but what I'll say is this: they respect the history of the game. So if you played in what was previously the minor leagues, but it was kind of considered professional league at the time, you'll still get credit for being great.
Yes.
So like basically what they're looking at is, were you great at what you were doing? Like clearly great.
Super
And if the
great,
answer is
yeah.
yes, if the answer is yes, you've got at least a shot. They'll at least look at you.
But they have all the other junior trophies there at the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
So all the other minor leagues. So it comes, and it's right in Toronto here with us. So, which is kind of nice.
Sounds good. I like the hashtag. Y'all want to fight Eric? I'm here for it. I'll referee this, but if y'all, we can get you a steel cage. We'll get into Thunderdome. We'll make this thing happen. Boy's gonna have steam coming out of his ears. I'm liking it.
Mm-hmm.
Have a good night. Take it easy. No worries. Anytime we can offer. I don't want to lean into hockey too much because I don't want to get pigeonholed, but at the same time, we're willing to talk it. Of course, we're willing to talk it. We're in Canada. We're required by Canadian regulation to speak of hockey.
Yes.
It's required. Dakota actually doesn't like football, but he's mandatory. It's a state law. He must speak of the football or else. Summarily shot.
Even high school
Summarily shot.
football.
Summarily shot. Otherwise.
Or the Rangers. They're good.
Yeah. Got a question for you. So let me ask you this. Obviously, people are going to bring up the two obvious ones. We got the Logan Paul thing and we got, Breaker Boys. Did anything else come up hobby-wise in the chat? Those were the two big ones that dominated everything, but did anything else interesting come up?
The only other thing hobby-wise we talked about is the Dallas show seems to be hopping, and just in general, there seems to be a lot more sales and a lot more movement of cards right now.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Okay, so you know what? That was kind of the thesis. I remember that was in the title. So you did discuss the topic, so non-clickbait. Good on you. Holding your resolution so far. Okay, so obviously you said it was hopping a little bit. What are your other metrics? What are you looking at that making you think that it's picking up a little bit?
We're not talking top-end cards here alone. We're talking...
Yeah, like is it across all categories, certain specific things you're looking at, or what are you thinking?
Well, I've seen certainly an uptick in sales on eBay.
All right.
I've seen an uptick in transactions and listings on StarStock. And then again, on just from a sales perspective on ComC, I've seen a lot more. And like, I wasn't making the statement like things are changing. I was just making the observation like they seem to be that way for me. What do y'all think? And most people seem to agree. So.
Yeah, you might be right on that, Will. I don't remember the specific, but I just know that he had an issue that knocked him out. Yeah.
So from the down, you're saying that it's upticking now.
I don't know if it's going up, but it's at least I feel like there's more transactions now. I feel like sales are happening a little bit more. I don't know if prices are going up. I'm not sure, but I feel like
activity wise, yes.
Yeah, I feel like yes. I feel like there's more activity right now. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay. Now this is always going to be. This is a serious question, so we'll shift into an actual serious question for a second. Just for the hell of it.
Serious.
Yeah. Well, we can occasionally do that. We can shift gears. We'll do a serious question.
I'm just doing this. I'm doing this for name.
Oh, the Trottier? Nice. Yeah. There you go. He's got two of them. With the upside down one touches. Look at you.
Trottier, Trottier. How did they got A in there? We'll figure that out, Dakota.
Do you have to
Nice.
buy the special upside down one touches?
They only sold in Boston.
Okay.
They're not upside down.
They're only in Massachusetts. Confusion. It's a turnpike thing. Don't worry. Like, it's a turnpike thing. Trust me.
Okay.
Does the toilet paper go this way or does it get mounted on this way? We don't know.
I would like. It would make me very happy if, like Australia, they had that thing just in Massachusetts. It's like, why? Don't ask. Please don't ask. Please don't ask. Yep. Boston Magnetics. Exactly. You got it, Bob. You got it. Okay. So no, what I was going to say was that one of the things that makes it a little tricky to figure out the market trends. Like, I have no issue with it. Obviously, more transaction volume. That's fine. That's fine. That's a metric. Now, we just came off the Christmas season, so it's one of those. I'd kind of like to see it in February a little bit just to see. Because December's weird, because obviously for some people maybe they still buy stuff, but for some people maybe, oh, we gotta buy Christmas presents or whatever, it's going to shift some buying.
Yeah.
Did we look at and this is maybe something for later, but did we look at we got to look at what the transaction volume was like in November leading into December as well?
No, yeah, that's fair. And we mentioned that too, like in the discussion we had,
Yeah.
because I even had a video talking about how December historically is a buying month because people are just selling.
Yeah.
And we mentioned that. It's just like, yeah, it's better than December, but that doesn't mean it's better overall. You know, we have to see this sustained for a little while.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Quarterly is good. Then you can really
There's
look
no
at it.
issue with the thesis, but that's always the first question I ask. It's like, okay, so what are we comparing it to? If it's just the last month or two, okay, maybe we go a little further back. Let's see what that looks like. I like the wheels. Halvesies. So I can forward you $1. Wow, that's about what you need. If we go halvesies,
I guess.
He didn't ask me to buy it, otherwise I'd have given him $2. Yep, Masshole Magnetics, nice. I like that. Alliteration, I like it.
We're massholes because we live in Massachusetts and we're angry.
I think the anger is just in general. If your taxes were negative and they gave you cash, you'd find something else to complain about.
The weather.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's always something.
You know how, I guess I can't complain to you guys, but Dakota, it is going to be crazy cold here tomorrow. Like,
I was going to say, thank you for making the qualifier as I stand here wearing like a sweater and this thing. It's like, I'm not doing this for fashion.
It is going to be like 20 below with the wind chill. Like, you go outside, take a breath, and your lungs freeze tomorrow. I am not looking forward to walking out of the house tomorrow morning.
Now, I feel you 100%. I might have to put sleeping pants on when I walk outside for that 60-degree weather.
Brutal.
Sleeping pants.
Brutal.
Cool. Never heard of that.
I haven't heard that one either.
We call them pajamas, but
Pajamas, whatever. Sleeping
candy
pajamas.
bar, chocolate
He
bar.
could have multiple versions. He could have like pajamas and then sleeping. There could be like 3 different types. You don't know.
That's right. There's sleeping pants I wear in bed. There's sleeping pants I wear to Target. There's 2 different types of sleeping pants.
I'm sorry. What was that? What was that shopping establishment? Please repeat that.
Walmart, Target,
Target,
Target, whatever you want to call it.
It's funny. We all have our own colloquialisms. I know my grandmother growing up, she was the French side, and she used to call the laundry hamper the dirty can. So,
not bad. All right.
What do you call? What would you call like just a generic Coke?
Coke.
No,
No, we don't call it.
It says it on the label. It says Coke.
Pop.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just call it what it says on the label. It says Coke.
Some people say soda in the U.S., but we say pop up here.
See that's a word with our Boston accents. I was telling someone this, I think today, how we take the R off of a lot of words. Mm-hmm. Like we were saying, chowder earlier.
Yeah.
Well, we don't just throw those R's away. Okay. we save them. We recycle them. And we
how considerate of you.
Yeah. And we add them to words that don't have an R but should. And what Bobby said is soda. Here, that's soda.
Oh.
Bob literally had it. Bob literally was ready with it. Like, boom.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Yeah. I have a soda.
What do you say down there?
Coke. The South, we just say Coke.
Yeah.
Well, what if you want what kind of soda pop do you want? Or do you say, what kind of Coke do you want?
If you went to a restaurant, they say, what would you like to drink? You would say a Coke. And they'd be like, oh, we don't have Coke. And you'd be like, what the hell's wrong with you? So So that's kind of how that goes.
So there's no generic term. It's either Coke, Pepsi.
No, it's Coke.
No general.
You just say Coke. I want Coke. Now, if you want a Sprite, that's different. Coke is like generic for the brown sugar, whatever you have.
Yep.
All right. So the Pepsi is also Coke.
Okay, you have a
Yep.
section. You go into a 7-Eleven, you have a section back there with all the different brands. Would they call that the soda section, the pop section, or the Coke section? What the heck?
That's too deep.
That's the
I've
drink
never-
section. That's the drink section.
Yeah.
Drink.
I've
Okay,
never-
drink section. Okay.
Yeah, I've never read the signs at a 7-Eleven. I just looked at what was in the behind the door. I don't know.
Well, when someone comes over, do you want a pop? Do you want a coffee? Do you want a milk? What do you
It's
want?
definitely Coke. Like if someone, hey, you know,
All
what
right.
do you want? If someone came over and you were hosting, you like, would you like coffee, water, or Coke?
What if you
That's
don't
it.
have Coke?
If it's brown, it's a Coke.
Okay, enough said.
All right, all right. Korean Cardboard kind of had this question, so thank you for answering. Fair
If
enough.
it's a
No,
Pepsi,
I mean,
it's a Pepsi,
it
right?
is.
All right.
That's yeah. You would be like, do you want a Coke? And like if they said yes, and you only had Pepsi, you would bring out the Pepsi. Like that's a Coke. Like that's
Really?
how it is in the South.
Ah, cool.
All right. We're all learning something today. There you go.
Yes.
All right. So I've heard a little bit about this, but I only caught a little bit of it. So tell us about your irrational hatred of John Moran and Kevin Garnett. Go
So
on.
I'll start with Kevin Garnett. So I don't hate either one of these players. In fact, I really admire Kevin.
Will
Garnett.
seems to be
John-
intent that there's hatred here.
Yeah, well, John Morant, there might be some, but
Okay,
KG,
okay.
Just
I
remember,
started the
anything
argument and
is
said
possible.
that KG, his game that he played would not be as valuable today as it was then. And Neo had a big discussion against me, and I just think he's wrong still.
All right.
KG had a paint dominant game, and it would not be as valuable today because the game has moved away from the paint. I'm not saying, which people confuse it with, I'm not saying KG would not be dominant today. I think he could have changed his game to modify it to today's game to make it better and be more of a perimeter defender and a three-point shooter. But the game that he played is less valuable in today's game than it was when he played.
Interesting.
All right.
And I think we have a determination between Gretzky, Howe, and Orr up here. It's
I don't.
you
I
know
don't.
back then, back this time.
I just like that
period.
we're slowly like this is the opposite of did we just become best friends as Eric slowly realizes my mortal nemesis.
Dakota,
didn't
you
even
and I
know.
are just we just live in different worlds, buddy. That's all right.
realistically. from
So
Brown
but
Coke
Eric, if the timing is ever right, and it's like,
Bash Bruins.
hey
Bash
Eric,
Celtics.
we're going to the Dallas show. I heard Dakota's there. You bringing the brass knucks there, bro?
I think
Oh,
so.
all those R's are saved up for.
Yeah, I was like, it comes full circle. This show is always ready to bring it full circle when the time is right.
Let me see. Carlos is bashing Patriots. You're bashing Bruins and Celtics.
Yeah, but you allowed the Patriots. We have a deal.
We have a deal, and I accept that. And I hate baseball, so I don't care. Bash the Red Sox all you want.
I don't think I boshed the bash the Bruins. I said I don't know who Bobby Orr is because
Could you
enough.
bash the Bruins? Oh, that'll make it funnier.
and I knew Mario Lemieux. He's a Penguin, so
That's
I'm just
right.
going to lose at this.
Oh, you got it. Yeah.
Look at you.
If it wasn't for cards, right?
He's flexing that sports knowledge hard. He's flexing it.
I
All
read
right.
books about Lemieux when I was in kindergarten. I remember that. That's the only reason I know who he is.
There
That's-
you go.
You read books about him in kindergarten, and I watched him play live. There seems to be an age discrepancy here.
Eric, I didn't want to be the one to tell you this. This is not the way I wanted you to find out.
I'm going to try to
You-
put
you're
your shovel
old.
down.
You're old, Eric.
Yeah.
Kind of old. Yeah.
Kind of older up here, but
Oh, I acknowledge that. We just assumed that.
we got 4 decades here, don't we?
We do.
Oh,
We do.
Dakota.
Yeah.
How
I'm
old are you?
about 10 years older than Dakota's, give or take. Pretty
Okay.
close.
And Eric, you're 10 years older than
I'm
Carlos?
40. I'll be 48 in 2 months.
Yeah. So 9 years.
And I'm 10 years. I'm 57. So 10,
Pretty much 10 years. Almost exactly. Yeah.
5, 4,
4
3.
decades.
Dakota, how old are you?
30.
30? All right. Well,
Yeah.
we're going to call, for the sake of argument, you're in your 20s. So we got 5,
For the
4,
sake
3,
of
and
argument.
yeah.
We'll give you back a year. Congratulations. You get one more.
5, 4, 3, 2.
There you go.
There you go.
Perfect. All right, so, yep. Will's wife is Boston. Yep. Takes pride in being called a masso. Love it. Purple stuff. Nice.
Will has good taste.
Would the NHL be successful in Houston? Well, as soon as Dakota can find it.
I mean, the
be
Arrows
the
were
first
really
one.
popular, but that was a minor league organization, and
Oh,
I mean,
good
they
lord.
moved.
They
so
were
must not have worked.
WHA. They were kind of a
The later arrows were not the ones you're thinking of, Eric. There was a earlier Houston Aeros that Gordie Howe did play for.
Yes, with the E.
Yep, that's right.
Did I say something? I mean, look, what I said was
was good.
true.
Eric is just being reminded that he's old. Just give him a minute. Give him a minute. He's got to absorb this. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
You're right on with it. Almost impressive. There we
Yep.
go.
There you go. Houston Aeros. That's right.
Hey, that's pretty cool.
All right. So real quick, actually, I want this other one. So we got the Kevin Garnett. All right. John Morant. What do you got?
John Morant. So in general, I'm very anti-small point guards who can't shoot threes. And my whole argument with your people think I hate Morant. I don't hate Morant.
People think I hate Mike Trout and Tom Brady, and I can't imagine why.
Yeah, you know what's up. So I'm just like, until he develops a 3-point game, I'm off of him because he's going to get beat up and he's not going to be able to play because he's too small and he's going to get hurt if he keeps going to the basket. That's it.
Okay. All right. Was that like also an argument with Neo as well? Is that kind of what happened there?
Oh, yeah. Anything I say is an argument with Neo. So, yes.
Well, if you're going to get into an argument with him anyway, why don't you take some pot shots at Marvel? Have some fun with it.
Yeah, I might have to start doing that.
It's like, it's trash comics.
So what's a good
What
Morant
overgrown
anyway?
man children would collect comics? That's just creepy.
So what does Morant do? Nothing.
Yeah, there you there you go. That's exactly right. Morant sucks. He doesn't do anything. He can't shoot threes. What does he do? He doesn't even play basketball. He's basically playing hockey. Oh my god.
But you don't hate him though. Like I said, I think Mike Trout's probably a swell guy. He shouldn't play baseball. Like clearly he doesn't play baseball. In fairness,
he would have been a great football player.
I think he would have been a fantastic football player.
Yeah.
I think it would have been like Tim Tebow with talent.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
His comp is Tim Tebow with talent.
You want?
See, that's a nice thing about Mike Trout.
Yeah, there's Tebow. Tebow right there.
Yeah. Hey, was he making his one completed pass?
That was it for the year. That was the one. That
would be like an amazing action shot. That'd be great. If they had game dated it, that'd be even better. He completed this pass. Is Larry Bird the best bird? Do you want Eric? Do you want to stand up for your boy? You got the cards. You got him around you.
Larry Bird, he's top tier guy.
Yeah.
I just thought of basketball.
I'll say this: if you ever want to have some fun, watch a Larry Bird mixtape. If the guy had some swag, I like the confidence because he had plenty of it. That's what made it fun with him. There you go. Let's see for Eric. My brother-in-law is friends with Doug Flutie. Nice.
Awesome.
There you go.
Flutie Flakes.
The only college player that people in New England have ever cared about.
Okay.
We just don't care about college sports here. And
Really?
Flutie and BC back in the 80s were the only time New England cared about college sports.
So basically, you guys are Canadians in denial because we don't care about college sports here.
Yeah, you stole all our players. Theismann. Come on.
Well, but the thing is, it's true because you've got the college football champion. Nobody really watches the Vanier Cup. It's not a thing.
No,
it's the national championship for college football. No one cares.
No, not here.
Nope.
No,
Sorry.
we just don't care about college sports here. Never have in New England, except in '84 when Flutie was at BC. It was the only time that Saturdays I got to get home and watch the game. That's the only time in my lifetime that people watch college sports.
All right.
I got a box of Flutie Flakes up here too.
I got 2 boxes right up there.
I knew you'd say that. Yeah.
I'll take them out and prove it. They're right there. I can see them.
I got one. I got them.
Yeah. You do that while we finish reading a couple of these comments. So there you go. A little praise for your Tebow card. There you go.
Thanks, chat.
And Toa right here. John Moran is 6'3". Not exactly small compared to traditional
Small's
PGs.
not about height. Small's about thickness.
Oh.
Actually, I will acknowledge when Canby was at UMass, there was a little bit of buzz, and I think that's a good point. That was probably the only other time, unless you want to maybe look at Connecticut's women's basketball team, but for the entire of New England to like stop and have that passion over college sports, it was BC in the 80s.
Was that Marcus Camby?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then,
Marcus
of course,
And you don't know or come on, man.
and then of course,
I'm a hockey guy.
And of course, Marcus Camby was then found out to be, breaking NCAA rules, and that Final Four team had to give its banner back.
What I like is the person who brings us up his name, who's in Canada, who will push for the American collegiate sports.
Yeah.
Gotta love it, name. Gotta love it.
He's a duck in his heart. So.
Yeah, Oregon. Yeah. He'll pump
He quacks
on
when he
game
talks.
days. On game days, he'll wear his Oregon gear and everything. Like
Listen,
he's
I
decked
swear,
out.
when he talks, he quacks.
I'll leave it at that. I'll leave
Okay.
it there.
Yeah. Moving on.
So, question for you, Dakota. So right now you hold a distinction. Back in the day, for the YouTube crowd, I held the longest live stream. You did eventually surpass it, mind you. Though in the last 3 hours of it, I was there, so I was at least participating in that one.
You were certainly a strong part of it. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I needed to outweight your ridiculous time limit. I refuse. It's not in my retainer. I don't do it. I don't do time limit. Screw you. You can time limit Neo all you want. Flippin' Steve, gone. Don't care. Personal finance that, please. Don't even let him play his cartoon intro. Click. Off.
What's your running average, Dakota?
For my live streams.
Yeah.
Well, since I had the baby, they're about 3 hours.
Okay. Prior to that?
Before I had the baby, I mean, I would go, I mean, just like this, 5 or 6 hours,
Yeah. The part of the reason I asked the question is that I never force the live streams to go to those longer ones. It's just if the conversation's going and the chat's going, whatever. It's Friday night. I got my beer here. I don't care. So that's kind of the approach that I take to it on a Friday. But would you ever want to do another long live stream like that again, having done it? Because to be honest, I wouldn't necessarily want to do an 8.5 hour one or an 8 hour one.
I had done another one before that was like 7 hours. That was organic. That was like one of my first big things that I did. Yeah. And the reason why, so, my channel's since day one, I said it was all about community, and I mean it. And I know a lot of people that are part of the community can't catch the lives because of the time, because they're like in, whatever parts of the world. And the reason why I picked like we would go at least 8 hours was just so that everyone who wanted the opportunity to come on would have the opportunity. And that also so I could space out my guests at the beginning too. Because I didn't, my plan was not to have any more than one guest on at a time to just give people their solo time on the channel. But then after like 5 hours, people were just wanting to hang out. So I was like, all right, whatever, everybody can hang out.
That's basically what it is. After 4 hours, it's a hangout.
Yeah.
Even 3,
Well, like I said, it depends on the topic. We had enough fun with the topics du jour this week. It was like, but I'll keep an eye on it, because for me, like at a certain point, I'm like, okay, I just don't want to drag it out any further. Even if, unless for some reason, like people are really energetic, if that's the case, because what ends up happening is I turn it off, and then we're still chatting, and I was like, well, I might as well have left it on.
Yeah, it happens all the time. And that particular
2 hours,
night too,
3
like
hours.
it was just weird because like there was probably like 60 people that were just there the entire time. I couldn't believe. Like, okay, us being there for not okay, I get it, but like then there was people in chat like Will. I mean, I think he was there from start to finish, and I'm like, you're amazing, like that's crazy. Y'all are awesome.
Yeah, there are some of them that are really they'll go hardcore. They'll keep going. All right, basketball fans, where does Charles Barkley rank all time? You want to have a little fun with that one? I know I got Will's answers here. So all time, whatever position. So overall, where do you want to put Charles Barkley in your mind? I won't comment because I'll plead the Dakota hockey defense. I know Charles Barkley. I know who he is, and I watch TNT, NBA and TNT, but I don't watch the sport enough to be able to rank anybody.
I watched him. I'd say top 30.
Guy's a dream teamer, man. And
that's
he
fair.
was incredible in playing for the Suns.
Different era, but
his MVP year, he was so dominant. You wanted him to shoot, he could shoot. You want him to go low, he could be in the paint. You want him to dunk, play fast break when he was in shape. In those couple of years, he was actually in shape. I mean, the guy he was unbelievable. And the attitude and the fun in which he played it was great watching his career.
So question.
Now, answer the damn question.
No, but let me
He's
pose
a dream teamer.
Let me pose a quick question about this here.
Dakota that answer.
Because Eric kind of touched on something that is always interesting. So what do you got him? Sorry?
I would put him like, I think top 30 is a fair answer, but I would say he's pushing probably top 20. I'd probably put him in the top 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
What the hell do I know?
So here's my general question then for that. It's one thing if a player's career is short, I'm going to get away from that. Let's just pretend player careers are decent length. Let's compare comparable players. Do you prefer somebody who's consistently good but doesn't have the maximum apex, or are you more interested in the guy who has the great apex? Let's assume they hang around the same amount of time. Let's assume that's comparable, but a higher apex. But towards the end they drop off more, or maybe they have to ramp up a little bit, but then they hit that maximum apex and drop off, versus a guy who really good and stays pretty consistent before they have their little crescendo at the end.
It's like, would you rather have Yao Ming or Chris Middleton?
Yeah.
I would take Yao, I think.
I don't know who Chris Middleton is, so I'm going with Yao.
Good guess.
Yeah, there you go. No, but that's what I say. Whenever people are evaluating players, assuming we remove the variable length of careers and stuff, I'm always interested in seeing the takes that people have. Do you prefer the higher apex, or do you prefer because by the way, the consistent player can still be really good for a fairly consistent period of time. But the higher apex guy is the one that you'll remember for that run, whatever that is. That's why I just asked the question.
Yeah, tough.
Yep, he and Akeem were his favorite players. Gotcha.
Well,
Will.
it's a team sport. You want to see your team do well, so you want that consistency to run. If you have one player who's scoring all your goals or points, that kind of brings you there, but only for a short period of time, right? Yep. And then they drift off.
I think in basketball, it's easier for one player to take over.
Different sport, yeah.
Yeah,
oh,
it's specifically easier for one player to take over. Not forever, but you can definitely dominate a game.
Football, quarterbacks, hockey, top scorers. What other sport?
I mean, those really good players that are consistent, they end up getting contracts that they're really not worth. So I'd rather just take the guy who's like Hall of Fame for 3 years and just try to win a championship in that window. But
yeah,
I mean, that's just kind of talking about when do you have the player in their career. There's a lot of, because those really consistent players, I feel like you want them on the tail end of their career because they usually sign for cheap because they're chasing a ring. It's a great time to have them,
Yeah.
How's that working with the Lakers?
What? Russell Westbrook's not a good player, so that's a different discussion.
Yeah, what about the other one there that is at the end of his career playing with LeBron?
Yeah, LeBron's still good, and so is Davis, but the rest, they're all trash.
Yeah, exactly. I think
LeBron at this point should just focus on trying to get as many points as possible as trying to get the record.
Yeah.
If the team's going to suck anyway, just shoot.
Yeah.
Just shoot. Whatever. Do it. There you go. Hall of Fame 3 years. That's the third of an or. There you go. We're using or metrics or measurements.
Yes.
Sounds good. All right, guys. So tell you what, let's wind her down a little bit here. Because we had fun going a couple different angles on it. Any last kind of thoughts or comments? Throw that in there. So make it happen. That'll be kind of fun. And then we'll go in there and we'll wind her down. I know you've got the videos for the month planned out, Dakota. Anything in particular you're looking forward to here with the programming coming up?
I mean, my conversation series is great. We have a lot of good guests, but this Sunday I'm doing the greatest ever football mail day, not just on my channel, on the history of the internet. That's going to happen. So Sunday, everybody keep an eye out for that.
Of the internet.
What time, Dakota?
It's not live. It'll just be a video. It'll be out in the morning, probably around. I do it after church time, so around noon or so.
He's getting into those memes and stuff.
But what's gonna happen is he's gonna be, guys, inside this box is the greatest football mail day ever. Cut it open.
What's in the box?
Not like this, G.I. Joe. What? Camera cuts out.
If I had some G.I. Joe packs, I would do it. But
You'd do it.
That would be like, but then video cuts out. Done. It's like he didn't even last a week without the clickbait thing. Jeez, he didn't even wait.
I'm going to my dealer. I should see if they have G.I. Joe there.
I think that's the hot commodity. Like I said, other than Logan Paul, the biggest winner is somebody who has G.I. Joe packs. It's like, y'all, you want to buy some G.I. Joe packs? No, actually I don't, but all right then.
The news isn't that big in Canada yet, so
there you go.
Especially where I would go. So
I could see where y'all don't like G.I. Joe that much. That adds up.
I love G.I. Joe. I love the movie.
Well, G.I. Joe, the cartoon was huge, and the figures were like eras, right? But there was definitely a lot of G.I. Joe when I was growing up still, and the cartoon was there. That's why I enjoyed the Cobra. That's why I enjoyed the Cobra intro in there so much. It was like, no, I'm gonna bring it in. Carlos Senior, like I mentioned earlier tonight, Carlos Senior had a good time laughing about that one. As soon as it played, he was like, he loved it. I let him see it ahead of time.
I think every kid growing up in, let's say, 69, 70, 71 had a G.I. Joe. For sure. 72, 73. Yeah.
Awesome.
Every kid.
Yeah, but yours were the larger ones, the size, and I'm not being insulting, but they were like the size of like Barbie dolls and stuff, right?
Yeah.
When I grew up, they were the 6-inch figures.
They did eventually reissue
Oh.
the larger ones. They
I
like
thought they
redid
did.
the concept again just to try it. Like I think it was more limited. It was meant to be like more of a collector, but they brought back like that older size just to let. Here you go. Here's if you guys like collecting those, here you go.
Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, I forgot. I wasn't, a kid then, so sorry.
Yeah, in the 80s, they were these smaller action figures made out of, hard plastic, and they had, hinges on their elbows and
Yep.
and shoulders. And
Well, what I like
hips
was when
and
they
all
put
that.
Sergeant Slaughter in them.
Oh, that was awesome.
Yeah, coming off his wrestling, and then WWF at the time is like, you can't do that. It's like they're paying me a lot of money.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna be Sergeant Slaughter the cartoon then. So he's Sergeant Slaughter the cartoon.
Yep.
And he gets an action figure and everything. It's like, this is awesome.
That
I
was
read-
awesome.
I graduated in '82, and then I hopped on my motorcycle and enjoyed the next 10 years of fun.
There you go, like that. Still can't believe the Seahawks ran the ball. These are fair. These are fair points. Fair
I
points.
love the Seahawks. I love their logo.
It's valid. This is valid.
It's great.
Credit to your floor, guys. Yep. Sounds good. All right, cool. So thanks everybody in the chat for hanging out. Thank you, Dakota, for coming in to join us here at the tail
Thanks
end.
for having me.
Bringing your purple shirtedness and your
Oh,
lighting.
yes.
By the way, did the camera hold up? I caught the beginning of the live stream. So did your camera hold up the rest of the night, or what happened? with
Yeah, it did. I just got this new camera this week, and I'm still trying to figure it all out. I've just
It's good
the entire
clarity.
year I've just been using a cheap $50 webcam, and I just
Yeah.
got this, and I'm still figuring it out. So
that? All right,
it
sounds
did.
good.
Good clarity. The purple show's really purple.
Yeah, thanks.
Nice. All right. So for the guys that came here at the tail end, we're going to wind her down now. All right. So question for you. I'll leave it in the chat. I think most of you already saw it, so I'll let you off the hook. But I'm going to ask you. Do you want me to play it one more time?
One more time.
Do we want one more time?
Come on,
Yes.
guys.
Just
Vote.
to
vote.
just to take us out. We started with it. We'll end with it.
Will, Ozzy, Jeff, come on.
All right. Hold on here. Satisfied Friday night used to be when the bar closed, but then it's because when Carlos ends. Yeah, I understand, name. I understand. We
And
try
it's
our
free.
best.
And it's free.
We
There's no
try to
last call.
accommodate. We try to accommodate our West Coast folk and then our Australian chatters too. Like they're here. They're here. It works out for their time zone. All right. Bob says play it again. We're gonna do it. Who's live? You joining next? You never know. If there's a live, he's joining it.
Somebody in Germany. If someone in Germany's live, I'm joining.
Yeah, that's good time.
I don't know where Toe has been. He hasn't been in Clubhouse in a while.
Oh,
Oh,
calling you out.
Clubhouse.
You're hiding
Tired
from
of-
Eric, man.
Tired of hearing Clubhouse. Come on, Eric. Get into
Oh.
the real live video
He
stuff.
used to be in there like every day. I haven't seen him in a while.
All right. We're gonna play the video, and then we'll take off. All right. Here we go.
The reason why I was mostly concerned was because the person who brought it to me, he had so many inconsistencies, so much inconsistencies in the stories. It was like 3-4 different stories. That was my issue. If this is fake, we're all in trouble because it looks so good. If there's first edition packs in there, we're golden. The case value of this is gonna double, triple.
It would legitimately be verifiably 100% the only sealed case in the world that is 100% real.
Oh my
Yeah!
god! Oh my god!
Yeah!
Oh my god! Motherfucker! Wait, hold on. Okay, that's a good sign. What?
Why are they so puffy? Why are they so puffy though?
Why doesn't this one say first edition on it?
Oh no!
Yeah.
No,
That's
not
gonna
like
be
this.
the
Not like this. Oh my god! Oh my god, bro! G.I. Joe! G.I. Joe! G.I. Joe! It could have been anything else.
It could have been anything else but GI Joe.
Anything else?
It could have been anything else, guys. I want you to think about that.
What a stupid thing.
Go to sleep thinking about that. It could have been anything else.
Oh God, it's so stupid.
So there you go, Bob. You got it. All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you hanging out as always. On your way out, if you could hit the like button, that is always appreciated. Always. Dakota is on Sports Card Anonymous. Allegedly, he's also got a live stream in the same evening. You're welcome to go there. I don't have a problem. You can check us out on replay. It's fine. It's fine. It's all good. It's all good.
Or
But on
later.
Saturday, there's no live streams. Until Dakota start our own, then that's fine.
Well,
To-
tomorrow,
we'll
tomorrow
allow
there's one.
tomorrow. We'll allow one.
Yes.
One.
It
One.
is tomorrow.
After that, show canceled.
Fair enough.
Moving on. All right. There you go, Rick. No worries. Take it easy. All right, guys. Have yourself a good night. Have a good weekend.
I know.